Let's get it. And it's the beginning of the week. Thought I was talking about the day. No, the beginning of that week better you have. We tired of y'all getting tricked out here. Listen up.
He bring that combo, keep it bustin'. You can't believe his discussion. He don't do fussin' and cussin'. Drop you, that's the repercussion.
Listen up.
Tussin', they stay sleep. They not woke so they can't see the hypocrisy and the philosophy that they speak.
Listen
Do
up.
you have an agenda? Are you really real or just a pretender? Are you trying to deliver the message or return it back to sender?
Listen up.
Check yourself before you wreck yourself. Don't check me, player, collect, correct yourself. Your reflection of perception. Do you analyze suggestions? Are you objective to criticism or pushback with objections? On this platform and a former, shoot that drama, heat is on me. Trigger warning, they get triggered, think they abnormal is normal. Is it choices? Is it karma? Does the lie feel good and charm you? It's stinging like them killer bees. The truth engulf and swarm you. Either alive in the live live. That's that Jeffrey Dahmer. You can laugh or learn or get mad. Look here, he stay calmer. You laugh or learn. 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 You laugh or learn.
I want y'all to really pay attention to the ones that want to act like they want to have a conversation, but they spend most of their time expressing themselves. That's not how a conversation works. 9 times out of 10, they're not trying to have a conversation. Remember that. What's good? Ben Intense with Kev. Let's get it. 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 And it's the beginning of the week. Thought I was talking about the day. No, the beginning of that week better you have. We tired of y'all getting tricked out here. Listen up.
He bring that combo, keep it bustin'. You can't believe his discussion. He don't do fussin' and cussin'. Drop you, that's the repercussion.
Listen up.
Tussin', they stay sleep. They not woke so they can't see the hypocrisy and the philosophy that they speak.
Listen
Do
up.
you have an agenda? Are you really real or just a pretender? Are you trying to deliver the message or return it back to sender?
Listen up.
Check yourself before you wreck yourself. Don't check me, player, collect, correct yourself. Your reflection of perception. You analyze suggestions. Are you objective to criticism or pushback with objections? On this platform and a former, shoot that drama, heat is on me. Trigger warning, they get triggered, think they abnormal is normal. Is it choices? Is it karma? Does the lie feel good and charm you? It's stinging like them killer bees. The truth engulf and swarm you. Either alive in the live live. That's that Jeffrey Dahmer. You can laugh or learn or get mad. Look here, he stay calmer. You laugh or learn. 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 You laugh or learn.
I want y'all to really pay attention to the ones that want to act like they want to have a conversation, but they spend most of their time expressing themselves. That's not how a conversation works. 9 times out of 10, they're not trying to have a conversation. Remember that. What's good? Ben Intense with Kev. Let's get it. 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 And it's the beginning of the week. Thought I was talking about the day. No, the beginning of that week better you have. We tired of y'all getting tricked out here. Listen up.
He bring that combo, keep it bustin'. You can't believe his discussion. He don't do fussin' and cussin'. Drop you, that's the repercussion.
Listen up.
Tussin', they stay sleep. They not woke so they can't see the hypocrisy and the philosophy that they speak.
Listen
Do
up.
you have an agenda? Are you really real or just a pretender? Are you trying to deliver the message or return it back to sender?
Listen up.
Check yourself before you wreck yourself. Don't check me, player, collect, correct yourself. Your reflection of perception. Do you analyze suggestions? Are you objective to criticism or pushback with objections? On this platform and a former, shoot that drama, heat is on me. Trigger warning, they get triggered, think they abnormal is normal. Is it choices? Is it karma? Does the lie lie feel good and charm you. It's stinging like them killer bees. The truth engulf and swarm you. Either alive in the love live. That's that Jeffrey Dahmer. You can laugh or learn or get mad. Look here, he stay calmer. You laugh or learn. 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 I want y'all to really pay attention to the ones that want to act like they want to have a conversation, but they spend most of their time expressing themselves. That's not how a conversation works. 9 times out of 10, they're not trying to have a conversation. Remember that. What's good? Been intense with Kev. Let's get it. 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 And it's the beginning of the week. Thought I was talking about the day. No, the beginning of that week vetting you have. We tired of y'all getting tricked out here. Listen up. He bring that combo, keep it bustin'. You can't believe his discussion. He don't do fussin' and cussin'. Drop you, that's the repercussion. Listen up. Tussin', they stay sleep. They not woke so they can't see the hypocrisy and the philosophy that they speak. Do you have an agenda? Are you really real or just a pretender? Are you trying to deliver the message or return it back to sender? Check yourself before you wreck yourself. Don't check me, plan to let correct yourself. Your reflection of perception. Do you analyze suggestions? Are you objective to criticism or pushback with objections? On this platform and a former, shoot that drama, he disarm you, trigger warn you, they get triggered, think they abnormal is normal. Is it choices? Is it karma? Does the lie feel good and charm you? It's stinging like them killer bees. The truth engulf and swarm you. Either alive in the love live. That's that Jeffrey Dahmer. You can laugh or learn or get mad. Look here, he stay calmer. You laugh or learn. 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 I want y'all to really pay attention to the ones that want to act like they want to.
Yep, I'm back. Twin, what's the deal? What is the dealio? It's not always about race, it's always about the person. Interesting. I was raised by black folks, so I can't speak for white people. So I personally say Temple. That was facts. Why don't black people like I had to catch up on all these comments. I just got back. Quick question. I was muted 10 times yesterday for disagreeing. All right. Oh my God, you know it. No, but somebody did say they wanted me to do this topic again, so I do it again. I see it's a few topics I gotta do over again. I gotta do the AB one about the ABs, and I gotta do it's a few of them, man. See, people, it's not enough people that don't understand what you been up to. 2020 is you got you got still eating your leftovers? Abortions. We gotta do that topic again. How are we supposed to talk if we can't tap? Hello. School right now on break. Okay. I'll do this real quick. Put that, she over here getting an edumacation around here. What's going on?
Okay, you so irritating. So annoying, right?
Oh my, she's trying to come back at these ones that's talking about degrees on here.
Linda.
Senda.
If y'all come in, make
No
sure I say
tapping in the
hello.
box. No tapping in the box.
Argue with the host, please. 'Cause I'm gonna do it first.
That's the new rule.
I'll start off.
I hear you tapping. No tapping in the box.
Oh, I forgot. My
That's the
bad.
new rule.
I really say it right there.
I heard you.
Yeah, we don't pay attention to nothing.
Yeah,
I
you know
saw
why
it
I
the
said
other
it?
day and I was like, I didn't tap. Then I forgot to look at it.
Yeah, because they twist
Oh,
stuff up,
okay.
and I don't understand. I don't understand TikTok. It just
I'm
twists it
trying to
up.
pay attention. It'd be so hard. Sorry.
No, of course, because it's changed. The new rule changed. That's what happened. Because it's weird. I don't understand it. Like at one point it was nothing, and then I noticed when it don't have tabs, then more people come in. I'm like, what's going on? I'm like, I don't understand this junk. That's where one time it was like only like 500 taps. There was like 50 people came at the beginning. I'm like, what?
That's crazy.
I don't
TikTok
know.
is wild.
Then I be seeing what people say about it. I said maybe that little shadow thing do work for real. Because I'm like, my job been low some of these days. I don't understand.
But when did it say it changed now where tapping is a problem?
I don't know. Me myself,
Or
I
you just
just
think that
looking
you
at
think
it.
it's probably
I
doing
think
it?
it is. Yeah, that's what I said, man. Because you see how like it keeps saying join. Like even when no, I don't know how to explain it. I don't know. I'm just trying to try something different. Then somebody was explaining like how what's that dude Strength? He said he don't even hardly work on his tabs and he just be having 100 people in it. So
Yeah.
I don't know what it is. They be saying all type of stuff. I'll figure this thing out one day.
Oh, seriously. One day.
I also seen they heard that like instead of F1 that fruits work better in the chat, I guess.
Fruit?
Yeah, if you throw any fruits in the chat. I don't know. I was in somebody's room doing that. I think that worked too. I guess whatever to keep the chat active.
Let me see. My favorite fruit is.
I'm just gonna pick one. So why people treat me better than said all of those. Pineapples.
Strawberries and dingleberries.
Strawberries, cherries.
It's taking me.
I'm gonna tell people get off my cherries. I'm gonna start using. Okay, that's right. That's gonna be my new thing.
White people treated me better than my own race.
Pick me. Hey.
You know.
Why
don't black people like white people?
Probably because of that. He said, I found one reason. You want to be us, but don't want to be it. Oops, I'm messing up.
To their country accent. You know, there's so many reasons why, why people don't like them, but I always say to dislike a race as a whole isn't necessary. I mean, there's some vicious dogs. I mean, I hate all the dogs that exist. It's just not. It's not a thing. And I know people are like that though, because they're like, well, I can't trust either. But the thing is, everybody has the ability to do something harmful. So it's like I say when it comes to like black women, when like date white men only, that's harmful because you're making it seem as though every black person is harmful and they're not. Every black man is harmful, they're not. And then you're putting them to make it like every white person will be harmless, and that's dangerous. So again. Everybody races until you in a situation where you need help.
Ooh.
So that's all I gotta say about that.
You know how to talk without dropping bars? With the mic, it could be the smallest thing and the mic gonna be dropped. ABC is only the way why ABC like that if you put ABC together. Okay. Is she right? I know she right. She my twin, so of course she'll be right.
Hello, my friend.
What's up, Morpheus?
Hello.
The way you said that was a Morpheus.
Hello. I'm from India. Do you consider me white or black?
Whatever you could consider yourself.
I am darker than most black people.
Cool.
Why don't you accept me as black?
If you want to be black, I mean, it's 2024. You can be black if you want to.
Do what you want, right?
Black people do not accept me.
We just
Well,
did though.
I own 7-Eleven,
Period.
and the
Right.
black people, they always disrespect me.
That sound like a you.
Why do you disrespect me?
Do you think you be rude to him?
No, I'm not being rude. They are rude to me.
Yeah, sometimes they can be.
You got to move different then. Go to some YT areas. They might treat you better.
I listen to rap music.
What's your favorite rapper?
Tupac.
What's your favorite present rapper?
My favorite what?
Your favorite rapper as of today?
Tupac.
You don't like nobody else?
Drake.
Oh, you like Drake? Okay. Okay. You got a country artist you like?
Black people are racist.
Yeah, sometimes they can be, I guess. I've heard.
They don't like people from India.
Interesting.
Black people from
I had an Indian guy go off on me one day. He didn't like me either.
Facts.
He was
Y'all
Indian.
call me lazy. I remember one of them. Why you always call people lazy? That's black people lazy.
Black people arrogant. You arrogant people.
Yeah, so is Indian.
You always bragging.
Yeah, this Indian
Black
guy. that
people
always-
say they're the best dancers.
Can you dance? Let me see.
Black people say they're the best dancers.
Morpheus.
In India, we are the best. We
Morpheus.
dance better than black people.
Morpheus.
You watch Bollywood movies. There's
Morpheus.
lots of
Can you
dancing.
hear?
We dance better than black people. Yes.
Morpheus. Hello.
Yes. Yes.
You being very rude right now.
Now see why they don't like you.
Please, can you dance? Morpheus.
They gotta say,
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I said you can dance?
Can you?
Huh?
Yes, I can dance.
Oh.
Yes. I dance very good. I
Turn
dance
that
like
camera
Bollywood
on.
movie.
See what you got, Morpheus. Turn that camera on.
Hey, I want to see. Can you show us?
See them legs go crazy real quick.
Look at let's go.
I don't have enough followers.
Sorry.
But I can dance better than most black people.
Okay,
That's
cool.
good.
We'll
What
take
else
your
can you
word.
do?
I can dance. But black people don't believe me.
Well, do you believe it?
When I tell black people that I can dance like Michael Jackson, they don't believe me.
Well, maybe you got to believe it first.
Facts.
Black people think they're the best at basketball.
Facts.
Every time I talk to black people and tell them I can beat them at basketball, they make fun of me. Because they're rude and they're racist.
Interesting.
You probably have to show them that you can actually play. Because right now you being kind of stereotypical.
I don't have time to play basketball all day. I have a job. Lots of black people, they just hang out at my 7-Eleven. They have no job.
Well, do they buy stuff?
They buy a pack of cigarettes and then they smoke them all day.
Oh, so they giving you business. Why you crying?
Hello.
And why you selling cigarettes, Morpheus?
He sound like he need his own cigarettes. All that complaining he doing.
Chew that go.
Why are you laughing at me? See, black
I was
people,
trying to stay
they have
quiet
no
on that gum. I
respect.
heard it. I'm like,
Black people,
that boy.
you say everyone, black people
Morpheus, be
say,
quiet. Hush, Morpheus. Nobody even talk about you. Jerica, how are you?
I remember you, Jerica.
Jerica?
Hey,
racist.
Welcome back.
hey, go.
You gonna say that they put my on mute. Yo. Woo. Yo, this is too funny, bro. People are hilarious. Hey, what's up,
Soul
Jerica?
food is not as good as Indian food.
I know, right? It's crazy. Hold on 1 second, because there's other people that want to speak. 1 second, okay? You can speak about your racism in a second. Jerica, did you want to say anything?
I said it all.
She said, mm-mm. What's up, track star?
Oh, hey, how you doing?
Hey,
Great, thank you.
did you wanna add to our whatever conversation this is?
So,
Or do you want to tell us?
you, in regards to your prompt, so where is this coming from? So, that's what I'm trying to understand.
Why do that matter? Just answer it.
Okay, but I asked a question, are you not going to answer it?
No, because I asked the questions. That's why. You're not the host. There you go, buddy.
The fuck? Who answers a question with a question?
Black women never say yes to
That's
dates
why we
with me.
don't like black people. I'm on Morpheus' team, not South talking to.
Hold up. Morpheus said they not like us.
They not like us.
Black girls do not date an Indian man. Like a racist.
Wow.
No, Indians don't date them.
You talking about white girls don't either.
Black girls are racist just like white girls. They don't date me.
No, we just don't want little D.
Oh.
The Indian man have the biggest penises.
Choked up off that one.
How do you know that, Morpheus? No, did he?
It's in the news. They do.
Not the
Research.
news is crazy.
India have biggest penises.
Gotcha.
So why you haven't landed the girl you want then?
Because
Is
black
this
girls
a character?
are racist and so are the white girls.
So who do you
Americans
want
are
to date?
racist. All of them,
Are you
even the
upset
blacks
because
and
you
the
want to
whites.
date? Do you want to date them or?
The blacks and the whites are all racist. They don't date.
So who's not racist?
Morpheus, here's the thing, like, you bend her over, if you can't even get through all that ass, like, it's too little.
That's too much for you, my brother.
I'm crying.
No, in India we do yoga.
No, in India, you can Swiss or sweet.
We can do yoga.
No, y'all do
You play
Swiss
Street Fighter? You play Street Fighter? Dolph Sim, he stretched. He stretched. I can do that with my penis.
You better stretch it.
Okay, why do you do this?
I know he did. I don't know.
Why do
Stretch
you
it out. That D is still the same size.
get through all the ass? It's crazy. It's crazy.
I don't need big penis. I own 7-Eleven, make lots of money.
What's
Well, I
good?
seem like you try to
So where your
imply-
girl at?
You seem like you spend your life impressing black people more than your own. What's the deal?
Right.
Morpheus is if the clit is bigger than your D, just say that.
Oh my god.
Oh my.
Oh my.
We going somewhere else now.
Oh my god. This is the second conversation for last night, okay? I don't know what's going on with you. What's going on?
He's intimidated by the clit.
Black women think they're so special.
I think you think they're special.
But in India, you're not special.
So who's special in India?
And in the United States, you ain't shit.
Black people cry about racism, but they're the most racist of all of them. White people are nice to me. Black people will make fun of me.
You just said white people are racist too.
Okay,
White people are nice
7-Eleven.
to me. Black people, they're not nice to me.
It's
They
okay,
say they
Mr.
don't believe
Slurpee.
me that I can play basketball.
You
We
know
don't
why they
believe
not nice to
you.
you?
They don't believe me that
Slurpee.
I can dance.
I
Mr.
don't think you
Slurpee.
believe it.
Why are they not nice to me?
Because you're not nice, Morpheus. That's why.
Come again.
The black women think that my penis is small, but they won't even look at it.
Maybe they
Because
thought
they
they
don't.
were looking and they can't find it.
It's called a waste
Gotta
of
get a
time.
magnifying glass. I like Blues Clues.
You are making my point for me. You're all making fun of me. You don't believe me that I
Morpheus,
have a
your
big penis.
accent
Funny
is
yourself.
so Morpheus, you can't.
Morpheus. It's called what the fuck is that?
You don't believe me that I have a big penis.
I don't believe that you're even Indian. How about that?
I will send you pictures of my penis.
You over
That's
there pissing
gross.
You
you
can do pictures now.
balls. Nobody wants some pissy balls.
My penis is bigger than anything you could ever imagine.
Yeah.
That's nasty.
Says uncircumcised dick.
What the hell is that?
Women like it, not circumcised.
Kevin, please, what's happening?
You're right. All right, let's get
Oh God, you can come taste the curry.
it might be me. Let me get a
I will
got
give you the curry.
Hey,
hops.
got hops.
Hey, how's everybody doing?
Good, how are you
man.
doing?
Very, very joyful this morning.
Good.
Morpheus, that's quite an accent, my guy.
Right.
Yes, I come from Bombay, India.
He's on starting
Bombay.
That's
And I just want to
crazy.
say that black people are more racist than the white people.
Interesting.
How long did it take you to practice that?
I've been studying English for 5 years.
No, your accent, sir.
Oh, your accent.
What about my accent?
It's pretty good on the prank calls.
That's kind of basic to me.
So we just go down the list of
Now you
prompts?
don't even believe. Now you don't even believe that I'm Indian.
Nope, you don't believe it at all, actually.
You don't believe that I'm a dancer. You don't believe that I have a big penis. And now you say I'm not Indian. You're the racist ones.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, got hops. You want to start? You can start with the top.
All right, so it says, why don't black people like white people? Honestly, I'll be honest, like, the only time I see it in the forefront is like on TikTok, some of these lives.
Shut up, bitch.
Huh? Just talking about interracial dating and the oppressors and slavery, and I don't know. I mean, in day-to-day life, I don't, I'm sure there's some animosity in certain groups, but I don't see it like I do on social media. I mean, there's going to be knuckleheads of all races, all nationalities, ethnicities.
Right.
But I guess I don't know. Maybe from the past, the historical part of it, I would say. But in current times, that's all I see. All I can judge it on is current affairs.
Okay, so your next statement is you have a black friend.
No. Well, I have many, but yeah, no, I wasn't going to go there because then I was going to say you're tokenizing.
Not many.
What's that? What was
Many? Many?
that? Many, yes.
Yeah, that was a word from Jericho.
So many, like you can't even count.
Like, so where are you going with this? I don't really go out of my way to count how many are black compared to white, compared to Hispanic. I just, I form friendships based on how I'm treated.
Okay, you want to answer the next one?
Yeah, what do white people dislike about black people? I don't. As a white person, I don't know. I mean,
Have you heard? I know you heard some white People say it.
Good answer.
Oh, I mean, there's racist white people just like any other race. Is this a live where you think all white people are racist? Can I ask that?
I'm white
No,
too.
I don't think. I mean, well,
No.
Okay, that's good.
Out, my brother, you're not about to get booted. Just say your piece. That's all.
Just tell the truth. What don't you like
You
about it?
had your time, man. I asked you
I
earlier
don't-
if you wanted to answer. You ain't say anything. Go ahead, Hawks.
What's that?
I'll say you can go ahead. Just answer if you heard, like, what, give a wild guess of what you think YT people made dislike about black people. This the time for understanding. It's not no debate. It's just I want to see everybody's point of view.
I mean, I honestly, I don't, I don't know. It's hard for me to, I can't really cast judgment on other people and how they feel. I mean, if it's someone, to me.
Have you heard? It's not for you to judge.
Oh, I mean, I've heard racism. I've heard racist comments.
What did that look like? It sound like?
What did that look like? I mean, what do you?
so like, oh, sorry. So it says, what do white people dislike about black people?
I mean, there's some white people that just dislike black people because of the fact of being black. Unfortunately, I never really can understand that. But I mean, it takes all kinds. There's going to be, like I said, hooligans. There's going to be idiots of all races, and as far as just a white black thing, I mean, probably racist, feelings or thoughts or how they treat people differently, maybe, or don't give someone a chance, something like that. Maybe if I see that, but personally, it's just all based on how. I mean, you can't say you don't see color. I see color,
Right.
but I base everything off. I choose to embrace it and make my choices based on if someone's respectful and treats me and my friends and family well, and I do that in return, regardless of what you look like.
I love that answer.
So, Jericho, we're gonna try you again, then we're gonna go back. So you got the first two prompts. What you got for me?
Okay. What do white people dislike?
So the first topic is why don't black people like white people?
I think it's a misunderstanding because, like, once you intertwine those families, you are accepted, you are loved.
Hello?
Did you hear me?
Yeah, he just dropped it like that. I thought you were about to add some more to it. Okay.
But like, when you intertwine a family, like, the acceptance is there.
What that got to do with?
So it's not about like dislike and like it, because it becomes like one family.
How would black and white be a family together? I don't get it. What you mean by that?
Like, my children are biracial, and when we intertwined those families, like, the acceptance was on both sides.
Oh, so your children don't like you or something?
Oh, what? Of course, they love me.
I'm gonna read the question again. It seems like it really is. So why don't black people like white tea people?
Like I said, once you intertwine those families, it is accepted on both sides. And it's not about like a racial. But do you want to know what is it? White people don't like about black people?
Oh my gosh, I don't know if you're drunk or something. All right, I'm gonna leave it alone.
Not.
I'm scared to ask the second question then. So let me do a CG in then. I about to say you had a lot to say when everybody else was talking. Now you just acting like you can't keep up. That's crazy. CG, what you got for me, my brother?
So, in terms of the first question, I would say for black people, not liking them, it's more so on the inequality side, from like generations upon generations of just being put down by the system. You know, obviously it's not all of them, but different areas, I would say, of the nation, right? Now, I live in Texas, and even in Texas, like there's certain parts where everybody gets along, but there's also other parts where they don't. And so I would say for the other way around, it's simply majority wise just skin color. Literally, just because they're different skin, majority wise, that's the only reason on why they don't like black people.
Okay.
And then on top of it, like, you know, I would say the more east you go in Texas, besides just the skin, you know, they like to say just like the style, you know, their culture, but it all stems from the skin. The culture and stuff really don't really bother them too much. It's just because they're not white. That's it. And what do white people just answer that one? You want me to go to the what race can we trust?
Oh no, not yet. Not yet. All right. Fig the bean.
Everybody.
What's up?
Nothing. What do white people dislike about black people?
Man, I know your voice. You can't hide from me.
Yeah, that's me. It's my burner page.
I'm like, you can't hide from me, Jelly Bean. I know you love these topics.
Yeah. I think white people do dislike our culture. I think that they view our culture as less civilized. We only doing the first one, right?
The topic and the first one, yeah.
Okay. Why don't black people like white? It's not that I can only speak for myself. I can't really speak for anybody else. It's not that I don't like white people. I just don't believe white people are of any authority to me. And they don't like that. And I don't like that they thought that they was an authority to me. So it's kind of like a cycle of who gonna bend first. And I'm not bending. I do the bending. You know what I'm saying? No, I'm just playing. But yeah, I do. I think that white people, I don't like that white people want to be an authority to me. And that's my answer.
Okay. All right. Neo. I'm going to get you again, twin, because I want everybody to hear you again.
What's poppin', bro?
The deal, man.
It's Saturday.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah,
Nice
sir.
and full, man. You still eating them leftovers?
Hell yeah, man. Listen. Yep. It's still happening. Yeah, I had to go do something today. You know, I do some of that volunteering once in a while, so did that, but still, I'm still working through some stuff through the guts. Feel what I'm saying? Yeah.
All right,
But
Tom.
I saw what you guys were talking about.
What you got for me, man?
You want to be messy? Why don't black people like white people?
Yeah.
You want the honest thing? You want the honesty?
Do
Or you
whatever
want
you
just
feel
the
is
generic
honest.
TV stuff? You want some TV stuff?
Whatever you feel is honest. It's on you for sure.
I'll be honest. I'll be honest. Black people, I don't think white tea people, I'm sorry. White tea people don't hate black people or don't dislike black people. Now, are there some that do have some prejudice in their heart? Hell yeah. But who doesn't? That prejudice is not exclusive to a certain race. That we can find out. We can see Middle Eastern people, Asian people, even sometimes African people, depending on where their nose is at. can give it to you. So I don't think that's what it is. I think we just meet the wrong ones. We judge everybody towards just a few bad apples. So they do the same with us. It's like, it's a tit for tat game. You say we're all bad because of certain elements, we'll say you're all bad because of your elements that you have on the side. It's not like we can say all the guys on our side are that great. You know, we got some ones that if we could trade, we would do it. But we got to hold on to them because they share the same skin. You know what I'm saying? All right, but let's keep the conversation rolling. I just jumped in just to want to have some fun with y'all.
All right. So after
I think I'm
Yoda,
getting this TikTok thing, right?
after Yoda, we're gonna do an open panel. Yoda, what you got for me, man? We doing the topic and then we doing the first prompt.
You talking to me?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. Why don't black people like white people? I don't think that that's an all-encompassing truth. I do think that there are some black people that live in the past and can't see that we've grown past, things like slavery and segregation and those things. I think most white people as a whole have moved forward from that. And I think that there are a lot of black people that do live in the past. And then as far as what do white people dislike about black people? Once again, not as a whole. I'm just tired of getting called a racist, man. Yeah, I can't flip through this thing three lives without there's some live saying that all white people are racist and that sort of stuff. And quite frankly, I'm not a racist, man. I don't hate black people, and I'm tired of getting told that I do. To be real frank, that's all I got on those two.
Okay. So, let's get open panel though. So, what y'all got, man? What y'all learn or what y'all believe and don't believe? I guess.
Well, I think that they like tokens better. You know, black people who say stuff like, we moved past slavery, we moved past segregation. Well, they didn't move past allowing us to build our communities. They still don't allow us to do that. They openly block us from doing that. Our women, we disproportionately pass away in childbirth. They didn't move past that. They didn't move past believing that black women were terrible mothers and that we needed to be investigated, asking our children very strange questions at school to make sure that they're being taken care of. So I think that it's easier. The only black people that white people really, really like are tokens. Everybody else is just tolerated. And I don't really see anything that proves that otherwise.
How you know that?
Because I don't see, because like I don't liking me and laughing at my jokes doesn't mean that you respect me or allow me to control my community. It doesn't mean that you believe that we should have fair opportunities or be able to create opportunities. Because if they did, we would be able to. But when I'm looking around, when I'm sitting in city council meetings, when I'm sitting in meetings, when I'm trying to expand my businesses, when I'm trying to do the things that I'm trying to do, they want me to go through them for access to opportunity. They want me to work for them and be a good black person so that they can grant me the ability to take care of myself, even with all my resources. So, if you're a black person that plays along, then you can get further than the black people that don't play along.
According to that, do they do the same thing to other YT people?
No.
With they
Been sitting in the meetings
on the same level when they work with each other? Or do they not have other YT people working under them?
But this is the thing. I'm not talking about working under them.
Interesting.
I'm talking about when I'm sitting here fair for fair, trying to get these contracts the same way they're trying to get these contracts. That's what I'm talking about. They only respect me when I'm trying to work for them, not when I'm trying to create opportunity.
Okay.
I just wonder if you can expand on that, like go through them. Like what's like I'm not picking up what you're putting down with that.
What I'm saying is,
I feel it though.
What I'm saying is, the only time that it seems like they're cool with black people is when we don't hold power. When we have wealth that doesn't come from them, when we have opportunities or create opportunities that don't come from them, then there's an issue. The only time we're
Do you have an
respected.
example?
Well, where
Okay,
are you
a great
getting this
example.
information though?
Huh?
Like, are you basing this off your current job? Those are your strong feelings from your job, and now you're generalizing an entire white race's feelings?
Anecdotal experience, sir.
Well, I don't just depend on my job. I'm looking at people who are in better positions. One, I don't work for anybody. I work for myself. So job is
Good
I've
for
been
you again.
past that. But
Okay, can I ask, so do you feel like you're? Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
I'm looking at other Black people that I'm seeing try to own things. I'm talking about when I'm sitting in city council meetings, whether it be Charlotte, Mecklenburg County, whether it be Richland County. I'm talking about when I'm looking at celebrities. You know, with the celebrities that don't play along, they try to blackball them. The celebrities that do play along, they give them all these false opportunities, and then they spread this false narrative about what Black people should be doing. All of those things.
Let me just stop you for one second. You know, I like to interrupt, and that's my thing now. I get it. So, just to kind of base on what you're saying, so you're inside, you're in the rooms, from what it sounds like.
Yeah,
I'm
I'm in the
already
rooms
guessed
creating.
that part.
Yeah,
You're sitting in there.
yeah,
So
I'm creating opportunity.
what have you moved the needle?
On creating I mean, I've been able to do a few things, but I should have been able to do way more with some of the resources that I have. But when I don't play along, then boom, I'm getting stopped by the police. When I don't play along, then it's, you're not in code. I'm getting taxed extra. I mean, in general, I'm
Well,
having
you know
fees
this
come
is
up.
not your house. I don't
I'm
want to
having
stop you
fees
again.
come
I
up
see where you're
that
going.
don't make any sense. Yeah.
I know you're talking at me. I know where you're going with it. I understand where your experience comes from. Don't think I'm not validating what you're saying. I'm just saying, you inside, you sitting in the rooms. I get you creating opportunities. It might not be as fast as you wanted to, but remember, this ain't your house. Sorry, sir, not to step on you, but it is your house. So I respect that. We did clean it up and build it for you. We did clean it up and build it for you. We did some stuff for you. We did a lot of work for free. You might owe us something on that, but we'll work on that later. Or you feel that you paid it back. But that's a moral question I gotta stand for you. But your people will figure that out on your own. But for us to get along between this little conglomerate of color coalition, we got to figure out how to do it on our own. Don't you think?
Yeah, there is. You're not building anything, not going through the city council, because city council and planning review are tied together. You have to get the permits. So we have
We
one or
need some
two
black
options.
city councilmen.
We do have some Black city councilmen.
What are they doing?
What they're doing is the process. But then also, that's another thing. We're constantly having to replace political figures because our political figures be coons, especially in the Democratic Party.
God damn it, these guys don't know how to play chess. But it's
So
cool.
the bean. Can I just ask you? Do you think some of that? It sounds like it's political. There's a lot of politics involved, regardless of race.
I think
is
that
common.
politics is personal, and I think that those two things go together. It's not regardless of race. I think that because I am Black, I'm having to jump through a whole bunch of political hoops that I'm not seeing other people do.
I don't know. You
There's
know, I have to
nothing
tell
like
you, as a
jumping.
plumber, I've got to get a lot of permits. Matter of fact, I got to get a permit for every job that I do. Like, I have to register with the city. I have to register my business. Like, I'm not seeing the correlation
You know how to follow
here.
the structure, sir. You were born into it. It's yours.
Right. And I'm not complaining about having to get the permits. The permits are one thing. I know I got to get them. I'm complaining about the fact that when I get the permits, now I got to get another thing. When I get the other thing, now I got to get another thing. When I get the other thing, now I got to get another thing. That's what
Yeah,
I'm talking about. It's never,
you're used to
okay,
it.
this was
Yeah.
completed. Now it's a whole nother issue.
No, but you
So,
said earlier
what's
that
something that you have to get that I don't? Like, I'm genuinely curious here. Like, I have no clue what you're talking about.
I think maybe the reason that you don't know what I'm talking about is because it's not an experience that you are going through.
Well, but you're not explaining it either. Like, what
is
is
the
something that
experience?
you
That's
have
the
to
part I'm
get?
trying to
Sorry to hear that. Can I just say what's up to everybody? Thank you for having me on the panel. I'll listen. Go ahead.
What's up, Bastard?
This shit's about to happen.
I think it's just extra adversity. That's
Right.
tough on us.
That's
Yeah,
what
I
I'm
think
saying is that there's
I'm
this
about
extra
to.
adversity.
It's more so mental obstacles that we got to go through more than because we can do the same job, but I'm gonna have to outperform you like times 2.
Right.
Even though we're doing the
And
same
I can
thing.
only do the job when I'm doing the
Yeah,
job
what
as an
job?
employee. I don't get to do the job when I'm doing the job as the boss.
What job
We
y'all
can go
talking
as low
about?
as to like security. It don't got to be nothing crazy. It could be just a security job, like
So you got to out security somebody who's your color?
no, of a different race. It also depends on the company and, like I said, the environment area that you're in. But for the
I think
most
it could.
part,
Good thing
Especially when we
could.
factor in things like the Office of New Americans. I mean, especially when we factor in a whole bunch of other stuff that's happening politically.
and then you got to see
You
who
know what would
owns the
fix that?
company.
This weird thing they used to
Advisors.
have back in the day called, I don't know, something that used to make people work together. Damn it. What's that thing called? It starts with a U.
I don't know, because black people and white people have never been in
The
unity.
union?
Unity? Union! Oh, shoot. Yes.
Union.
Yeah,
I've been
but
sitting
if
on this
I'm in
panel
the
for 10
South,
minutes, and I
and
have
most
yet for
black people
somebody to
live in
say
the
one
South,
thing.
and the South has been anti-union because it's a right-to-work area, then saying
Oh, we gotta talk to
unionizing
black people about that.
is very. That's just a thing that's in the South. The
So
South is a
real,
right-to-work place.
so real quick, y'all. Let me
No,
get
I'm just saying black
let
people
me get
should adopt that if that.
I don't think you hear me. Let me get Vaster in real quick.
What's up, guys? I just want to say what's up again. All right. Let me see. Let me go to the prompt. It says, "Why don't black people like white people?" One, I wouldn't agree necessarily that black people don't like white people. As a matter of fact, there are some black people that like white people more than they like black people. Let's
What?
see. Go ahead.
I about to say, why is that? Why you feel that way? Or why do you? What was the experience of letting you know that they like them better?
Man, I'll tell you what. On a lot, I've been to a few panels already. A lot of the panels I go on, that's man. The second you say, like, for instance, if I were to say to Utah, "Do you feel like you have white privilege?" What would you say?
The answer is no, sir.
Okay. Well, okay.
His experience is valid.
I'm not gonna go in deep on that, but okay. I just wanted to get
Yours
your.
is too.
I mean, we can
Okay.
if you want. I mean,
Well, let me go back to the prompt real quick. It says, what do white people dislike about black people? What do white people like about this? Well, I'm not white, so but man. All right, so I think this is what my experience is. At least when I go into a lot of these rooms, I'm just going to talk about the rooms. If you say anything about BLK people being the original people here in America, or that we built a lot of these cities and a lot of history. We were kings and queens too, and that actually there was a white slave trade as well that happened for a long period of history. I think everyone's bitter about the past, not just black people, but that would be my answer to that. All right, and then number 3,
We're not
what
there
don't we?
yet. Yeah, we're not there yet.
Yeah. What don't we understand about?
I said, you must don't hear me. I said, well, we're not there yet. We now be back to open panel again. I just wanted you to get it. So what y'all got for that? What he said though? Anything y'all wanted to add it to? And there's a few questions I wanted to ask about that privilege thing because I heard it a lot.
well, that's the thing. That's what we've been talking about this whole time. Like I've asked several questions about what is it that what extra do you have to do? Because you talk about, like you got to go through the government and you got to do these things and you got to go through these white people to get this stuff. And I have yet to get a single example of what extra you would have to do that I don't have to do in order to,
Expound,
kick
black
ass and
youth.
take names.
Good question.
Expound, black
The
youth.
bean.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. I was gonna say, you're in the South?
yeah, I'm in the South. I'm in the Carolinas.
So do you think part of this is geographic issues where you see it a lot more below the Mason-Dixie line.
Hey, before you go there, before you get that, I do want her to answer that question though. Like, I think.
Yeah. So what you're having to do is you have to just So you being a plumber, you have to get your permits, and then they're approving your projects, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Right.
said that.
So when I'm getting my permits, they're having to make me prove that I have the finances to do the job. Are they making you do that?
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely.
They're making you turn in your statements.
So I have to get a bond. So different states are different ways, right? So here in Utah, I have to purchase a bond in order to do specific big jobs. So that way, should I fail to do the job, then that bond or insurance company will pick up the slack on that. That's how it works.
And how big are these jobs? Like, when you say a big job, what do you mean?
And some of them are $2-3 million.
There you go. The jobs that I'm talking about, they're making me prove that I have the finances to do, aren't $1 million jobs.
Overnight is a thing.
But I also,
Overnight.
for example, let's say, hold on, because I can give you a small example too. Okay, let's say I need to do a street sewer dig. Okay, let's say in front of my house, if I had to cut open the road in order to repair the sewer line at the city, then I have to pay. It's a small job. It's only about $20,000, if that, sometimes. Okay, but I have to get a 3-year road bond on my work, so that way, within 3 years, should I go out of business and I can't repair that road, the bond will then pick it up and repair that road. So that way, the city doesn't get stuck with it. So I mean, I can give you examples on big and small jobs, but I can tell you this, for example. I can get right online and apply for those permits and stuff. There, nowhere in there does it ask me my race, origin, or anything. I just have to get on there, pay the fees, make sure I got the bond, and all that stuff. I don't walk in there and they don't like, they're not looking at the color of my skin. I can tell you that. They have no clue who I am.
Okay, so I'm doing farming, right? So I tried to get a tennis court from the city. They made me prove that I had a certain amount of money in order for them to confirm my blueprints, confirm my stuff, right? So one, I thought that was very strange, because if I'm able to just pay for the permits, then I should be able to move forward and be able to move forward to my meeting with the planning review and the city council. No, they made me prove that I had my finances before they even put me on the city council list. Put me on the planning review list.
Don't they do that to everybody?
Now the second thing is that when it came to renovating the tennis court and being able to use it for my hydroponics, they gave me a whole bunch of runaround. I had to meet with like 3 people from the city council in order to do that. So in general, then they also made me prove, or they made me go ahead and then be like, okay, well, who's going to buy the produce? Well, first off, I had to apply for a contract with so if y'all know anything about farming, you can get grants and you can get contracts with the government where they'll pay you to hand food out. They made me apply for all of those things and then show them that I applied for these things and got them before they even allowed me to get the land. And that was unfair, especially when it was on the land, especially for land from the land bank. So I think the thing that's irritating me with this conversation is I'm in farming, you're in plumbing, and I'm having to prove to you that something is happening after I'm telling you something is happening.
I don't think that was his intention. He just basically saying that everybody.
But Kev, this is my problem. I don't care what his intention was. I'm not just going to come up here and sit here and lie to you.
It ain't about
Agriculture is agriculture, you know what I'm saying?
All right, bro. Next person.
Like, everybody knows that black farmers are being disenfranchised. Now I got to prove to somebody who's not even in farming that black farmers are being disenfranchised.
All right, so it's not a competitive thing. We got to get out this competitive mindset. I think the whole point was that everybody have to come with something, some type of proof. I don't think they just let people in just to be like, you're not about to let anybody in your business unless you get a background check on them. You know. So that's his whole point.
No.
Wait, so are you telling me that black farmers aren't being disenfranchised?
Go ahead, Poet, real quick. I'm gonna get back to
hold on. What she's saying is accurate. In the state of North Carolina, what she's saying is accurate, because my dad had to go in and to go and prove so much.
Let's start breaking up, Poet.
Yeah, you're breaking up bad, man. We can't hear anything you're saying.
But
I don't know what's going on.
You breaking up? Is you back?
That's why you can't hear me.
Okay, you good. Now go ahead.
A lot of those hoops.
Hold up, y'all. Hold up. Because his stuff was messing up. We couldn't even hear what he said.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Paul, go ahead again. Go ahead, try it out. See if it worked. There
Okay.
you go.
Can you
Yeah, I
hear
hear
me?
you.
All right. But what she was saying is, because she's from North Carolina, I'm from North Carolina. What she's saying is absolutely correct. It's like here in North Carolina, it's like we have to prove so much just to get an acre of land, and when a white YT person can do less. Because they could just walk in and show their face card, and their face card is good. But we, as our face card, we have to go in and prove. We gotta go all the way back to our lineages, just to prove that what we have is accurate. So what she was pretty much saying, that's what we have to do. Him as youth and the guys from Utah, he what did he say? He said, I don't have to prove anything because what? I can go in and be who I am. We have to go in there. We can't prove and say, hey, this is what we got. This right here, they want to show everything of your whole entire ancestry history in order for us to get anything. That's on anything, on everything.
So I'm a new
What
guy
I'm
on
saying
here.
is the
Can I
entire
just chime
lineage
in
of my
real quick?
license, which it took
I
me.
moved back to South Carolina from North Carolina
That
because
face
they were
card.
giving me such a hard time trying to farm in North Carolina.
So it's the
A lot
area.
of
It's the area you was
privileges
in.
because the people before
Got you.
you
Can I just?
probably didn't swindle. But no,
I just got in here. Can I just say objectively, even though
you need a guarantee.
I think she may be correct, she hasn't articulated her point very well. That's my personal opinion.
Okay, thank you. What were you saying, Neo?
We're all looking for a guarantee, right? Sometimes you just can't take somebody at their fate, at their word, because you don't know who they are truly. Because hey, you might not get paid back. But if you had somebody to vouch for you on that, that would be excellent, right? Like if somebody would say, no, he's good for it. But if you don't have somebody on your corner to do that, you might have a problem. You're on your own. Now you got to prove it.
So who we
And
got
I don't trust
that
it.
black
They
farmers
wouldn't
don't
give me
get
the loans until
scrutinized?
You
I
don't have
didn't
a
get
great
any
track record
loans. I
yet.
stacked up, but that's the thing though, Neil. I didn't get any loans. I stacked up money for 8 months.
But to think that black
I
farmers
commend
don't
you on
get,
that.
but Neo,
But
to
I mean,
think
I
that
had to
black
stack up
farmers
money for
don't get
10 years to
scrutinized.
get my business.
Hey man,
Oh
hold on,
shit, you see?
don't talk over me.
Hey,
To think that black
I'm not
farmers
talking
don't
about to
get,
get the business. To get the business took me a little bit longer. I'm talking about to get one thing done.
All right, bro. Y'all must don't hear.
he
Hold up.
understands how much time it takes. He has a.
Y'all can't hear. Y'all must can't hear Antoine talking or something. That's crazy.
No, I heard him
Y'all
talking.
got to take a breather, bro. Y'all got to take a breather, man. We trying to. It's not no
Okay,
argument.
I'm
This
gonna
ain't no
take a slow
debate.
rest.
Kev, they hear, but motherfuckers just want to keep talking, man. They don't. People just want to get their point across. They have no decorum.
It ain't no, and it ain't no color behind it either. That's crazy.
None whatsoever. None. All I just
All right,
wanted to say was
go at
that
it.
you have to be naive to think that black farmers don't get scrutinized way more than white people. And you don't even have to be a farmer. It could be anything practically. If they just see your name and your name is ethnic on the application, you will get denied. Think that they don't have. Think that that's not true.
That's
That
false.
is very true. Still today in 2024. So
Yeah.
So to discount this
All
woman's
valid.
story, to discount this goddess story down here in South Carolina is absolutely asinine.
So I think
And it's more than just North Carolina or South Carolina. Hell, you find it in Texas. I'm in Texas.
true. I could feel that, and I understand that though. I think we always take our personal serious and think everybody is like that though. Me myself, I think any area that I know of, you got to bring something to the table no matter what, and you got to have that. It's a reason why they have loans out here to see what your stuff is like, and they do that to everybody that I know of. I believe so. I don't think they just say that because I don't even think we do that with our own. So we're not going to just accept somebody because they black and just say, hey, you can work for me. We're going to make sure we check that background. So, I mean, a lot of that stuff just makes sense of why they do it. And then, of course, we know that some people is still got whatever internal things inside them, and they have their prejudice or whatever, and that's the reason why whatever the situation is. But I think
Kev, let me
overall,
ask you a question.
damn,
Did you hear
can
about
I finish? What the hell? What's going on?
Yeah,
You
let
gonna
him
ask a
finish.
question in the middle of me talking? That's crazy. I can tell you not listening, but we gonna rock with that though. I'm not just wasting my for whoever listened. What I'm saying is that overall, I mean, we know sometimes you do have to do background check. I think that anybody had to go through that. And then the reason why, and I do want to we're gonna dig deep on that little white privilege thing, because if that's the case, it shouldn't be no homeless white people out here. It shouldn't be no successful black people out here either, though. And that's why I'm saying there's something missing in these scenarios that we use, because it's like something got to deal with money overall. I believe so. I don't think it's just only the skin color, because I think that works. I mean, it depends on, it's like a worldwide thing or something. So I think everybody got to be beneficial in some type of way. I think we stuck. I think we just stuck at the way we look at things.
Did you hear about the black farmers in Nevada that sued because they did not get the loans that they actually qualified for when it came to land, when it came to money, when it came to profit? Did you hear about the black farmers that sued the government for that?
I didn't hear about it either. Can I say something real quick?
Okay, so we didn't hear. Hold on, real quick, because I'm not done. So we didn't hear about the black farmers who sued for the land, who sued because their loans didn't get approved. Did you hear about the black farmers in Texas that went missing?
Yes, about those two.
So we didn't hear about the black farmers in Nevada that sued. We didn't hear about the black farmers in Texas that went missing. We did. So what is the appropriate thing that you think what do you think is the problem with black farming?
Who you asking?
I don't invest my time in farming. I don't get what you're getting. What's your point?
The point that I'm getting to is that there seems to be a lack of information that is in the know for most of the panel, and that is causing y'all to believe that.
I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that, because I don't think nobody don't believe you. Who up here don't believe you? I don't understand what you're getting to.
Well, I'm trying to tell you, I don't know anything about.
I'm asking one person a question, because this is the reason why we got to. Because
what I'm saying is that you,
I want Vic to be on the same page. Who up here don't believe these things that you looked up? Who don't believe it? Who you think that's like that up here?
I think that if I'm being honest, I think that Neo, I don't know if Got Hoops is black or white, and I don't think Bastard is black or white either. I don't know what they are. But I think that I'm having to prove, I think that I'm having to prove to y'all things that you are uninformed about, and y'all are finding any reason for racism to not exist.
Okay, so you said that. Hold up real quick, y'all. I just want to get this quick, because it ain't no jump in. That's the reason why she can't understand right now, because she's making up stuff from whatever how she feels, because everybody keep jumping in. I'm trying to get her to understand. So you said you feel like that we are acting like racists don't exist or something. That's what you saying?
I think that y'all the what I'm hearing y'all say, not based on my feelings, but what I'm hearing you say when I put two and two together.
What did you hear me say?
I heard you say, well, I don't think it's just about the race. I think it might have more to do with money. Nigga, I been up. What are you talking about?
But you revolving around you, though. You think you everybody or something?
No, I don't think I'm everybody. I think that what's happening to black farmers is not unique. I think that I'm dealing with the same thing that black farmers in Texas are dealing with, black farmers in Nevada are dealing with, black farmers in North Carolina are dealing with, and all of us are having common problems. But black people who don't farm can't put two and two together.
You doing better than a lot of other black people that's crazy. I don't get what
I'm not saying that I'm doing better than anybody. I think that I hope that everybody is doing well.
I'm not crying and acting like a victim, that mean that I don't believe that this stuff is not real?
Well, one, I'm not crying. And two,
who said you again? You keep putting everything around you. That's why I can't take your opinion seriously, because you keep basing it around you and your experiences. You got to think outside the box rather than yourself.
I mean, but even if I step outside of myself and look at the box, the whole world, if I'm looking at the fact that Bank of America and Wells Fargo are being sued right now because they did not approve black people's loans, and they done got sued at least 5 times in my 27 years of existence because they're not approving black people's loans after they qualify for them. When I'm looking at the fact that Zillow bought a whole bunch of black people's houses and then sold it at 4 times the rate in order to amplify gentrification, and then they apologized and said, "Oh, I'm sorry, black people." What I'm looking at is the information that is being put out. What I'm looking at is the fact that black women are disproportionately dying in the hospital. Now I got to come in here and tell black people that should understand it. You know, these things are really happening. And then the black people are saying, "I don't know if it's just about race." What you think it's about?
So
can I say something?
All right. Well, I guess I see one problem, man. We just can't communicate. Whatever. I don't know who said that in here. How you interpret it? I think that show your feelings coming out of nowhere with it, because you can't take something that's a different I guess point of view, I guess, because everybody not going through what you going through, and that's the thing. And then you can't force everybody to go through what you're going through either. So it ain't just your world, you know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to get you to realize that, though. Nobody said that your stuff or discounting. It ain't like you want to discount something that ain't going off your point of view, and I think that's the issue. So
Okay, so how
we can.
many black people how easy is it for you to employ black people?
All right.
How easy is it for you to expand what you're working on?
I'm trying to see what's your ultimate goal, man. What you want me
My
to do?
ultimate goal is to expand what I'm
You
working
want me
on,
to
and
what
I'm
you want me
getting
to
a
feel
whole
like
bunch of
you or
pushback.
something? You want me to feel like you or something? Is you gonna let me borrow some of that money you got or something like that so we can work together or something?
The Bean, can I ask you something?
What black
What's
person
up,
have you
Dapper?
helped out that you saying that you claim can't get up there? I'm trying to see what part that you
I'm
claim,
not
because
saying that anybody can't
it
get up
seem
here.
like
I'm
you
saying
keep
that
talking
it
about
is
what you
hard for
don't
us to
get
get
instead
once
of
you
what
get
you
up
do
here.
get.
It's hard.
All I keep hearing you is telling me what you don't get instead of what you do have, and that's all I keep hearing. And you
That's the
doing better
problem.
than, from what I'm hearing, sound like you're doing way better than a lot of people that's out here struggling.
Well, I would be honest and say I am not struggling. No, I'm not struggling.
Exactly right.
But
So I would expect that from people that they even got as half of what you got.
what I'm
So it's
also
obvious
trying to
that
do is
it's
help the
obvious we
people.
can make some success in some type of form. But I think anything in this world, no matter what color you is, you can't get everything you want. That's just what it is. We can't keep on saying every last scenario that don't work in our favor. It's got to be because, well, it's because of this. What we see is people that's actually doing it. That is of what you talking about.
Then who are the black farmers that are not complaining about the way that we're being treated?
So is it farmers or something?
This whole thing doesn't.
Yes,
Farming
black
isn't.
farming is being disenfranchised. What don't you
Farming
understand?
is gonna take. So farming is about this whole topic is because the reason why what. So this whole thing gonna be about farming. That's why racism exists.
No, I'm saying that because racism exists, black farmers are also being disenfranchised. The same way black teachers are being disenfranchised, the same way black entrepreneurs are being disenfranchised. The only people that's not being disenfranchised are niggas that are happy to work for the white man. I'm not trying to work for the white man. Okay?
The Bean,
I
You ain't
wouldn't
got
be
no
dealing with
choice.
these issues if I worked for the white man.
Sounds personal.
Yeah, you really don't have no choice from this part unless you go to Africa or something. We work under them. Sure, you got a choice.
Look, I don't know anything about farming. All I'm saying, like, I never said racism doesn't exist. I just want to make sure that you know. But look, I don't know anything about farming, but I do know about plumbing, and I can tell you, like, look, I got to go through 4 years of an apprenticeship, 4 years of a journeyman, and then another 4 years to get a master. Okay, and only then can I start my business, and I have to go take tests and all kinds of stuff. And I can tell you this, there's a guy that lives 6 miles from me in a town about the same size as mine, and he happens to be a black guy. I mean, I tell you what, his business is twice the size mine is. So, I mean, he just did things differently and worked it out better than I did, I guess. So, I mean, so as far as farming, no, I genuinely, look, I can't argue a point that I don't understand. But in plumbing, I can tell you, black folk got just as much opportunity as I do.
Hey, sometimes the math is the math, no matter how you try to dissect it.
Yeah. So it was I think Poe, was you trying to get in and got? I think y'all two were trying to get in. We
the
back.
Bean. Can I just ask you something?
Yeah, what's up?
So when you first came in here, you played your hand where you said, you know, white people, okay, enough to laugh at a joke or two, but other than that, I don't mess with them, basically, right?
Yeah, when it comes to getting control over the areas of activity and expanding my community, creating opportunities and being self-sufficient, I don't need white people like that. That's where things have to differ.
Right. Well, you kind of generalize the whole white race as that you didn't have any use for them unless, you know, right? So you don't really. That's the problem. I mean, do you think you're going through situations with a different lens and it might come off like that when you have that mindset going in? I'm not saying that it doesn't happen, racism or not, downplaying any experiences that you've had, but do you think with that mindset it might play a part as well?
I think that realistically, if we're trying to be self-sufficient, you have to be self-sufficient. That doesn't mean, like the thing about paying taxes and getting permits. That's just the government process. I'm not complaining about that. It's all the extra hoops that they're making me go through to prove that I'm qualified to get my permits passed or to prove that I'm able to do a job. And then I don't see other people having to go through that, especially when I'm looking at the Office of New Americans. They're not having to go through that. The farmers that got their stuff through the Office of New
I
Americans
got
are
this
not having to
idea
go through
that I've
that.
always thought
And all the
about.
other people.
Yeah, but I was just saying, do
You
you think that
imagine if
every
you make
obstacle is
something
through
look
the
harder
race?
than what it is, then you might discourage people.
From farming, farming is hard. And if you are a black farmer, you are going to face adversity. That doesn't mean that you shouldn't do it. That means that
Oh,
you have
that's
to
not
make sure that you're
encouraging.
built for adversity.
What I'm saying is, do you think that every situation you go into and you hit a bump in the road, do you fall back on that it's due to your skin color?
Oh no, some things are my fault. Just because certain things are happening doesn't mean that it is always racism.
Hey,
Some things
the
are just
nurturing
certain
spirit
things.
Thank
exists
you.
in
I think you're
everybody.
getting to the point I was getting to. I guess you do understand what I was getting to. That was my whole entire point. Like I said, nobody was invalidating your experience or what really go on. I'm pretty sure nobody is that blind to thinking that this stuff is not happening for real. But I also want us to see that a lot of the times we might not even did anything or try, and we just quick to hurt. Man, I just actually made a post about that. We quick to throw that race card for the things we didn't even try to do for real. We didn't even invest. And then some of the things, like I said, they got to put just as much work as we have to sometimes, depending on where areas we're working at. Because ain't nobody just about to hire nobody in there, no matter what the color is. You got to be benefiting to the society in some type of form, no matter who it is. That's why basketball is the way it is now. They're not just hiring all YT people. They benefit and they making money off these black people and stuff. I mean, no different from rapping and all that stuff. Like, if that was the case, none of us will be successful if it was just straight up, just based off of just your skin color.
Okay, let me ask you a question about what you just said, Kev. So would you say that the NBA leads the world as far as basketball associations go? You would say that, right?
No.
What basketball association is bigger than the NBA?
The
So
world.
what you talking about? What, in America?
Yeah, in America, what basketball association is bigger than the NBA?
Nothing.
Right, because it's leading. So when we look at the big three, the one that's done by Ice Cube, and when we're looking at the BBB League, the one that's done by the Ball brothers and LeVar and all them, what did you hear any of the complaints that they made about how it's hard for them to expand their businesses?
So you want mom and pop to be the same as, like, let's say we looked at this like an ice cream business, like the guy who started out versus Carvel.
No,
They get the same
I'm not
experience.
saying that. What I'm talking about is
Baskin
that
Robbins?
the ability for us to
Got
build
52
our
flavors.
things, they're making it harder for us to build our things because they are not wanting us to be self-sufficient.
Hey guys, I just wanted to chime
You are
in
talking about
and remind
multimillionaires.
everybody to tap that screen. I am a mod. Can you please tap that screen? Let's try to get to 10K. There's 22 people in here. If we can get to 10K in the next 5 minutes, then we won't go to a break and we'll continue the conversation. But if not, we will go to a break. That's all I popped up to say.
Appreciate you. And don't tap in the box. That's the new rule. Don't tap in the box. And if
Well, I
you
just wonder though, like as a white person, could I just start a new basketball league?
Hold on real quick. Don't tap in the box. Also, throw some fruits and stuff in the chat just to keep it active. We said, what's the box? That's the people that's in the panel. So if you're in the panel, don't tap in the panel. Also share it out. If y'all have not did a piece of share it out to black people. You want to just share it all black people, go ahead and send it in there. YT people, you want to share it all YT people, go and do that. Go ahead and mix it on up. Keep the chat active down there. Get a couple hashtag FYPs up in there also. If you have not joined the team, that's simple. There's just one penny. Go near right near my name. You'll see an orange heart. You can join it. It's one penny to help put me on the what they call it, the popular lives and stuff or whatever. And the fruits, you said the fruits. I think that make it active. I guess it pushed the live out to look something different. I don't know. I was doing the observation in another room and stuff, and also like instead of putting F1, you could just put that down and make it like more of a. I don't know. I'm not about to make sense out of what it is. I just know that it just worked.
Shit, my nigga. Hey, let's make a salad, right? Fruits and everything.
Yeah, right. So let's get somebody sent a whole different type of fruit. I wasn't talking about that, but I'll take that.
Yeah, look at that.
Thank you, Huntress. And let me get somebody. Oh, let me get this couple new people in here. Oh, let me get you can finish up first. I'm gonna get Prayat Probably at 22 next, and then I think Got wanted to say something.
Gratefulness.
But you, what you were saying, my brother?
All right. Well, I was just wondering. I mean, so you're saying that, like, I mean, I could just like say I had, I don't know, $250 million, which I don't have, by the way, with all the privilege I've got. But I could just go out and start a basketball league and become bigger than the NBA. Like, that's not a thing. I don't care who's trying to compete against the NBA. Nobody now or ever will ever compete against the NBA. That whole argument is completely invalid.
Well,
actually, it's not. Actually, it's not, because if there's more money out here to be made. So you have a lot of players that are not in the NBA. So why not give them our opportunity, the ones that didn't make it to the NBA, a chance to play a game that they love? So why is it that only one professional league can be happening? Why can there be multiple? Because if there's enough money, there should be enough money for everybody to make, not just the NBA. You got the WNBA, you got the D League, you have so many leagues. Why do it just have to be the NBA that's making the money? Why cannot everybody share that money? Why cannot you got so many colleges?
Ice Cube told us when he started the Big Three, when he was trying to get players and stuff for the Big Three, they are making it and creating rules so that he cannot recruit certain players to the league.
So, but it comes down to people want to see the best of the best. It's like the difference between the NBA and the WNBA. Okay, I mean, the NBA supports the WNBA. Without the NBA, the WNBA would not exist because people aren't buying the tickets. That's
not true.
To do with why.
Can I provide some weird wisdom?
Absolutely true. They're not selling. Their arenas aren't even a quarter of the way filled out. I'm not even a sports person.
Can I provide some weird wisdom on Saturday? Imagine if the rules were made by people who don't like to follow the rules. What would that look like?
It would look like America.
Damn it. This is America.
It would look like the Democrats and the Republicans.
Right. It would look like the country that has broken the most treaties will be the number one country, America.
So you can't use that. You can't use that argument, sir.
I pledge allegiance.
Why can't look if tickets don't sell in the WNBA? How do you pay more money? That's like the equality of pay between men and women in basketball, for example.
Sir,
I
sell
guess more tickets.
You're not a sports fanatic. I see that. I see that you're not a facts. You're not an NBA player. I mean, you don't even watch sports, so you don't know that the WNBA rates have went up a lot since they started. I think they up at least 47%.
Stop it, freaky
so
old
that's
man.
a lot. So that's a lot for the WNBA.
Still more than 25%
No.
on an average basis.
No. They are at capacity. The New York Liberty just won the WNBA.
Over what? The last year, the last 2 years? How long have they been at capacity? Because look, genuinely, I'm not a sports fan. I give you that.
Okay, so you wouldn't understand.
No, it's not the same as watching little boys.
Neo.
They're gonna judge you.
I'm asking, how long have they been at capacity? Has it been the last year, the last 2 years, the last 5 years?
The last 2 years. The last 2 years. They have
2 years.
Mm-hmm. The last 2 years. But it don't even matter about they're up there. They have expanded. They have got better. So what are you saying? The last 2 years they haven't been a whole lot better.
They are not now, nor will they ever compete with the actual NBA.
You see, when you let me play,
they are taking a lot of the players, a lot of the audience from the NBA, because half of everybody don't watch the NBA as much as they watch the WNBA. So what are you saying?
I'd like to see those numbers.
Wait. You said that's what I was about to say. I think I get what you. I was about to say. You think that the WNBA is up there with the NBA?
They're not up there. They got their rankings up higher than what they was previous before.
Then it used to be. I get what you're saying.
Than it used to be, right?
Okay.
It's just like the
I
just
can
like
see
the
that
NBA.
now because old girl, she been trending like crazy. They trying to look at that man, boy. That girl, she been over there. Okay, I'm talking to her, but yeah. I forgot her name though. Oh, good looks. Huntress.
Never get too cocky though.
I'm never gonna do that. But I looked at those stats of the WNBA and the NBA. The WNBA is up.
Oh, there you go.
So
Somebody
if they
said her
say
name.
that,
That's all I'm talking about. She been like the face of the
Angel Reese.
Yeah, ever since she been, I could tell.
And Clark, and what's her name? The one from Iowa. Clayton Clark. It's those two right there. They have made the WNBA more popular. So I mean, look at the statistics. Stats don't lie. And I like the WNBA and I like the NBA. But I have watched it and I sat there and I watched it and I've seen the audience that's watching the WNBA finals. I've seen how their capacity went up. It have made a big difference in the last 3 years. So I'm a fanatic. So I mean, I already know.
It's made a lot of news over the past couple of years, as far as because they were talking about these differences between pay and what have you. And then there's a couple women that got in there that got a lot more aggressive. They started playing a lot. Correct me if I'm wrong, because I am not a sports fanatic. But part of the problem before is that men are a lot more aggressive, so it was a lot more entertaining. And so some of these women have got a lot more aggressive. The ball. Yeah, some of these women have got a lot more aggressive, and then they put it out on the news, that sort of stuff. And then of course, there was the controversy between like the election and stuff like that. People talking about the disparity between pay between men and women in the WNBA and the NBA, and that's when people started buying tickets. But before that controversy, they couldn't fill an arena to save their life. So I mean, I don't know.
Okay, yeah. Before, yeah, I agree with you on that. Yeah, when they first started into the league, yeah, before they couldn't. But now it's something different.
Well, they've been in the league a lot longer than 2 years, brother. I mean,
yeah, of course. But you have to look at it. Look at the ones, even when the LA Sparks, when they won their first title. Look at the attendance at the LA Sparks compared to now with the New York Liberty that won the WNBA Finals. Look at the difference in the stats and how much they promoted it more, seeing it more on TV. You see it more on TV than you ever seen before. ESPN, regular TV, CBS, NBC.
Yeah. Well, host, my lunch is ready, so I'm gonna eat some lunch, and then I got to go to the auto shop, pick up my car. Got the new tires. But thanks for having me. I'll probably drop in later if you're around.
For sure, man. For sure.
Have a good one.
Neo said he liked watching little boys. Nah, let's not playing with Neo. I'm not gonna.
You can say whatever you want. Spin it.
I'm not gonna say. I'm not messing with this.
I'm always willing to go through the spin cycle.
Yeah, we ain't gonna do that with you. I don't like to play those games.
Oh, it's a funny game to play.
I ain't gonna play it. Nah, somebody take that serious.
No, nobody take it. Really? People take it seriously?
Yeah, you see Drake. See what happened? I'm gonna try to take a little. I was about to say shot. I don't know if I can say that. I'll just say it anyways. But I'm gonna take it. Let me see what I got though on this first two though. So I would say why don't black people like YT people? I would say that a lot of somebody said it. I think he said it earlier. I think it was Yuta or somebody might have been somebody else. I think because of the teachers of history. I think it started off with that first. Because I believe in a way, even though they want to say that it's a good. I think the way they taught it created hatred towards something that didn't even get proven for the most part. And then you just like on opposite end, I think they teaching hatred part about it and saying don't like these people because of that, and the other one saying the opposite too the same way. And then every time we see each other, we got this automatic I guess prejudice against it because of what we have been taught, and then we will look for any little thing I guess that that might match what we taught because the way they taught it and stuff. So I think that yeah, they just don't like them because I think because of the thing they heard about mainly slavery. I think that was the main thing. And then some of them have went through it, or us. I don't know what to do because I don't know what my past people went through. I don't even know if they was even slaves, but everybody claimed that they people were slaves. That some I think what the frick I was about to get to is a lot of them haven't grew from that mentality and believe that all is the same, just like vice versa, and then like being hypocrites to the same thing too, because they don't like being put in the all, but they put everybody else in the all. So I think that is one of the main reasons is the mentality of what, or the teachings why they don't like YT people. And they think everything is racist. They come out their mouth. All right, what do white people dislike about black people? I think somebody mentioned it before earlier that that a lot of black people think that because they're white that they're racist. I think also that pro-black thing, because the way they get treated in it like they could be innocent, right? And they just treat them like, nah, you get yourself up out of here, get your YT self up out of here, and all that stuff or whatever. So it's like always a anger behind it for people that ain't did anything towards them. And like I said, vice versa, we don't like it when it happens at the end, but we're willing to do it because of this thing that a lot of us haven't even experienced. Because like I said, that thought of hatred, and I can understand it though, because it's like it's a what they call it, not indoctrination. It might be indoctrination. So it's just when somebody put it out that way, we gonna have that point of view until we look outside the box and grow and do research within ourselves. But some of us just research a reason to keep on continually being angry for whatever reason. Some of us look research to realize that everybody ain't the same. So it just depends on whatever mindset. Because some people, we try to squeeze our own personal traumas into it so we can just have some reason to get mad at life, even though life ain't gonna be around forever. But we just find a reason just to stay angry. I don't know, but some people made it through life doing that. I guess I think that's a harsh way of doing it though, and that'll never help you break free from whatever internal issues you have, because you can always find a reason to stay mad. I choose not. But I think those are the two though. So I'm gonna rock with that, with them two though. But if y'all done with any open panel parts, we can get to the other one.
Okay.
There's a mentality. There's a mentality to this, right?
Oh, matter of fact, yeah. I don't think black. I don't think you did go through something.
No, I didn't. Why don't black people like YT people? Everybody have their own choice not to like them. I mean, I personally, I'm not in it personal, but I think it's just each individual have experienced it in different ways. So I think that's probably why they don't like them. Then we look at the unaliving of everything that happened since Trayvon, and I think that has a part. Rodney King, and we want to go back to that area, because I can't Jim Crow and slavery because I haven't experienced it. I mean, I just go off of what my parents have experienced, but I didn't experience it. You know what I'm saying? Like, far as I grew up with, hung around with white boys. I mean,
just to give you an idea, it was 24/7 of what you feel.
Leo, let him finish now. You got like a tick or something. I don't know what's going on, bro.
Dude, I got one of those things that other people got.
My gosh.
So, but anyway, God knows. I don't forget. I lost my train of thought, man.
I knew that was about to happen. This dude that's gonna be messing me up too, dog.
I'll bring you back. You said experiencing the 50s.
No,
Jim Crow. Jim Crow is where you were.
Don't
you were
worry
somewhere
about it.
in Jim Crow. Let's go down Jim Crow's road.
So let's, I guess, go to the next one, man. What do white YT people, from what you hear or what you seen or what you know, what do YT people dislike about black people?
From what I've looked, seen, and heard, a lot of them don't like the Really, I don't know. I don't know why they don't like us or why they don't like black people. I mean, I never known it, and I never sit down and asked why they don't. What was the reason? You know what I'm saying? So I can't answer that because I haven't really sit down and asked one why they don't. So, and that's just my opinion. I mean, because I never looked at it, or I never expounded and to think about asking them that question, and that's just my honest opinion.
Okay. Oh, we back on open panel. Fick, what you got for me? You been quiet too long. I'm scared when you quiet too long.
I think that white people don't respect us. I don't think it's about liking or disliking us. I think they don't respect our ability to have decisions. I don't think that they respect our autonomy.
Do you believe we respect each other without status?
I like that though. Since you said that though, now let's go ahead and mix some things in. What about black people? Do you think black people respect you?
Yeah.
So what make okay. So what would be the reasons why black people respect you, and what's the reason why YT don't respect you that the other one don't do and do?
I think that I think black men respect me because I am their other half. I think that black people respect me, period, because of the way that I carry myself and how I walk into rooms, the fact that I'm very family oriented. I think that I am respected by black people because I am their sister, I am their mother, I am their peer.
Interesting. So you never got disrespected by a black person. That's okay, cool.
Well, I've been disrespected by a black person, of course. But I would say that I wouldn't put that on every black person.
Interesting. But you say you can do that to the white people. Oh, that's interesting.
Well, I mean, the reason that I'm saying that white people don't respect my autonomy is because of how they go about, how they act when I say that I have autonomy.
Boy, you had a horrible experience with white people. That's crazy. Because if I was to be like that, boy, I've been getting told by my people I shouldn't like my people at all. And I've been uplifted by some YT people. I must love them. It's like, nah, I'm glad I ain't extended.
I've heard so many panels with that one in there.
Boy, that's what the heck is this gender war for? I wanted that.
I think that the gender war is mainly online from people who are perpetually single and perpetually alone.
That makes sense, though. Of course.
Just shift.
That's the reason. Why wouldn't they be alone? That's where the war coming from. They don't want to be with each other.
That makes sense. I like that. That makes sense. Okay.
No, it's married people that's in there doing it too, though. So we can't let that slide. We see married people talking about divest from the other. So I don't understand that, though. But hey.
Yeah, okay, I agree with you. I just
Something's
heard one
going
this morning.
on. I don't know. We get something missing in this puzzle. I don't know what's going on.
Wow. I like that. That was very interesting. I like what you just said, though. Very interesting. Moving on.
If I can,
What you got, Annette?
I was agreeing with Flick on the fact that white people, I don't think that they respect us and our autonomy, and I think that goes across the boards in all fields. And really, it's because I truly do think I feel like they don't think that we should exist. And I definitely agree that it's hard sometimes for white people to exist in the same room with black people that's of caliber or of any type of substance. Like, it really does kind of make them kind of shake in the boots a little bit. I'm gonna partially disagree with the black people respect, though. And the reason why I'm going to disagree with that is because once you as a black person, I feel like, reach a certain status, or like you gain a certain status quo, it literally puts other blacks in a mind frame that you're now thinking that you're better than them, or that you are no longer, quote unquote, a part of the crew. And so I think that that's where we start to lose the respect that we should have from each other.
Yeah, I think that a lot of Black people have been trained, and I'm using that word intentionally, to believe that Blackness is synonymous with poverty and synonymous with idiocy and synonymous with
The
just servitude.
struggle. Yeah.
Who haven't? I think a lot of us have to grow out of that.
Right.
I can also say that Black people
Which
being trained that they think every YT person have it out for them. that's. I mean, we can all say that on about everything though. But
program is program.
I don't
program
think
is
that.
program for sure.
I
Yeah.
think the reprogramming of white people being superior to Black people is starting to come undone. Especially when you have Black people that actually do challenge those theories. Like they challenge that practice by actually doing or having or accomplishing a little bit more than their white counterparts.
You know
Which
what
needs a lot of
the
encouragement.
biggest problem that I see comes in personally? I think the biggest problem comes in when like I think some of us believe that when you have access to things, that things no longer apply to you when things amplify. And I think a lot of us as Black people believe that, oh, well, if you have this, then you can't be experiencing what I'm experiencing. Or, I think that a lot of us, if I'm being honest, I think that a lot of us are very surface level thinkers. And it's hard to dismantle white supremacy when so many of us are surface level thinkers, because the only way to change that thinking is to provide people with opportunity. But if it's hard for me to provide people with opportunity, and then if it's hard for me to do all these other things, then
What should people think like to not be service level?
I think that Black people need to read more.
Like what?
I think that one of the best places for us to start reading is The Miseducation of Carter G. Woodson.
Explain to us, what's that about?
The Miseducation of Carter G. Woodson is about, it's a book where he goes through the education system, and he talks about how we've been purposely miseducated to not be helpful to our communities and to not be self-sufficient in order to be subservient, and also how the educated now have resentment for the people who have miseducation, and the miseducated have resentment for the people who do have education, and it's just we're in a conundrum. I think it also helps Black people understand that you've been educated away from yourself and that you must return to yourself in order to liberate yourself.
This is written by a man?
The book? Is that the book called Miseducation of the Black Man?
The Miseducation of the Negro by Carter G. Woodson.
Yeah. Okay. Got you.
A man or a woman?
Yeah.
That was a dude.
Carter G. Woodson is written by a man. He's a man.
Yeah, we're written by a man. Yeah.
It was a dude?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
It's a good read too. It's a good read.
Shit, we've all read it?
I mean, I've read
I
it.
have read it. I read it.
Oh, dope.
That's all I do is read. So
yeah.
Thanks to Kev.
I didn't make that claim. I didn't say that. I didn't make that claim, sir.
Thanks to Kev.
The young lady down there that did.
Oh no, I'm not worried about it. Thanks to Kev, I read a lot of books.
Point the blame where the blame is blame. That's what I'm saying.
What the heck is up with Neo, bro? I'm scared.
I'm just feeling myself. I'm just feeling myself today, man. Come on, let me have a day.
This dude be just like, I gotta talk. He just throw 3 words in there every time.
Let me have a birthday, man.
Oh, bye. Hey, you celebrating all right?
Yeah, go out there and celebrate.
How do you know I'm not outside? Thank you for assuming, sir. But I like you. Because I like you, I might love you someday. Not now.
So I ain't assuming because I know you're in the house, but it's too quiet. If you was outside, there'd be a lot of noise going on, cars going by. So ain't no assuming.
Oh shit! You know when the windows are up, you don't hear a lot. But I'm just cool.
You can still hear the cars. You still can hear the cars, cuz. You can still hear the cars.
I don't need to brag. But
let's dig deep on that. I want to see, like you said. So once we read that book, there'll be not surface level. So what? So how do you determine if a Black person is surface level thinking?
I can determine it by looking at the outcomes of their life, because we can say one thing, but fruition is you can judge a tree by the fruit that it bears.
What's that?
That's a fact. So I think that I can tell, like, for example, I can tell when somebody is surface level thinks when they say stuff like, oh, well, the education system don't work for nobody anyway. And then I say, okay, well, how does the education system work? And then they'd be like, I don't know. It works through local politics. So if you just have blanket complaints with no idea how these systems run, I can tell that you have surface level thinking.
I thought educational system only is just to make you stronger to work for the YT man. You said people be
Well,
crazy.
this is the thing. A lot of people are going to have to be employees. That is just the world. It doesn't matter if it's black or white. We're always going to have more employees than we are going to have business owners.
Of course. Yeah. Do you think every black person should be because they feel like they should be a employer that they should be, or they got to put in some work or something?
I think that you have to put in work. Everything comes with work.
You're
If
right.
you don't put any work in, then you saying stuff for nothing.
Interesting. Okay.
Like Kobe in the gym. Kobe
Yeah, I agree. We gotta have
got
some
arrested
sort
there.
of balance. If we're all business owners, then where do we get our consumers?
You're right.
Right.
Well,
Like I don't think that would be
I think that the
realistic
amount of
for
us that work
any.
for major white corporations is terrible, though.
I mean, this is the major issue. The major issue is the people that talk about their business owners. They don't even understand the first thing about customer service. And I'm gonna say this: the customer service is extremely important to having a business. Why? Because you need customers that either use your service or your product. Well, the problem is, and many African Americans say this a lot of times when they deal with black-owned businesses. A lot of times, people are rude. They don't know how to talk to people. Their customer service is very low quality. So it's the problem issue is that we lack effective communicating skills and abilities. So a lot of times that's effective communication, the ability to communicate with someone effectively, to talk with them, to understand what tone to use, what words to use, how to speak to someone, and what words to utilize when you're speaking to someone is going to determine what results you get when you're dealing with people. But a lot of times we don't learn those skills or those abilities. And I'm not saying it to be rude, nasty, or mean. I'm just realistic and being honest. These are the things we have to work on. A lot of times the communication skills we learn are dysfunctional, disrespectful, ineffective, and what they do is actually close people off from us and not open people up to wanting to deal with us or talk with us or even work with us.
I do agree with that. The only pushback that I would give is that half of these major corporations, their customer service line, hello, welcome to Epcot, thank you for calling ATT. They don't even understand what you're saying half the time. And y'all don't complain about Walmart customer service. McDonald's is giving y'all a fry that you can that doesn't even digest, and y'all have no problem with their service. It's like the only time people's customer service comes into is when you try to invalidate their stuff, because McDonald's has terrible customer service, Walmart has terrible customer service, AT&T has terrible customer service, Spirit has terrible customer service. A lot of these major corporations, yet we still take our black asses up there and do it again.
I complain about all customer services. I am not, see, this is the thing. I'm not the majority, I'm the minority. Most of us are thinking that being the majority, that's where it's at. The majority is losing. I will always say that every single time. The majority is losing how we operate in life. I am not under any circumstances the majority. I am the minority. I believe in being extraordinary, not being ordinary. So when you're extraordinary, I call out everyone. Black, white, purple, from Mars or from Jupiter. I don't care. I'm going to call you out. Why? Because when you call things out and you say, hey, this has to improve, and that's the only option there is, then we're forcing a situation where things have to improve. See, and this is the caveat to that. We're not looking in the mirror and looking at ourselves and say, I have to improve.
I'm going to agree with motivational on the communication piece, and that's something that I myself had to learn, especially in education. So, Like, I deal with parents on a daily basis. For the most part of my career, I dealt with parents that looked like me. So the communication was, and I taught in schools that were in neighborhoods. Like, I grew up, so I knew most of the people. I knew most of my parents. And so when it came to communicating, that it was just a normal, it was just a normal speak, like, hey, or I would call, talk to the parents about their kid, but it was because we identified with each other. The level of communication that I was supposed to really have, especially as a professional, I didn't have that. And then when I moved, and I moved to an area that really did not look like me, or that didn't understand or didn't identify with me, I struggled in that part of my career because now I feel like nobody gets me. But the truth of the matter is, I don't know how to communicate with the masses and not just people that identify like me. And let me say this, that went for both Black and white parents, not just white parents or my Hispanic parents. Like, even for some of my Black parents, because not everybody is from the projects. Not everybody is, single parent. Like, it's like, so I literally had to learn how to communicate. And now that I'm in a space where I'm the only Black person on my wing, I have to have another type of level of communication in order to get my points across, because not all the time will I be accepted just as a Black woman or just as an educated woman. Not all the time will that happen. I literally had to learn how to communicate with the masses, and I had to have a certain level of, or I had to have a high level of self-control, because again, walking into spaces where it doesn't look like you or it doesn't identify with you, you're already up against the ropes here. So I agree with you, motivation, the communication and the way that we speak and the way that we literally receive from other people, it definitely has to be done, and it has to be done better on a level to where you can communicate and receive from the masses and not just certain people.
We're getting somewhere. Y'all getting to where I'm about to get to. Y'all gonna see what this whole project is based off of.
I say this, motivation, whatever you're eating, my brother, it sounds so good the way you're eating, and I do concur with what you're saying.
Go ahead, T. Williams, go ahead and get up in this thing.
I was just saying, he was saying as business owners, a lot of Black people, we don't know how to communicate. But if you're not a business owner, then you are an employee. So do you agree that Black employees don't know how to communicate as well?
Can you ask it again, Williams? I didn't hear it.
Motivational was saying that as business owners, Black people, we don't know how to communicate. But does the same thing apply for employees? Because I know a lot of people that who they are as a business owner and who they is as an employee, they're two different people. I think ego just come with some people when you give them too much of like power, I guess. I don't really think, cause they know how to talk to people on their jobs, yet they operate their businesses differently. But it's not that they're incapable. For the most part, they just choose not to do it.
I think sometimes you can be capable of communicating effectively, especially if you haven't been taught, if you don't know how, or if you haven't been outside of your realm of like the environment that you're used to. And that's what I'm kind of asking. I really want effective communication. Is not hard. No, it's okay. Go ahead and explain, because I'm confused on why you were confused on what I was saying.
No, it wasn't you.
No,
he's talking about the comments. She's talking about the comments.
The Jehovah Nisi person, because I really agree with motivational on communication and how, as an individual, you have to be able to self-reflect and to know where you lack when it comes to your ability to communicate and communicate effectively. It's not. I wasn't saying, which it is deep. Communicating goes a lot deeper because it's not just what you have to say. It's also about you being able to listen and receive what other people have to say.
Go ahead,
All right.
Jira.
So here's the thing, man. Been doing this for years, but here's the thing. The first thing is what I disagree with what the miss was saying, Kev, was based on, well, people who don't look like me. Maybe that's an issue for her. I don't know, but it's never been an issue anywhere for me.
Articulate.
And most of the time, as an engineer, I'm more most likely the only one that quote unquote looks like me on the engineering team. Whether I was an engineer for Medtronic, John Deere, Boston Scientific, doesn't matter. But the bottom line is I can communicate with anybody no matter what your skin color is. That's absolutely irrelevant. When I'm communicating to directors and those about certain CapEx situations, it's effortless. It's not like I'm in there like, oh, they're all a different skin complexion. I don't give a crap. My data and my results are sound. It's clear, based on data, not subjective rhetoric and all kind of fruitless nonsense. So I'll leave it right there, Kev. But that's all, man. That's the part I disagree with. We get caught up too much on that type of stuff, and that type of stuff is counterproductive.
I do think that kind of goes back to a point that I was trying to make earlier, where it is easier for you to be respected as a I don't want to use the language of subordinate, but they treat employees better than they treat Black people who are trying to do things on their own.
No, because here's the difference. I don't know where you've been or where you get that from. I think that's absurd. One, I'm the lead engineer of that team. I have 20 direct reports, right? So the bottom line is, regardless of that, no, it's called results. It's called data. It's called factual forecasting, exponential, right? So my numbers and my team of engineers numbers, I wouldn't do that. But okay.
I think you're invalidating. I think you're invalidating experiences and based on just your profession as an engineer. I'm a teacher, so the way that I communicate may not be the same way that you communicate. So if I have to have a parent-teacher conference, I'm going to present the facts of whatever data that I'm presenting, whether that's student failure, student success, or whatever the case may be. But how you how you articulate and how you give that message, it literally is a skill that has to be learned. I don't just get to walk into a setting of parents or of students or other teachers and just spurt off at the mouth or whatever, and then expect them to receive it. And then vice versa. It's not so much as I have a hard time saying what I need to say, or I have a hard time proving what I need to prove. No, I'm always going to present facts, because I can't talk to a parent about their student struggles and I don't have facts, or I don't have that's exactly not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, because I grew up in a certain area and I was around certain people, my vernacular and my articulation and the words that came out of my mouth were common to the people that were around me or the people that were in my area. And it wasn't until I moved out of that area that I had to learn to deliver in another manner. And that's what I was talking about as far as effective communication and being able to communicate with the masses and not just be relatable to people that identify with you.
So I hear what you're
How bad
saying.
was your communication level?
It wasn't bad. It was just when I moved into another area, I saw that the way that I was trying to deliver a message wasn't necessarily being received in the way that I wanted it to be received.
Well, and Miss Morris, that's the reason why it's so important to get out of situations where you're always comfortable. One, we growth happens only when we're in states or places when we're uncomfortable, and instead of striving for always being comfortable, always being in a place where we're always comfortable, where it feels so nice and warm and comfy. Get to places on purpose, intentionally, where you're uncomfortable, where you're forced to grow, where you're forced to become more than what you are right now. And to what you're speaking on, Ms. Morris, I've been studying and utilizing effective communication for over 16 years. Yes, it is something you learn. It is something you learn by intention, not by accident. So what happens most of the time is people are not intentionally trying to work on their communication skills. So it comes to a situation to what, like you said, we have biases already. So there's the people we're used to, or the people we're used to dealing with. But you have to force yourself to be in a situation or environment where you're dealing with people you're not used to dealing with, so you can learn to upgrade your level of communicating and how you communicate, how you express what you say specifically. And so you start to learn to use specific words, or a tone of voice, or how you deliver the message, your tonality, or even the cadence in which you speak, to get a more effective result when you're communicating with different people from different places about different things. I'm gonna land my plane.
Yeah, I agree. Motivational. I when I moved, it was intentional for me to move, but Jehovah, I'm not certain what you're saying. I think even as a lead engineer, which I think that's an awesome career, by the way, I think you are misinterpreting being nervous and articulating facts versus learning a different way of delivery. And that's the only thing that I'm talking about here. I'm not talking about how anybody could step into a room, because I'm the only Black woman on my wing. I work at a school where it is mostly white women. Even the district is mostly white women. So I'm not inferior, or I don't walk into my building feeling a certain type of way. I just understood that in order for me to be successful where I'm at, the way that I talk and the way that I speak and the way that I deliver what it is I need to deliver has to be different than what I'm used to. It has to be different than the way that I was actually brought up. That's all I'm saying here. And I don't know why that's hard.
You talking about adapting to your environment, right?
Not so much as adapting, because I'm still me. I'm still who I am. But
Of course, that's what adapting
I'm
is. You're not gonna be
delivering.
you, right? Exactly. Adapting basically is just like whatever you like. I'm not about to talk to a baby the same way I talk to an adult. I'm not about to
Correct.
talk to my pastor the way I be talking to my friend. So it's just really adapting to where you're at. And I feel that though too. But some of us do. That is the problem. We stay the same way. We supposed to act like everybody's supposed to put up with the way we are and all that stuff. Well, I know if somebody come at me like this, I'm going to do that. And even if they my boss, that's not, you can't do that. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You got to know where you at. And also some people don't feel like it's important enough to even to adjust themselves. Like you're not going to be the same way even in a relationship, because you realize how your partner is. You're going to try to adapt to how they is, because some people got to move off of how some people's traumas is, if they're willing to do that. Some people have to willing to move, but it got to be kind of worth it, because some people are more sensitive than others, some people are more tougher than others. So it's really just trying to, and that's what communication is kind of about. Some people might not understand slang, some people might not understand, so it's just switching up. But some people is not able to do that because they just always want it, and that's what motivation was talking about. Everybody just want to be comfortable. I just want
Right.
to be me, and why should I have to change for you? And then when you do that, well, it's because I'm Black, or that's because I'm that, or that's because you got this thing. I'm a woman. That's what it's always some reason, because everybody just want to stick being comfortable or keep being them. They feel like it ain't worth it though, and that be the problem. That's one of the issues. So I feel it.
Correct.
So
And I think
Kev,
that I
and
think Kev,
Kev,
I think that goes into your one, two, three, fourth prompt of what don't we understand about one another. I think
Exactly.
it's that. I think it's that right there, not understanding how to move around and to maneuver in different settings to really just and then really to earn the respect that you're supposed that you really have to that you really need. Like I'm not Jehovah, I don't know you or
But I
whatever,
get what
but
he's saying, though. I get what he's saying.
I,
He's
I,
saying
I
that
get what I'm saying. Where I'm going with it, the simple thing here is coming from this. Ma'am, I don't know. Yeah, I know you don't know me, and I don't know you. Don't know where you're from or anything like that. But you know, ma'am, I'm from the west side of Chicago, so understand that I get where you're coming from with, but it's called the professionalism, right? Being professional. I don't care about your where you from and so forth. I mean, I got people that's from very affluent areas that's on my team. Okay, fantastic. And we still going bowling, right? You know, those type of things, right? So when it's time for me to present certain things, and you, I mean, you made a great point. You say that, hey, I always present the data and so forth. I mean, okay, that's really it. As far as like with teachers and so forth, I mean, you guys have a lot of interaction with folks, a lot more probably than some other areas and so forth. My interactions are a little bit different, right? I'm looking at architecture, design, and stuff like that, right? But it's still talking to people, and I'm still pitching, capital investment ideas in front of board members and people and so forth. So it's just really about, professionalism. And in my humble opinion, ma'am, I'm not. It's not about experiences per se, because I mean I had some pretty crappy experiences. But the first time I actually spoke in front of people was when I was speaking in front of soldiers as a non-commissioned officer in the United States Army, in front of my soldiers and in front of other platoon soldiers. Right. So that to me is just I don't know. I do agree. It is a learned situation as far as learning to be more effective in knowing your audience, because I'm not the type, you can't, if you were on my team or even work with me and you were coming to me with a whole bunch of um just subjective stuff, my ears are gonna close because I don't want to hear that. The only thing I want to hear is the data. I don't want to hear anything else. If you're talking outside of those numbers and projections and MPV models, I could care less. So I'm concise and to the point. That is my style, and that is what I stand on. So, but I get what you're saying to a certain degree. Some of it I do not.
so
So
when
so
you're
let
somewhere, I'm sorry, go ahead. Go ahead,
so
motivation.
this is the thing, and I know I grew up hearing this because I read a lot of books, and I still read a lot of books. I've heard the statement, you talk YT because you speak with a proper sentence structure. And again, I'm not saying all of us behave or act like that or say those comments, but I grew up and I heard that several times. I would bet $1 many of you have heard that as well. Many of you have heard the statement, you talk YT.
Right.
Because you speak with a proper sentence structure, because you know how to speak without using slang or ebonics or different words that are not technically official business language. So this is our culture that we have said is ours. And it's many times it teaches a way of speaking. And whenever we're presented with a different way of speaking that's maybe more professional for certain environments, some get it, some understand, like Sister Morris, brother Jehovah, and some, like Brother Kev said, they don't have the awareness to change how they speak depending on the room that they're in, because they don't have that awareness and they haven't intentionally learned how to do so. And this is where it's personal accountability. We are grown-ups. We are grown-ups. You're no longer 6, 8, 12, or 16. You are 18 or older. This is you are 100% accountable to learn things. Even if your parents didn't teach you, your grandparents didn't teach you, it's not on you. It's on you. It's not on them. It's on you now. So put on your big boy pants, put on your big girl dress. It's time to man and woman up, take full accountability for the results we're creating in our life. And now it's time to do some things differently to get better results. Because we cannot allow the next generation to do the things, to repeat the same mistakes when they don't have to. It's simply unnecessary. I'm going to land my plane.
Do y'all live in the South?
Yeah, I'm in Texas.
Do y'all know any yeehaw bows?
Who?
Yeehaw bows where they just they talk like that.
No, I did not.
I was gonna say, yeah, no, I'm missing it. Tell me, you said
They just real
yeehaw
country. They speak. They be like, and then the why and all this other stuff. Like they just real country.
So I'm originally from Louisiana, and we do have certain parts of Louisiana that speak like that, but I'm not.
Right. Like, so this is the thing. Like, the reason that I'm using that as an example is because those really country dudes, yeehaw bows and all this other stuff with the squatted trucks and all this other stuff, they're not having to assimilate their language. A lot of people, I'm gonna just be honest and tell some of y'all, people didn't say that you talk white because your sentence structure. People said that you talk white because of the condescending manner in which you speak. You know, the fact that you think that because you're sounding out specifically every single letter in your word, that somehow you have more intelligence than others. Frantz Fanon said it best. Assimilating, well, hold on. Frantz Fanon said it best. Assimilating your language is not a sign of intelligence. It's a sign of subservience.
That sounds like internal insecurities, though.
Well, you're talking about a man who led the Algerian Revolution. I doubt he had the same insecurities as us.
No, I'm talking about what you said before you went to that. You said that when people speak that they think that they're more intelligent or something like that. No, I think that's a projection, because some people don't even say anything and they just feel a certain way because they're not able to talk in a certain or have bigger vocab, but all they can do is just say motherfucking this and all that stuff, and they feel a certain way when somebody actually sound like they know they actually know what they're talking about, basically.
But they sound like they know what they're talking about. It doesn't mean that they do.
They might do.
Language and being able to express yourself is one avenue of intelligence. It's just one. We have 12 different avenues of intelligence. And so to go ahead and use assimilation language as the marker of intelligence, it's not a marker of intelligence. And all of our scholars have told us it's not a marker of intelligence. It's a marker of assimilation. It's a marker of subservience.
What scholar are you claiming? Because there's no our scholars. I don't know what scholar you're talking about. And then at the same time, I don't subscribe to that nonsense. So what scholar are you claiming? I could care less about who your scholars are. I'm just being honest and upfront.
I was going to say too, Flick, I don't think that, especially, I'm not sure where you're from, but here in the South, like that was a phrase, or that was said because Black people were not educated in a manner to where putting together sentences and articulating words was what they actually had the privilege of having. Only white people. So
those group of people that you're talking about also have more inventions and are responsible for more patents than the past generation of Black people have ever been responsible for. So to sit here and make it seem like they lacked something because they were expressing themselves the way that the dominant white society wanted them to is false. They had 50,000 inventions. So far in the past 60 years, we've had maybe 100. Maybe, and I'm giving us grace by saying 100. So all of that assimilation language, all of that. Oh well, they said they said that you talk white because you are adhering to the fact that you think that that's how you move forward. So
am I supposed to go into a room of parents and I'm supposed? Hold on, motivational. I just have one question, and then I'm gonna let you go. Am I supposed to walk into a room of parents that want to know how their child is doing in my classroom and just spew off in the most I guess, ghettoist manner
Right.
because I
No,
was born and
absolutely
raised
not.
in
You're
the
supposed to talk
projects.
like you have some sense. But to make it seem like all black people don't talk like we have some sense, or the fact that just because you're using 5-syllable words, like in general, you're supposed to express things to the people. You're supposed to express things in the manner in which the person that you're talking to can grasp it. That's about it. But
Can
in
I say
general,
something?
all of
Hold
this
on real
other
quick.
stuff, like talking about, oh, well, they said that I talked right when I was in school. First off, you're an adult now. You need to let that go.
Well, I think you were the only person that brought that up. I don't think
Right.
our
I was just
our
about to say that
conversation
too.
about communication wasn't about us being picked on for quote unquote talking like a white person. I agree with motivational
Motivation, right?
on his take on communication. Now, I think the two of you had the spat on whether or not communication is a black thing, white thing, but he made the comment that he literally will call anybody out on bad customer service and their lack of proper and effective communication. And he made the statement saying that we as an individual have to start looking in the mirror and acknowledging when we are at fault or when we lack proper and effective communication skills. And I agreed with that. And I said that was what I had to do in order to perform and to be successful in the place that I am now. I think you're the only person that brought up the getting picked on for speaking white. That I don't think that's where we were going with that.
Yeah, I want to. Let me say this before everybody go though. And I want. I'm gonna get you motivation next because I know you got to. But it's like I think this kind of happening in 4K about that understanding thing, like the communication thing, because it did. Like I think for the most part, most people was understanding what motivation was getting to. It's like even with the way you talk, I believe you talk pretty proper yourself and stuff. But you would have black people, especially us. One of us, we do that a lot. We say, "Why you talking white?" And that was the whole point of what motivation was getting to, is that you talking a certain, or you talking proper, we kind of down ourselves and be like, well, you're talking white. You know, why do talking proper got to be connected to talking white? That's making us look bad. You know, that was his whole point. It wasn't about picking on it and about the opposite. It's just about, you know, that we all, and I do agree with, I think Dr. What's she at? Dr. Divinely, that we all need to know how to learn how to talk proper. I mean, there's nothing wrong with it. What's so sweet about, you know, us talking slang stuff? It's like you was over there cracking on them country people. They need to change the way they talk a little bit too. So I mean, we do the exact same thing. You know what I'm saying and all that stuff. Like, no, we don't like when people do that, but we can crack on these little country people doing the same thing. So we both in the same boat. So I think that's the whole point. But go ahead,
That's the
motivation. I
thing.
think
They're not, the yeehaw bows aren't having to change the way that they express themselves to have access to
they not
opportunity.
changing either. We have people. We got people that's talking Ebonics. They're not changing a lot of things too. But at the end of the day, a lot of us gonna have to adapt to. That's where we're gonna have a bias against us based off how we communicate, though. So that's why they still in the trailer. That's why they still in the trailer.
But they
I'm
don't.
gonna say this. Hey, you know what? You speak however you want to. That's your right. That's your freedom. Now, depending on what room you're gonna be in, depending on what people you're gonna be talking to, depending on what business deal you're gonna be selling, product or service, will depend upon what type of reaction you get, what type of sales, how successful your company is. At the end of the day, we have to understand we deal with people every single day. We go out into the world. And I am very, very flexible in my language, depending on what room I'm in, where I'm at, who I'm speaking with. You have to then break down the message to ensure who you're speaking to is able to receive the message. The Bible talks about it, that sometimes you got to break things down, even to the point of you can explain it and teach it to a child. So no one is discounting any of that. What you did is you projected your own personal offenses upon me. And that's your problem, not mine. Let's be clear about that. Because me, how I speak, that's about me. That's all about me. I'm not concerned if other people like it, love it, hate it, or don't like it. That's on you. That's your problem. Figure it out, fix it, deal with it. Because I'm good with me. Trust and believe. I land my plane.
And the
Also, one
heat.
other point I would like to say too, and Jehovah, I'll kind of be short on this too, so you can make your point. I don't want us to confuse a person's dialect with their or with their communication skills, because the same as we have quote unquote yeehaws in the South, people in China don't even have the same dialect. You got people that's in Japan that speaks a certain dialect different from somebody from Vietnamese or somewhere, or Vietnam or something like that. So the dialect of how, of your area, of your culture, I don't think I think when you talk about the Yihabos, the dialect in the manner as to how they speak, that's not the same thing as how they communicate. Now their ERs might be a little bit extra, or their what do you say? What's the fella? He's the football guy. What's his name? Come on, men,
Shannon
help me.
Sharp.
Who?
You talking about Shannon Sharp?
No. He's a newbie. What's his face? Give me
Are
the
you talking about
guy.
with
You
what
just left
team,
us
man?
dry and naked. What the heck we supposed to go off that one?
The guy, the football player. He's from South Carolina, and people
Oh
are
Lord.
raving over the way that he talks.
Is it
Oh my
Chiefs? The
goodness. No,
Chiefs dude?
Kev,
Kansas City?
they talking about that guy our the receiver,
Leggett.
number 17.
Yeah,
Yeah, number
Leggett.
17. They lusting over how you got a lot of women lusting over how he looks. I'm listening.
But
Yeah, I've heard that nonsense. Yeah.
his dialect, the way the words come out of his mouth is very country like. But when he's speaking in interviews, the only thing that he really probably can't get rid of is the dialect, the way that he actually sounds. Like Jehovah has a very stern, you know, that is, it's not the same as the way you actually communicate, because Leggett is very, in my opinion, yeehabo-ish, right? But that's the area that he grew up in, and the way that he speaks, like he's not rude, he's not what do you say? He's not off-putting, and he doesn't use words that people don't understand. The only thing that comes off from him that the people seem to love is his dialect. That's it.
So, I'll be brief on this, Kev, but the guy from the Carolina Panthers, Kev, that she's speaking of, he played ball at South Carolina Gamecocks. So he is country. He's like probably like country, like
He's
Willis, like
Geechee.
South Carolina country.
He's
That
Geechee.
type of stuff. Whatever when they want to call themselves. I heard that before. Because I used to live in North Carolina, but regardless of that though, the people who are on this comments, Kev, and just to be clear, context, the people who are on this platform, they really are lusting after his looks and the things that he says, and it's really women. To be clear, like I mean, this is because even my homeboy was the one that showed it to me, and he was like, "Listen to this guy," and he was like, I really like them sausages. I don't really do. And I'm like, okay, that's where he's from. I've been around like Aiken, South Carolina, and Williston or whatever, like kind of driving through those places, but that's where he's from, or some area of that. Okay, that's fine. But what I'm saying is he simplifies things more so than articulates in any kind of charismatic way. So I mean that's really all I see. But okay.
Well, I mean, that's a community of people. That's how they speak. And honestly, half of the time they don't really, that's also a language. They have a language. So honestly, I don't really think that he should speak anything but Geechee, but that's just kind of following a different model. That's not this conversation. But in general, I don't know. I think that only we are having to change the way that we talk to be palatable so that we can get in white people business. I don't think that if you are in a different position, like I think the problem with a lot of these conversations is that the employee speaks for the employer and what Black people need to do too much. And I think that even though that is elitist and a little bit elitist, I think that more of us that are in different positions need to do what we need to do so that we can free our people from some of these thoughts.
No.
Money.
I don't
Money
want to
does
talk
not.
like whatever the Geechee
Can I say?
trap is.
Can I say this
I
real
don't know
quick?
stuff
And
like
then
that.
I'm gonna land my plane. I'm agree with motivation. What he said. You know that we do have to evolve. We do have to up our game because we can't go to the. If we're trying to get business, we can't go to with the same language we talk to our homeboys, our homegirls with. We do have to be able to have or articulate and speak in complete sentences and not be able to, yo, son, yo, you know what I mean? Yeah, you give me this business right here and I do whatever I got to do. You know what I'm saying? I do this right here. So we do have to be able to speak.
Facts. You get
proper.
what? Yeah, facts.
We do have to be able to speak proper. We got to be able to say, hey, may I? You know, can I get this right here? We do have to change it. We do have to evolve from how my parents taught is totally different from how I taught. When my sisters them talk, I don't talk the way they talk because I know out here in this world, we got to use our proper English in order to have something, to get something and go somewhere. So if we keep thinking that we can stay in the same area, the same place, a spot that we're in, we're never going to evolve. We're never going to be able to uplift or move forward. We always stay back because that's what they're going to think. Oh, they can't talk. We can't speak proper English. So they're going to look at us. Yeah, they're going to look at us different. And I don't care what people think of how I speak. You know what I mean? I've learned every day. I try to get out of the way of country because I am country, but I'm from North Carolina, born and raised. So I try to get out of the way and try to articulate everything that I do and everything that I say so that people can understand, because that's the only way that they can understand. Because if I go back to the old way, they would never understand how I'm talking. So I got to be able to separate the boys and business. And that's what I say. But I totally agree with what they're saying. And, you know, I see what you're going at being as well. But even with the hillbillies, I guarantee you, I know 3 of them do not talk the same way when they outside of doing this business. And that's how I say I'll land my plane.
I think we all code switch. If you're in America, you code switch no matter what your background is. You're Black, Hispanic, it doesn't. From Japan, you try your best to speak perfect English, honestly. Especially, I mean, in professional settings at least.
I'm sorry, repeat what you said. I can't hear you.
I said that we all code switch, no matter what your ethnic background is. You code switch. Code switch. Do it.
Okay, but it's just being professional. This is just evolving and growing. People use terms like code switching, and we're turning our back on our culture and our community and where we came from and blah blah blah. No, it's just evolving. It's growing. That's all it is. It's just learning a better, more efficient way to do things. It's just reading the room. It's just having the intelligence and the awareness to understand. I'm in a boardroom now. I'm not hanging out with my homeboy at the bar grabbing a beer and talking about the basketball game, or I'm not at the gym. This is a professional business meeting. Maybe you have a product, you have a service, you have a company, and you're trying to get more people to deal with your company and to deal with you. And this is the reality. I have a background in sales. People don't buy the product. They buy you because they like you. They buy the product. It's not them actually liking the product. They only care less about the product. They really like you. Because they really like you, they buy the product. But if they don't like you, and you can have the best product on the planet, and it can literally save their life and save the life of their family. But if they don't like you, they will not buy the product.
think there's anything wrong with code switching. Like, if that's what you do. Some of us are more you do. Some of us are more professional as well, like outside of our jobs. Some of us are, like, but it is what it is.
So you know
But
what?
I don't like. I don't know. It depends on what you do. I'll say that. Like you said, you were into sales or marketing or whatever the case is. Like, I'm sure when you're trying to grab a certain customer, I've been told. When I'm at work, I'm professional, extremely professional. When I'm handling business, I'm extremely professional. But I've been told that they consider that uptight. Honestly, it just depends on what you do.
So you know what, Kev? I find this interesting. So my sister and when I had flew back to enjoy her wedding anniversary with her husband, my brother in matrimony, we went to this restaurant called Harold's Chicken. So the original Harold's Chicken before it branched out in Chicago. So we're in Chicago at this Harold's Chicken. And of course I know it, we came up on it, those type of things while coming up. I was like, you know what, let's go grab some. So motivational is absolutely correct. This woman at the counter was so the way she spoke, like, so I was like, okay, cool. Well, that's money that you guys have lost because the four of us, we out of here. Right. And even my family agrees. They concur as well. I am not, if I walk into an establishment and they are speaking like, man, them there over there, all that kind of foolishness, them those over there with them and let me get some of that. Let me get some of that. DAT. I'm walking out of there. You have lost a customer. I don't want to hear that mess. This is a professional environment. You're supposed to be some type of business oriented, person. So I expect professionalism. I expect that. I don't care if you're at Lee's Chicken Shack, or Harold's Chicken or Lee's Chicken or Chicken and Waffles. I don't care. I don't care. I don't want to hear that shucking and jiving. Take it how you want it.
Do you think that your dialect is not shucking and jiving?
I think the dialect and the communication pieces are not the same. The way that
But he didn't talk about their
sounds.
communication. He just didn't like their dialect. He didn't say anything about, he said that he did not find the way that they were speaking and their dialect favorable. So I'm asking him, does he view his as less shucking and jiving?
Actually, I stated the communication piece. So you're incorrect, but I will say this.
You said the communication piece about the girl. I'll give you that.
I said, yeah, I know I did. I said the communication aspect was rude. It was outlandish. It was absolutely unprofessional. It showed that I did not want to spend my money, and I did not want my family spending any money at all. That's their loss. She should have conducted herself in a fashion that was acceptable. She did not, and therefore she failed in that area. Is that pretty clear to the point? I just want to make sure.
No, that point makes sense. Okay. But what I'm asking you is, do you think that the way that you speak is less sucking and jiving?
No, I don't do the sucking and jiving. Yeah.
You don't think so?
No, I know so. Yeah.
How do you know?
Because I said so.
Because you said so.
But you can hear, and then let me, because I don't, maybe it's the teacher in me that just won't let this go. You can hear the difference in someone's dialect versus how they actually communicate their thoughts and their expressions. What he's saying is you're fine to have whatever dialect you can have. Dialect literally is embedded in you based on your culture and where the area of whence you were brought up in. But the communication pieces of it is what he's saying. Don't talk to me in a manner that's not deemed professional, or where if it comes, like you said, the yeehabo. If we are getting into that yeehabo, you don't want to hear that. You don't want to communicate with somebody that gives you quote unquote yeehabo type of deal, right? But it's different when your dialect is something that, it's just people from up north sound different than people from the south. That's the dialect aspect of it. But the communication, the way that you articulate and the way that you give off your thoughts, that's the communication piece. And that's what he's saying. Don't
I
give me
wasn't
that.
mad at him for getting mad at the girl. If you're gonna be rude, then I don't think people need to shop with you. It
So
was
so
the shucking and jiving that had me like, hold on. Do you think that
so
your language is less shucking and jiving?
So did you catch? Did you catch? He said it was a place of business.
He said
It
it was
was
a
a
chicken
place
shack.
of yes. So this is a place of business, Miss Bean. A
A
place
chicken
of
shack.
business. This is not the family picnic. It's a place of business. It's like you don't catch certain things because you choose not to. It's a place of business. It's not the family picnic. You're not hanging out with your cousins and grandma and them and auntie and them. It's a place of business. So when it's a place of business, you expect people to speak in a certain manner. Even they can have the twang in their language, but you expect them to speak in a certain manner because it's a place of business. We're not just hanging out with the family. It doesn't seem like you caught that part.
Yeah,
And
I did catch that part.
that's
But
what
a
seems
chicken
to get
shack,
me.
I'm not expecting them to be, hello, how are you doing? Welcome to the chicken shack. This is blah, 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 blah. There's different ways to communicate based on your
But
environment.
I am, because you go to Raising Cane's. I don't know if y'all have that where you are, but here in the South, we have a chicken shack called Raising Cane's, and they do chicken. What's your picking? You don't pull up and they go, "What y'all want today?" Huh?
I know what you're talking about. You're right because I live in
Yeah, like
Texas as
no,
well.
it's still,
I
it
live in
doesn't
Texas as
matter.
well.
And I
Yes.
think
Okay.
Kev, I
If you
think this
work,
is another
look, this is
part of
kind of
what.
where it's simply put for me. Black job, like there is a thing as such as black jobs and white jobs. Black jobs are the jobs that our intellectual property creates. White jobs are the jobs that white people's intellectual property creates. If you work for a white job, you have to do more what I would consider shucking and jiving than people who don't. Now,
That's
the
not
reason that I
true.
brought
There's
up
no such
the
thing as
reason
white jobs or black jobs, ma'am.
that
That's
doesn't make
incorrect.
sense.
No,
That
there's no such thing. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, if that was the case, we wouldn't be sitting here trying to figure out how we're going to survive with black economics. Thomas Sowell wouldn't have existed if there was no such thing as black jobs. Okay? That's not true.
Yeah, it's true.
So, I think realistically, a lot of these conversations, they are fruitful, but I think that we have to start looking at who we're talking to.
So if a white person worked in the chicken shack, how would you expect them to talk?
I don't really like white people chicken shacks, but
No, because
I would expect for them to be
all
behind the
chicken shacks
counter.
ain't really just black chicken shacks. So
Right.
if you walked up and I'm understanding your chicken shack reference because I'm from the South and we have a lot of quote unquote chicken shacks. We call those mom and pops where
Yeah.
they're individually, locally owned, and it's the people from the neighborhood that work there. But what are now the Korean ones? They have some good ones in New Orleans. They're called hole in the walls. I love those. And I
Honestly, I'm
lived in Dallas
expecting them to
also.
be, if I'm going to a soul food restaurant / chicken shack or whatever, I'm honestly expecting them to be country as hell. I'm not expecting them to speak the same way that they would speak at the T-Mobile. I'm not expecting them to speak at the same way they would speak when I'm at my insurance place. I'm not expecting them to speak. I'm expecting them to speak exactly like the environment, country as hell.
But the environment doesn't necessarily deem country because it's a chicken shack.
Well, no, I'm talking about just, I'm just expecting them. If I'm at a soul food restaurant, hole in the wall, family, mom and pop store, I am anticipating that you are about to be country as hell. I'm not expecting you, like when I go to, even if I'm talking about corner stores, if I'm in a Habibi store, I'm not expecting the Habibis to speak perfect English. They're Habibis. Why am I expecting them to, hi, hello, how are you? No, I'm meeting people where they are. I'm in
So
the
the black
goddamn
people,
Habibi store.
so the black people in the black chicken shack are supposed to sound black.
They're supposed to just be country. They
What if
supposed to
they're
be
not country?
with the environment.
Hey, Miss Morris, we're getting to the root now.
What if
We're
they're
getting
not
to the root now,
country?
Miss Morris.
That's why
Hold
it's
on.
not all country.
We're getting to the root now.
That's what, and I'm trying not to go there, but that's where it seems like you're going, Flick,
I
because
expect you ghetto people to sound ghetto. That's the way that you
Jehovah
had to
Come
Timmy
on,
is their
Kev,
name.
get her.
just like you.
We just got to the root of it, Kev. So the thing is because Kev, and this is what keeps on getting pushed upon us by our own people. Kev, I'm gonna say it. This is what keeps on being pushed upon us by our own people. Because of our skin color, there's no way we can have a certain level of intellect. Because of our skin level, there's no way we can have a certain level of communicating effectively in any room with anyone. Where literally we can talk to the president and we can talk to the man on the street. We can talk to the homeless person, the homeless woman. We can talk to a 2-year-old child. No. We should not have the ability to communicate at such a high level because of our skin color. There's certain limitations that we should have. This is the major problem I have. No. This is the major problem I have with us and individuals that just said a statement like yours. That is the limitation, the way of thinking that the limitations we are putting upon ourselves. We're limiting what we can do, what we can create, how we can think, what type of successful company we can have, how we can communicate, what rooms we can get into, what rooms we can own, what businesses we can own, what legacies we can create simply based off of our skin color and us wanting to limit ourselves and limit others that look like us. And I'm done with that crap. And that needs to end right now.
Well, no, that's not what I'm saying at all. I'm not saying that you have to limit yourself. What I'm honestly saying is that the more ownership you have, the more freedom that you have. Okay. And people who don't have ownership, who you sign the back of the paycheck instead of the front. You need to assimilate. You need to worry about all this other stuff. But nobody is sitting here saying that when you go into the Asian hood store, oh, well, they better speak like me. Why? Because they're Asian. Nobody is going into the Habibi store saying that the Habibis better speak like me because they're Habibi. The only time y'all are telling people to change their language is when it's black people. Nobody else is having to change their language like that.
Hold on.
Let me That's
the point that I'm making.
Yeah, but you gotta realize.
I didn't say that anybody needs to limit their businesses. I would never tell y'all to limit your business. That sounds crazy.
So we just I don't know what's going on. But overall, I think the whole point is just like you're not gonna get them, what you call them, the guapo, I forgot what you call them. You're gonna probably expect them to adjust so you better communicate with them. Right, so because that's how however you run your business. If somebody come in there slang talking and all that stuff, you probably not gonna take them as serious because that's the way your job is. So it ain't about just adjusting. You said you expect them. Of course, that's their business. Like if I have a business that I make a business and we all talking slang and stuff, they probably got to adjust so they can understand the way we talk. I mean, that's how they communicate. That's just all that is, though. So if we're going to go into a professional type business and then think we can talk like how we want to, that it just don't work like that overall. It just don't. So I think that we missing.
Dialect not accepted?
He said what?
Is dialect not accepted? Because y'all were using loosely the word dialect. My phone loud, you said?
I mean, you sound weird. You said it's what not accepted. Say it again.
Dialect. I feel like I know for a fact there's a difference between accent, slang, and dialect, and they're all not the same.
Yeah, of course. So I think the whole point we get into is that we know, just like if somebody do talk a certain way, right? If they talk a certain way 9 times, and then I think it's just a bias off rip. because we want people overall, all of us want a person that talk proper. I mean, that just come with business, because that's like almost the common way to communicate with people. You're not going to have a person, and I don't know if you was to hire people in, you're going to have them just coming there being them saying, hey, you know what I'm saying? I need you to go ahead and just do these and put this to the side and get this, make this order. I don't think we're going to do that, because like, that's why I say I fight for all of us to have, to talk proper overall, you know. But we know how that is. I don't know why. It's weird, like we're missing the whole point. I don't get it. So.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna. I know, Flick, you said you a farmer, or you have a farming business. Flick, are you still here?
There was another point. I'm trying to think. Something she said.
Can I ask you something, Kevin? So say you and I work on the same team together, and we're going to Nuremberg, Germany.
Hey, before you ask that question, I just thought about it was something. I knew it was something else I wanted to ask. So she said free. She said the more you own, the more free you are. So what type of free you talking about? I'm trying to get, because like everybody don't think that they not free, you know. And I'm talking about what is the, you know, what's the limit of freedom? Because at the end of the day, it's always going to be somebody over all of us for the most part. It's always going to be somebody over something. So you said to own something and make you more free, but in what type of way? Flick.
Hey, Kev. Hey, you know, she was talking about certain people owning businesses.
I think this is another thing too, though. This is another thing too, right here, about because we talked about the communication thing, and then like this whole entire time, it's like that's the reason why she keep coming back with the with her way of thinking, because it's like she's not listening. So it's like all this time we've been saying this, and she say her point, and she not even responding back or anything. So it's like, that's why we mean about the communication. That's why we keep not understanding one another, because it's like, this is a prime example. I'm saying we got a communication issue.
I'm not sure. I don't want to speak for her, but I think she was trying to say, like, if you own your own situation, like, or your own business or whatever, you don't have to conform, or you don't have to assimilate and change how you talk, because
of course
you don't have anyone basically controlling how you come and go, essentially.
Yeah.
And if that's I still would disagree in that manner, because again, you still have an audience that you have to appeal to.
Yeah.
Even as a business owner, you may be the CEO, but you still got people that you have to service. So now it's not, you go write your own checks, and you write
have to have people that buy your services
employees
first.
check, but you still got to appeal to your people.
Exactly.
Otherwise, if you farming, what's something you farm? If you farming potatoes, they grow out the ground, don't they? If you farming potatoes, bro, listen to me when I tell you, you can't talk to me any kind of way just because you own the potatoes.
Yep.
You own the cart, you own the land, but I'm the person that's got to buy these potatoes.
Mm-hmm.
And I will spend my money anywhere that I feel respected.
That you can relate to.
Yeah, like if you feel
and Miss
come
Morris,
on over here and buy these potatoes, because we the same.
Right, you're not about to. That's what I'm saying. That means
you're
that's
not
the whole
talking
point
to me like that.
Right, exactly. You're not about to.
And that's the difference between dialect and communication. I'm all for your dialect. If you, like Jehovah is from Southside Chicago, if that comes with a certain type of dialect, I'm cool with that. But you not finna get up in my face and talk to me using that dialect, and you got horrible communication. Come on over here, sister. We gonna get what? I appreciate you, brother.
Wait,
But
so
I'm gonna go
how
tell
did our community get taken over by Habibi stores and Asians?
Okay, do these individuals individuals not speak some form of English? Now I'm not saying
say hurry up and buy, hurry up and buy.
Wait. But they might speak broken English, but they have learned to speak some broken English because a lot of their customers speak English.
Right, but a lot of so this is the thing about that this over there and stuff like that. What the reason that a lot of black people speak like that, it's actually carried over from slave times with broken pidgin. Pidgin is a language that was from the continent, well, from the areas that we were taken from. So that's why you hear a lot of people that are Geechee speak like that, right? Because it is the broken English that is mixed with the French and mixed with some other languages to now form Geechee, to now form Creole, to now form these languages. But this seems like the only time that those things are like, it's almost like black broken English almost doesn't seem like it's respected.
It's not. I don't want to. Let me be honest. I have to. Oh my goodness. So, oh wow. So, just like any other business area or anything like that, Koreans, though their English could be somewhat broken, they still put forth an effort to speak to put it together. And people who are from this country and probably have never left this continent are absolutely insane to think that, oh, well, we just gonna them those over there. You know what, sir? I need some of them fresh, ripe tomatoes, sir. Like, I don't want to hear that. Stop it. Stop it. You don't have to do that. You're doing that on purpose, and it's insane.
But and it sounds like we're living in the past. So, like you said, this was languages. This is how people spoke when our ancestors dealt with slavery.
But Geechee is not gone. That's still a whole community of people that live in Charleston.
Hold on, ma'am. Now, when you spoke, I let you speak. Now, the reality is, we know about the history of our people, of those that come from African slaves. We understand the history. We know what happened. We know what they went through. Why we have chitlins and pig feet and some of that stuff that some folks still eat today because of what they had to eat back then. We understand these different things. Many do, not all. With that being the case, that being history, we should not be living from history, from the past. Because of what they sacrificed, because of what they went through, and the fact they did not give up, we have better opportunities than they ever had. So where we are right now is not because we don't have the opportunity. It's because we don't have the wherewithal to fight through and be determined enough that it is ours and we will accomplish whatever we want to accomplish, no matter if someone wants to stop us or not, because no one can stop us unless we let them. I will accomplish every single one of them, every one of my goals, just like every single one of you can accomplish every single one of your goals if you don't allow how someone wants to stop you to actually stop you. They can't stop you. Like, you can outwill their will because they don't have it in you if you want it bad enough. But
all right, so motivation. I got a simple yes or no question.
Hold on.
Do the Geechee people stop speaking Geechee?
That's a thing that's passed on from generation to generation. Correct?
So should they stop speaking Geechee because it's not professional?
I did not say they should stop speaking Geechee, ma'am. I never said that. It's like I never said no one should stop speaking slang. I said it dictates the environment in which you are in.
I think about it motivational too. Are you going to stop going to the corner store?
Right.
Because sometimes it's out of convenience.
But that specifically, that's not what I've said.
No, I see where you're going. I get it.
Yeah, let me say, because like she talking about language versus different type of languages versus actual like communication. Like, you can't say, because we all speak English, right? We all speak English, so we're not going to stop speaking English. So it's obvious if you're talking to a Spanish person, you got to communicate, find a way to find if it's worth it, right? If you want to understand somebody, they might have to learn, just like they had to learn English for us to talk to them. You know what I'm saying? So for the most part, what we talking about is like, I think they was talking about the dialect or what's the word again? Basically, like when you talking like how you was talking about the country people, right? It's no different from when we do our little sham shane and all that other stuff. Like you just had all the yo thing about that or whatever. You ever? I forgot your word you used because you had a special word for them or whatever. I keep forgetting the word.
Yeehaws.
The yeehawders, right? You call them the yeehawders, and they probably call us whatever that is when we talk like that. So even that. We all speak English though, so we know in most of these professional businesses, including if we did ours, we trying to talk proper for the most part. I mean, that all of us adjust to it, and that's even how we get our. Hold on, real quick.
But I also think the type of businesses that we're opening also calls for us to have to assimilate more as well. Because what I am noticing is that you don't really have to assimilate when you have a corner store. You don't. You just don't. You don't really have to assimilate when you own a mechanic shop. You don't. And so the types of businesses that we're owning or trying to open cause us to have to do more assimilation than is really necessary.
Okay, so my whole question is, okay, when you talk about opening a business, you want to serve as many people as possible because the more people you can serve, the more money you can make. At the end of the day, this is not about assimilation. You're still yourself, and you're still gonna speak slang when you get around your family members. You get around your cousins and your brothers, and your uncles, and your best friend. You're still gonna speak slang. But when you get in a corporate business meeting, and let's say your company is growing, and now you're about to bring it to the market to where it's traded on the public market. There's a different type of language you use, not because you're assimilating, because you're communicating with different people. And because you're communicating with different people, and this is a board meeting. Okay, right now, this is your business is growing. You're about to be on the stock market. So the people you're dealing with, they're the people that are the yay and nay that's gonna make this happen, or whether it stays just a publicly traded company like it's just a family-owned business. So it depends on the room you're in. And this is about being strategic and smart. This is not about trading in or becoming something you're not or blah, 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 whatever other language you want to use. This is about being strategic and smart because you have to understand it's about awareness. Who are you around? What rooms are you going into? Whom are the people that you're actually dealing with? And that will determine and dictate what type of language you use. And that does not mean you're being fake or phony or not yourself. That just means you're being smart and strategic because you're an intelligent person. So I think it's almost like you're using shaming language and that's not what this is. This is strategic and smart people that know how to move in certain rooms, they have awareness, they understand, and they have intelligence, and they apply all those different things to create success in their life. And that's what this is about. Hopefully, that's what we should strive to do. Because I don't stop being me. You don't stop being you. You just learn depending on which room you're in, depends on how you operate. But it doesn't mean you're not authentically yourself at the end of the day.
I have a question.
Well, think about it motivational.
Why, when y'all were like using examples of people not being professional, it seems like y'all were talking in African American, a black dialect. Like not once, when y'all were expressing people not being professional, did y'all ever like use a Hispanic accent or Asian accent? Or like an Arabic accent, and we all know them Arabs can be very, very disrespectful.
I was about to say,
I feel like y'all are identifying unprofessionalism with black people, and it comes in many shapes and forms. Like you're saying, you're giving your example from the corporate world, right? She's talking about business, which is two different entities. And I totally get what you're saying. Yes, in the corporate world, which I've never worked in corporate America, but yes, when you do enter those rooms, you definitely would have to be very, very professional. But what she's saying is like, as a representation of herself, she's saying that she can maneuver a little bit differently because there's a lot of business owners, whether they are American or not American, that they speak in their own dialect. Some of them even use slang or accents. Well, I get where both of y'all are coming from.
I do
I feel like
too.
you're just looking at it from a corporate standpoint, and we all don't work in corporate America.
Well, T. Williams,
I
I
want
see
to.
where both of them are coming from too. Because if you look at it from where motivational is coming from, you need to protect your business, but you also need to care about your customers, or you're not going to be able to keep your business. You know, you how do you treat people? Or
That's another thing too. I think people get articulation confused with education levels. Like I know a lot of people that speak real well that are dumb, like dumber than a donut. That's why I said earlier, I agree with he is Jehovah. Like results, stats, like the proof is in the pudding. You know what I'm saying? Like some jobs they don't really care what you sound like. Jobs that pay a lot.
But your delivery on
Let me say this. Hold on, let me say
anything
this.
is what's
Let me say this
important.
real quick.
You can
Hold on real
have
quick.
all the facts, you can have all the data, you can have every.
Hold
I don't know if she hear me. I don't know if she hear me. I was about to say, yeah, because I ain't got my mic in. I guess that's why nobody hear me.
Sorry.
I was about to say, no, you good. I was about to say, for the most part, dang man, I wouldn't have heard me get it out before I forgot. My gosh. All right, you can go ahead, man. I just forgot.
I'm sorry, Kim.
It'll come
It's
back.
all right.
Kim.
You good?
It'll come back.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Kim. To your point, you can still have the delivery. I mean, you can still have all the facts. You can have all that, but it's your delivery. We have to learn how to communicate the delivery. Your dialect, your accent, that could be you, that could be who you are. And I don't care if you are Yehab Yehabo or Geechee or Habibi or African. I don't care. If your delivery to me sucks, I'm not taking it. And that's not, and that's more than tone. That's more than tone. A lot of times we get all these things about communication mixed up, and we have a hard time separating the two or the three or the four. Kevin's ready. Go Kev. I'm sorry.
Yeah, made it. I made it. Hey, right now.
I told you it would come back.
Yeah, I was thinking about it before, like a little, but I was gonna say, that's the part I was thinking about because she's talking about the education thing, right? It don't matter how educated you are, that don't have nothing to do with customer service. Like as long as you sound convincing or sound like that you know what you talking about, that's how you make your money and stuff. It really don't have to do with your education or how, they really can care less if you smart or not. They just want to know if they getting what they getting or if it's worth it or something like that. So it's really it even come with like I guess some form of manipulation or persuasion. So that's why people fall for things not today, because they sound like they know what they talking about and well, it's got to be right and all that stuff, but they not really paying attention to what and people is. It's just like you said, somebody can sound good but be silly as rocks. I'm trying to be TikTok friendly, but yeah, they don't be, but that's what make the money. You know what I'm saying? That's why people make it so far in jobs. That's why they got this thing called fake it till you make it. We know it's a certain way that you should talk, and it's a certain way that you just to make it in this world. It's part of what I started off earlier about adapting. So we can feel a certain way about why people not accepting the way I talk, and why is that? Well, I think we know to a certain extent it is. We done lived on this earth long enough, and we got to realize too. Some areas is like that. Some people have a bias. Some people just and it's about who we working under for the most part, or who we trying to connect with. So like even in church, you're not about to see a person that's just and that's for people that even go to church. People coming in there, they're gonna try their best to act like they a Christian, act like something, even though they just got done partying and popping booty to move. So they put on an act. It's just adapting to your environment to be either accepted or to be heard. That's all that really is, and that's anywhere. That's literally anywhere. So it ain't really about the language and because you're black and all this other stuff or whatever. I mean, some scenarios is like that, but we know that to fit in, you got to adapt. That's just part of life anywhere. That's always been like since the beginning of times. If you just they don't care about your actual character. They just care about the image that you put on or how you look. Just like if you make somebody look bad in their job, if they find out you was a OF person and you supposed to be a customer service person, you about to get fired because you've been putting a bad image on that job. You know, they probably really don't care personally, but then once they done got out in the open and stuff and everybody done heard it, it's a wrap on you because they don't want that image because everything is based off image. So that's why you have to adapt for the most part. We can cry about other things all day. Why you can't accept my Ebonics talking, or why you can't accept my Yeehorn and all that stuff that she was talking about earlier? So I mean, we can do that all day, but we know how the world works. So we can say what ifs all day, but we know how it works.
Well,
And that's why.
as you speak on that, Kev, that reminded me of, because Kev, you know what I do for a living, and I was like, why did I need to get a degree to become a therapist? Like, why can't I just be a therapist to normal people? Am I going to give
Somebody was saying something.
my husband his same space or his safe space? Am I going to give my kids their safe space? Why do I need a degree to have good customer service, or to treat people right, or to be treated right, or to honestly understand how I'm going to receive somebody else's tone? My husband had that conversation with me because he's from Southside Chicago. He speaks a different way. He's a little bit louder, and I had to learn how to adapt to that, like what you were just saying, Kev. Sometimes it's not about the other person, it's about you.
And I think this is why, if you don't want to do those things, you need to get a skill where you can work for yourself. Skills are king.
But working
Skills will
for
always be
yourself,
king.
You think it's that simple?
still puts you in the face of other people. So what
Yes.
exactly do you do with farming?
With farming,
Yes, ma'am.
so I do hydroponics. So I decided that dealing with the public is beautiful when I'm trying to do social things. But for the most part, it's a lot easier for me to apply for contracts to be able to supply schools for food, schools with food, and also home health facilities, things like that with food, rather than worrying about the public. It's too fickle.
Okay. So, but with your contracts, and you still have to turn those in, and you still have to communicate, you still have to have some level of interaction with another person. Yes. When you are trying to get those bids on those contracts, because it's a competition, I'm sure, between you and maybe some other person or another company, right? How do you present yourself? Do you go in there and hey, sister girl, what's up, girl? Okay, so because girl, I can feed these people. Go ahead and give me this contract so I can get these people their food so these kids can be eating up in here.
I mean, honestly, a lot of the contracts that I've gotten by either going to people's churches, so that
Not
the black
where,
churches,
not
that
where, how?
pretty much is just being a part of people's community. But if I'm being honest with you, a lot of opportunities that I've personally gotten have come from networking on the social side of things rather than this boardroom activity.
No, it's not boardroom. This is interaction. I didn't say boardroom. I think
Right, but
motivational,
okay,
like the people were saying,
like this was a real
you
thing.
still
The
have to
first one I
interact
got,
with
right?
somebody.
Right, this is what I'm telling you. The first one that I got, the first big one that I ever got, I got when I was hanging out with Elaine Brown and I was drinking with a whole bunch of rich black people. I got it like that. I had beat the dude. I towed him up in spades at that dinner. Tow him
That's
up.
why you think it's so easy. That's crazy. That
Yeah,
makes
that's
sense.
all. Yeah.
I mean, but he's
She
also
think-
the president
she
of
think
an
that's everybody's
HBCU.
world and stuff. She said, "Why don't
Yeah,
you
like
just
he's
do
also
your
the
own?"
president of an HBCU. So I think a lot of these things come from networking, and a lot of these things come from really just kind of knowing what you're talking about. That's why I'm not the whole entirely upset with what Jehovah said, because you do need to know what you're talking about.
But
It's
your
positioning, too.
communication is was it off putting? Was it disrespectful? Was it?
I mean, my communication is the
of the
same
man-
way that it is right now, if I'm being honest.
Yeah.
Well, doesn't sound like
How
you're
nice you think I can be when I'm cutting you up in spades, nigga?
But you
Hurry
ju-
up, play your
I'm about to
hand.
say, did you
But-
call
but
that
you-
man
but
a
you-
nigga?
I know you're not
I
doing
know
that.
you didn't call that man a
I
nigga.
know you're not.
Didn't call
I know
him.
you're
Okay,
not.
I didn't call him the N-word. That's
I know
it.
you
I know
know
what I'm
you
saying.
I know
This
for
is
sure
what
she
we're
Kevin,
talking
man.
about.
This
This is
sound-
what we're saying.
This sounds
You
good on
can
the
be on
internet. You just
here
make
and
yourself. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Kim. Sorry. This is what we're talking about. You can get on here. We can go back and forth with Kev all day long. Nigga, I know you ain't just said it to me. Or bitch, or B word, I know you get what I'm saying? That's us here. If
No,
you're
but I
trying to
wasn't calling
get
him
a
the N word. I was
contract,
still
you're
cussing and
not
stuff
gonna
like
talk
that.
to
I'm
them
not
people
calling him
that
the N
way.
word because he's like 65.
It don't matter. You know how many people that I grew up with that don't care about your age that will still cuss you smooth out?
Yeah,
It
you're not
doesn't
gonna call.
matter.
I'm not. Yeah, I'm not, and I'm not 65 or 50 or none of that. But you're not about to
He
call
not.
me no
He
N
not.
word.
Yeah,
You
she
see
not
what I'm
talking.
saying? At all.
Yeah.
This is the whole point we've been trying to get to this whole conversation. Like it literally took us
Right.
this long to get here. We're simply saying in a room, it don't matter. Like you could be playing spades. That's true. You're still playing spades with a purpose. You playing spades because you want this contract. You playing spades because you want this connection right here. You playing spades because at the end of the day, you got something that's going to benefit me, and I got something that's going to benefit you. But I guarantee you, y'all were not throwing back shots of Patron and twerking on each other and calling each other bees and all this other type. Like that wasn't going on there.
Oh
Why
no,
so
but
extreme?
this is the thing. I didn't have
Yeah.
to assimilate for white people. I didn't really have
You
to
wasn't in
change
a
my
room with a
dialect.
white
You was
All I
person.
had
You
to
were in
do
a
was
room
assimilate
with
for
not
a
black
white
people.
cuss.
person.
Not cussing is not a part of dialect. It's just
You
not
were in a
cussing.
room with black people.
Right.
Again, I have parents that are black. I have parents that are white. I have parents that are Hispanic. Depending on which one I'm with, that determines how my conversation with them goes.
Right.
Again, I have learned, even dealing with just black people, not all black people identify with me and how I grew up. So the way I'm going to talk to them is not going to be the same way that I talk to the black person that does identify with the way that I grew up.
Right.
But that, like, I'm still standing up. Like, I understand what you're saying. I'm still standing on the point. If you want to have more freedom, if you want to exist how you exist,
But I
it
have the
is better for
freedom.
you to work for yourself.
I have the freedom and I have my
What
own
freedom? You
classroom.
still?
I have the freedom that I need to have in the profession that I'm in.
Right.
Even if I like, because right now I'm studying, which is what I should be doing, but I'm on here with Kev and y'all. I'm studying for my principalship. I'm studying to literally be the head of an entire school, teachers, students, staff, the whole 9 yards. I'm still not going to go in there and be on this whole ebonic type of situation just because that's who I am. That's who I was raised to be. I'm still going to keep it cute, very demure, whatever, whatever. And at the end of the day, when I go home, I go back to Louisiana and I'm with my people and we eat crawfish and we eat etouffee or my mama done fried fish and we playing spades and phase 10 and you owe me 50, run me my 50. But I'm not like that when I'm at work. I'm
I
not
think.
like that when I'm trying to get my principalship. I'm not
Yeah.
like that when I'm with my parents.
Yeah. I think
But
that she
speaking
get.
of
I know
bonics
she.
doesn't
I
mean
know.
that you cuss every other word.
Yeah,
Ebonics and
I think
cussing is not the
you just
same.
purposely just trying to. I think you smart enough to get the whole entire point of everybody getting
Yeah, I
to.
think so too.
And I think because like I know she's smart because I think
Yeah.
she's just trying to play this little thing because that's what I'm saying. She capping on the internet right now because we know that she adapts. She didn't be the same exact way to get to where she at because that's just literally part of life. If everybody was to stay the same person. Even right now, when we get jobs, we're not about to beat us. I'm not about to be talking to them like I'm playing a video game and all that stuff. I'm about to try my best to try to get accepted because I need the job. You know what I'm saying? Even the area you at, it took you time, unless you got spoon fed what you got. But still, even that, you still got to adapt. Even if you said own it, right? That's what I'm trying to see your definition of freedom because you never explained what that is. Even that, you can't be how you want to be because you have to adapt to your customers, unless you ain't gonna get business. So you still got to turn into the what you call it forgot the word you be using some words though. You said like dancing for the
I know.
white. I don't know what it is though. I just forgot
You
the
ain't gonna
word.
let that go, Kev.
No, not even the yeehaws, but I'm just saying the whole point is adapt. That was the whole entire thing of this, and us acting like we don't adapt to where we at. I think that's why I said we capping or we being disingenuous. So I don't know even what the argument is.
I think this is the argument that I was having is that I do not want to adapt for white people. I don't want to adhere to what
You
they have to
adapt for
say.
black
I
people. You
don't.
still adapt. That's cool. That's your preference, but you still adapt overall. You still can't be you around whoever it is. So I mean, it had to be somebody that was either professionally taught. Because I could hear that you could at least sound professional. You're not talking all like how you want to on here because you want to be heard and be convincing. And that's what that is. So
Right, but
I
just
know you
because
got
I'm
it.
not cussing doesn't mean that I'm not speaking
Yes, I
about
never
speaking the
said
same
that.
way.
Cussing.
I'm just
We're
not
not
cussing.
Swearing.
We're
We're
not.
not
Oh my
talking
gosh,
bad.
bro, you got some big. You got to listen to what I'm saying though. That's what I'm saying about just because you can talk proper, that don't mean you can communicate. But that wasn't my whole point. I'm just saying that you don't have to cuss or anything. I'm not saying that, but the point is adapting. And I think that we all get. That's the main point we're trying to get to on it. And you understand it, but you just try not to acknowledge it because I guess you
I
got
am
your own
gonna
thing
try.
you want
I'm
to
gonna
talk
push
about.
back to assimilating to anything. So, like when it comes to adhering to
Yeah,
whites, I'm gonna push back on that every time.
But
All right,
it's
so
not
Kev.
just white people. I just said I got black parents. I have Hispanic parents. I have Asian parents. You know what I had at the beginning of the school year? I had an Asian parent tell me, "You speak well for a black person." I had to let her know that's not a compliment. Don't say that. And don't tell that to your children. I speak well and I'm able to articulate my expressions and my thoughts because I have learned to do so.
But you know why she said that to you? What she was
Because
saying
she
is,
sees black people
you're
as
a good
ignorant
black person.
people.
You speak exactly how I want you to speak when I'm in your presence.
And my
No.
response
That's what she
was,
said to you.
that's not a compliment. So don't say that to me. So
Also,
again,
if you
I
need
still
supplies for your
stood
school,
10
hit me up
toes.
because I do be trying to make sure the teacher's straight.
I
So
still
this
stood
is the
10
thing.
toes in what I meant in protecting myself. I didn't cuss her out either. I
So
didn't say, bitch, who you talking to? I didn't do all that.
there
I
you
just
go.
simply said, that's not a compliment. Don't speak to me. Don't say that. And don't say that to your children to have them say that. Again, going back to the original point of me, it's not about being afraid to talk to people. It's about effectively getting your point across based on the words that come out of your mouth so that others understand where you at. It's all facts that's not a compliment. And there's no black woman on this panel, in another panel, in anywhere in America or anywhere that would have taken that as a compliment or not one with good sense that would have said, oh, thank you. We wouldn't have did that. I understood what
You got to mute it, unmute now, because nobody can hear you.
How about now?
There you go.
Okay. I understood exactly what she meant when she said what she said. That's a direct reflection of how she view black women altogether. I understood that. And that's why I responded the way that I responded. Don't talk to me that's not a compliment.
Yeah,
That's
that's all.
not me,
It's
and
all
that's
about
not me assimilating. That's
So
me
Kev.
saying
Okay,
with
I
effective
respect that.
communication.
I would have had
We
a
not
different
like that.
response because I don't believe in educated white people or dismantle. I don't believe in dismantling stereotypes. I don't.
So this is
If
the
you think
thing.
black women are fat black mammies, let me show you what a fat black mammy is, real quick.
No,
So,
I'm
but I do
never
think
gonna
that
do
I
that.
respect how you approach that in your professional setting.
I would have did the same
I
thing
say
on the
y'all.
streets, ma'am. Don't talk to me that way. That's not a compliment.
I say use y'all's speaks well. So y'all keep speaking. I really dig what y'all's are saying.
Black, you.
I ought to hit it with the, oh, you like how I talk like this? You like when I talk like that? Oh, okay. I'd start talking like that. Stop
And
playing with
guess
me.
what? And guess where I would have been? In the principal's office, possibly sitting up at the
Y'all,
school board
Right, and
office,
that's why I'm
whatever.
not a teacher, Miss Morris. So you ahead of
y'all,
me on that.
Okay, hold on
y'all,
one sec.
y'all ninjas.
Hold on, Black wants to speak, but real quick, before Black speaks, so there's 22 people in the room. Nobody on the panel. Tap until you like, but everybody on the panel can share, and you can put fruits, the fruits of our labor. Put them in the comments. We need to get these likes up. We're at 12 and a half K. We need to get up to 20K. A lot of good conversation going on. So go ahead, Black, my brother.
I was just being funny, you know what I'm saying? But y'all keep speaking like y'all speaking, Because I like how y'all's talking. Because y'all speaks like y'all are educated Negroes. I like how y'all are speakings. Y'all keep speakings like you speakings. Y'all some educated Negroes. Oh, my bad, y'all.
I knew Black was gonna come in here and do something.
That was very black of you.
And Kev, I'm gonna say this, bro. What's so crazy is that we have compared growing and evolving and improving, and we've switched it up with the wrong definition and a definition of assimilating, and that's not what that is. Because if you want to stay the same, go ahead and stay the same. Go ahead and stay the same. But the world will continue to change, because it will. End of the day, the world will continue to change, period. Like, there's change that happens. You don't have to want it to. You're gonna get a year older. Depending on the food you eat, depending on how active you are or how not active you are, you will either gain weight or you will get in better shape. Change is gonna happen, but it's the change you choose to happen where you dictate your future and the type of life you have and the results you create in your life. So if you eat the right foods and you go to the gym regularly, you're gonna be in great shape. If you sit on the couch and watch TV all day, eat chips and ice cream, you're gonna gain weight and you're gonna be in horrible shape and you're not gonna look that good physically. This change is gonna take place whether we like it or not, depending on the choices we make. So when we want to have this conversation about assimilating, no, it's about actively deciding what type of life do we want to have. So I make certain choices. I choose to learn, unlearn, and learn new information to give myself the best possible life for myself and for my family. Period, point blank. Now, if you want to use a goofy language of assimilating.
What's assimilating?
No, ma'am.
I gotta ask her a question. All right. So
What's
let
up,
me say
Ted?
this. Oh, okay. Let me say this though, cause I feel everything will motivate. So this is something I noticed though, Bean. Now I noticed something about you, because I do notice like with something counter with what your lifestyle, you just got this I don't know. I feel like it's no different from how YT people do that junk though. But it's like, I noticed because you saying like, I don't do this for the white man. So what about the people that have to do it, right? Because some people got to do what they got to do to survive and stuff. So everybody don't have the pleasure or the privilege to be able to go through certain things. I mean, to avoid from working under or assimilating with the white man. You know how you saying all that stuff. So everybody really don't have that ability. And then like how you saying that it's a, hey, what's that? Even the way you say how you got to different things, like it's like you're not trying to. It's like you look. I'm not gonna say you look down, but it's just like you make it seem so easy. That's like you said earlier. You was like, well, you just got to do it on your own or something like that. Don't you think if people could do it, they would do that though? But it's just like it's really like baby steps. Some people have to, adapt. Just like the key word we've been using all day. They have to do that. So you got to realize everybody not you. And I thought I would figure that since you seem like that you take up more for the black people, you will understand what they go through, even though you said that some people is surface minded or whatever the heck it is. And I think that's kind of surface minded to act like you don't know that what other black people may go through, that they might have to do what they got to do to get to where they at and stuff. You know, so that's the part I'm seeing the gap in, because it's like you got so much because you're in the position you in now. You get to be like, well, if you work for the YT people, you kiss their butt, or if you do like some of us got to do it. We're not blessed. A lot of us this is not blessed though, and it don't make nobody less than, because we have to do what we got to do. Some of us could be selling smugs, we can be doing all this other stuff, but we trying to at least try to do it the most legit way we can do that we know of. So I don't know. I feel like that's just not fair in the way you kind of putting it.
I was gonna say something to piggyback what you were saying, Kev, on you have to talk a certain way or act a certain way. That is the reality of things. So there's one gentleman, we was on a panel too, kind of having the same discussion. Do we have to code switch? Do we have to? Had the same thought processes. I'm gonna be hood. I'm gonna be who I am. Until when people wasn't calling him back for interviews, then he realized when he changed it up and stopped being Daquan and Ben Derek, he got more callback. So how you act and how you talk definitely plays a part on when people want to work with you and deal with you. You can't go into an interview, what's up, man? I need this job, man, for real. I got family feed. You can't do that, unfortunately, in the world. Even though that's true in being yourself, you have to be like, "Good morning, I would like this position because I'm really interested. I have a background in this." It's just the reality of the world, unfortunately.
Yeah, let me say this too though, because I want T
Don't
Williams
be
to understand.
Daquan and be Derek.
Yeah, hold on real
Are
quick.
y'all playing with me?
Hold on real
Are
quick.
y'all playing with me?
Yeah, hold on.
First off, corporate America likes the black man.
Dang, what, she can't hear me or something? T Williams, I want to say this though before because it's obvious that she not hearing it. So you were saying that she's saying not. Oh, I'm always with that, right? You got to work a little harder. But when we say that too, it's like I'm gonna put it this way. It be like selective on how we what we want to attack though, because I can say that, hey, us as black people need to work harder. Then we gonna come with the kind of, well, it's white people holding us back and all that stuff. They be like, well, you acting like a white, you know what? So it's like it's never winning with some people, right? So I agree with that, right? You sometimes you got to work a little harder. But the point I think the point I was making, which it seemed like got overheard, is that because you got to pay attention. I know you agreeing with a lot of things she's saying, but you got to actually hear what she's saying, because it's like when the timing that she want to either make it fit what she's saying, or is the time that if we not sounding like what she's saying, she be like, well, she act like she's above, or not even that. Oh, what she do? She act like she above, like, well, I'm not one of them type of ones that have to go under there, or I'm that, and you don't know that all this other stuff, but everybody's not on no firm like she do, or all the other stuff. And it's like, you have to look or understand what other black people, and I haven't heard her say that part, just that some people, what she would do is like, if you working under the YT people, well, you booty clapping for them. That's crazy. Why say that? A lot of us have to go through that. You know what I'm saying? Why you gotta down the next black person? That's the reason why we can't get along. Is because once we get in position, we thinking we better, and then we get mad at the YT people for thinking that they better than us. So it's like we gotta really pay attention to how these conversations going. Even though somebody might be saying something to make us feel good, or we can resonate with it, but it's a bigger picture to things that's being said for real. We gotta pay attention.
I didn't take it like that, Kev. And also when I put it in the comments, I said you, but I really meant we. Like, cause you expressed that we all can't do it. Earlier, y'all was saying that we all can't own a business. I feel like everybody, if you live in America, everybody should have some sort of business. Even if you have a corporate job or you work at McDonald's, you should still have a business. Because everybody else that comes to this country, they come here to start businesses. They come here for money. You know what I'm saying? We're born and bred here, and we just bypass all the money that's around us.
Yeah, they have a family too, though. We gotta first have that. We trying to reach too far to the stars, and we don't even got our family together.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like everybody look at it differently. Well, I may see money, you may not see it.
They not doing it by themselves. That's my point. That's my point.
Listen, if you cut yards on Saturdays and Sundays, you can start an LLC for that, or whatever you want to, however you want to run it.
So, and I get that you got to, but you still got to work to get there. You just don't say, "Hey, I got an idea. I can become a business owner." It don't work like that.
Solely be an entrepreneur.
Yes, and I feel that everybody should want to have that inside of them to become better or get to a certain thing. And that's what I mean. But what I'm getting to is we're not acknowledging that some people have to put in that work. You just can't say that I got an idea, let me become a business owner, and think you just gonna get it. No, you got to sometimes go through a lot of ropes, a lot of adapting, a lot of maybe what they say booty was her favorite word, clapping for the freaking or assimilating with the white man. You got to do what you got to do to even get there. So we can't make a skip, because that's gonna confuse a lot of people that act like, oh well, I could just do it, and they sitting there living in the streets.
I ain't said that nobody on here booty clap. I ain't called nobody.
Well, I know that's your favorite word that you be saying.
But I be saying booty clapper when there's some overt cooning happening. Like when it's some overt cooning happening, that's when I call people a booty clapper. But just because you want to change your language, I'm not gonna call you a booty clapper for that.
Okay, I feel you.
So
it's staged. Booty clapping is the final stage of cooning.
That's the final stage.
That's the final. So you are just overtly doing it.
But I'm talking about, well, I mean assimilate. You said I'm not assimilating under a white man. The way you saying it though, that's all I'm getting to. The way you saying is like some people have to do that. Some people have to listen to a white man to get somewhere, and that's what I'm getting to. You can't make them seem like they even less than, or that you know that that they should guide you. Don't
But
don't
now,
work with a white man or
okay,
something like that.
I can take
Go
that
ahead,
critique, right? I can take that critique because sometimes I don't express things the best way. I can take that critique, but I
What?
do hear
Is it the
sometimes.
accountability room that's making you do that? Accountability room?
Yeah,
What?
I don't have a problem taking accountability. I'm comfortable with that. Anybody who's always right is always wrong.
Dang, there you
So,
go.
so this is the kicker, Kev. It is what Bean was saying and T Williams saying. They're correct to a degree. What I mean by this, it starts with our mindset, Kev. So a man is right whether he says he can, and he's right whether he says he cannot. You create your future predictions of what your life will be, and that's decided by what you say it will be before you even start the race.
True.
What most people do, unfortunately, is we don't have the right mindset. Means how we view things, the way in which we look at things, our perspective is all skewed. It's usually extremely negative. We put ourselves in the worst possible light, and we don't give ourselves a fighting chance. So what has to happen? First of all, absolutely. I say if you have a product, a service, if you have a product or a service, and you produce that product or that service, and then you decide a certain amount for the product or service, and you present it to the marketplace, and the more people you serve, the more money you make. But along
Let me say
the
this
other,
then, motivation before you get too far.
yes,
Let me say this then.
yes.
So according to that's why I say I agree with that on automatic. I think the only reason why I be getting confused with my sister Jelly sometimes is because like that part is right, but you can't say dang, what the freak I was about to say. I'm thinking
It's not easy though, Kev.
yeah,
Here's the
not
thing.
even that part. Not even that part though. And
Yeah.
I do understand that though. But we have to I'll come back. Freak, man.
So
Okay, so this is the thing.
Motivational.
Would we all agree that corporate America likes for black men to be effeminate?
I'm not
Want to
effeminate.
explain what that
To
means?
be
What that
effeminate,
means?
I think they like for them to walk in the room like they have some sense. Like Jehovah was saying earlier today, if you walk into a room and you start spewing off at the lips, you don't know what you're talking about. You just saying some crap. And then
I just
to
thought about
make
it.
matters worse, you saying some crap, and in the worst possible way, your delivery is all jacked up. That's what. No, I don't care who in corporate. I don't care if it's a black man, white man, whatever man. They just don't want you to walk in the room as if you don't have any sense.
Hey, I
Okay,
think I
but
just
what
thought
I'm
about it.
seeing when I'm looking in court, when I know people in corporate, the effeminate black man is always up for more promotions than the masculine black man. The effeminate black man is always in a higher position than the masculine black man. I do not believe that corporate America, or at least when I'm looking, I do not see where where the masculine black man is respected towards white people the same way the effeminate man is, and I wouldn't call it respect. I
Well,
would
I
just say
definitely,
that the effeminate man is
with
easier
you
to
there
control.
Before y'all go
because
there, let me get
that's
this out where
another
I got it.
disparity that.
Go
Let
ahead,
me
Kev.
just get this out real quick. I just thought about it. So that's all I was about to say. The confusing part about so that's all I was meaning about earlier, right? Because we could say that a lot of us, and I most definitely agree with it. If you the mindset is not there, you're not gonna push forward, and that's one of our biggest problems. But it's like we can't. This what the counter and the confusion is at. We can't say, hey, you can do this and you need to do all that, and then also say that you also gotta realize that you're not free at the same time. So it's like how can you say you can do it and then also say you can't do it at the same time? Because it's like a lot of us, if we do believe that we're free, or we do that we believe we can whatever energy we put in, we can make it happen for it. How we gonna be able to and then we get called names like, "Oh, you're delusional to think that you're this and all that stuff," and yet we doing things that we showing that we free. You know what I'm saying? So it's like we can't counter and say that y'all lazy, y'all this, and y'all not putting in the effort, and y'all can't change your mindset. But we telling people to change their mindset because a lot of people stuck in victim mode or stuck in I can't do it, and then when we say that, it go right back to the opposite. Like, well, you think you're crazy if you don't think that you're locked, you're not trapped or not. So it's like, which one is it? That's what I think the confusing part is at.
No,
I think
right there,
freedom,
bro.
for you to be
Right there,
free, you
Kev.
must have power. If you do not have power, you cannot be free.
Well,
So
Lynn,
hold on,
Lynn,
wait.
I think
Okay.
what you were speaking
Wait.
on and what T. Williams is speaking on and what Kev said was, look, if you look at effeminate, So it's the same thing when women say men need to be more masculine. Men shouldn't show emotions. But like what
I'm not talking about the feminine thing that she came up with.
Exactly.
The extra thing.
Exactly.
I don't want to throw that on.
Miss Aquanet said, it's like you come in there with some composure, with some delicacy. Like you can be delicate, you can be at the same time, you can be assertive.
So Kev, it goes back to what I said. And that's why that's my pushback on saying, you know how you create power, you know how you create ownership. You have a product or a service. It always comes back to this. Maybe, and I'm gonna say this, there's someone in this live that they have a book idea. They have a service, maybe a line cutting service, or my brother, my engineer brother that was on here. That maybe there's a tech idea that he had. We have a product or a service. We find a way to create the product or the service. We put a price for that product or that service. We have the mindset of determination to know that there will be ups and downs. There will be times of difficulty. We are choosing the path less traveled. So it will be some challenges, but challenges does not mean it's saying no. Challenges is only saying how bad do you want it. So when we face challenges, do you dig your heels in the ground and say, nah, this is mine. This is my product. This is my service. This is my business. I'm going to do it because I said I'm going to do it. I don't care what the resistance is. I'm going to accomplish my goal. So you press forward and you sell your product or your service for a price. The more people you serve with your product or service, the more money you make, i.e. Jeff Bezos. His service serves the most the most people on the planet. That's why he's one of the richest men on the planet. The more people your product or business serves, the more money you make. Basic principle. Does not matter whether you're black, white, green, or from Mars. So if you're doing all these things, it doesn't matter if someone says I can't. I know that I can. So I do the work every day till the fruits are produced. Because I know I'm doing the work every day. And it doesn't matter if someone else believes it or not. So I'm always free because I'm not going to let anyone put me in a box. They can want to put me in a box, but they cannot put me in a box because I will never let them. We have the ultimate freedom. We give our power over to other people based on statements like what you say, Being. I will never give my power over to somebody else. It is not their power to take. It is my power to operate in, given to me by my God, who knew me when I was in my mother's womb. That's the problem.
Can I ask you a question?
Absolutely.
Do you own a business?
I own two businesses. I own a cleaning company and I'm a motivational speaker, teacher, and a personal development coach.
Okay, so you own a cleaning business.
My personality.
Say what?
So the cleaning
Y'all
business.
follow me. I need you to get on this TikTok. When I get on there.
So that's what we do.
Right.
We create because we have the ability to create. People don't create because they do not think they have the ability to create. So as a man thinketh, so he do. So if I don't think I can create, I will not produce. I will not create. When I know I can create, when I know I can produce, I will be creating and producing. That's based on my mindset. But what the things you say, Bean, when you talk about we're not free, and the minute someone takes that into their head and they say, I am not free, guess what you have just done? You've impacted someone else and how they look at themselves, and they have accepted a false reality that they are not free, which in fact is the opposite. They choose not to be free because of how they think.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but freedom. For you to be free, you must have power. The reason that you are free, motivational, is because you had that cleaning business to be able to back up that motivational speaking business. Okay, if you
Actually,
don't,
wrong.
the thing about being free is that
I had the other business first, ma'am. Wrong. I've been studying for 16 years, and the motivational speaker, teacher, and personal development business, I've been studying for 16 years for that. My cleaning company is only 2 years old. So wrong.
Which one have you made more money
The
in?
mindset The mindset came, and that first business came before the cleaning company came. You made assumptions about information you did
Which
not
one
know.
did you? Which one have you made
Let
more
me
money
say
in?
this too though, and that let me say this though real quick, because that's what I'm meaning by that, right? We can't keep countering and saying that we can do it and then keep acting like we don't have some type of freedom at the same time. So it's like we have to pick an argument. Like if we keep trying to say that us as black people can make things happen or move forward, we can't keep on talking about that we are oppressed and all this other stuff, and that means nobody gonna ever move forward. Like we can't, and then we go down them for not moving forward and working under somebody else. So it's like we have to pick a mindset because that counters each other. It make no sense. That's a contradiction.
I
So
mean, the
it's either we
mindset that
free
I
or
have
not.
is that you are not free unless you have ownership. Ownership comes with you need power to be free. Because if
How do you
somebody
get
else
ownership?
grants your freedom, if somebody
Kev.
else is allowing you to be able to feed your family, and somebody else is allowing you to have these things, you are not free. So I do
So
hold the
Even
do
with
mindset
you
that
that,
not
for you
own
to
your
Flick,
be
own
free,
mind?
you must have power.
even with that,
I
Flick,
can't, bro.
you still, even as a business owner, you still feed your family based on somebody giving you the bid on the contract. You may not have nobody
Well,
writing your
honestly, off
check
the
for you.
farming, I do okay off farming, but I don't feed myself really off farming. That's more of, I do that for more social and political reasons, just because I feel like, shoot, we're in food apartheid. We're in a food apartheid
So
situation. The main reason
what's
that
your
I'm able
what's
to
your
feed my family is from my trucking company.
and you
That's
still
what
got to do what you got
catapulted
to
me
pick
into
up
wealth.
loads. Even with your trucking company, you have to pick up loads. Yes. Are you the broker driver? Are you the broker owner? Or you got a broker, or does somebody work with you?
I got some people who work with me.
Okay, so you got a broker
Hmm.
who bids on your loads for you. Yes.
Hmm.
They still have to operate in a certain manner in order for you to get that. That's what we saying. Nobody in this room is in chains or in bondage. And what Kev is saying is that we have to know before we get out and do anything, we got to know that we are free to go and do these things. Your mind comes first. And if you are not free in your mind, you're not free in nothing. So even it doesn't matter if your farming company is lucrative or if your truck driving company is lucrative. Both of those businesses for you literally are at the hands of other people. No matter how you want to swing it, no matter how you may feel like, hey, I don't have to clock in. I don't have a 9 to 5. That's fine. You don't have a 9 to 5. I do. I have an actual 7. Well, I got a 5 to 7:30 actually. But that's what allows me to feed my family. Even if I had my own school, guess what? My school operates at the hands of my stakeholders, the hands of my board members, the hands of my parents, the hands of my students. Therefore, I got to carry myself with a certain demeanor and a certain manner that's going to allow me to stay in that business. Get out there in that trucking company and start running red lights. Get out there in that trucking company and start missing your loads or missing your delivery times or missing your pickup times and see what happens. See what happens. What you're saying literally negates the very freedom that you claim you have. And we're not saying that there's nothing wrong with having the freedoms or having the abilities to set your own schedule or having the abilities to not interact with a mass of people every single day. Motivation is a motivational speaker. He speaks to crowds larger than I do. I speak to crowds larger than you do. But at the same time, and in the same token, all three of us have a certain demeanor that we must carry. We got a certain attitude and we got a certain level of professionalism that we must have in order to carry out the duties of our jobs. And neither one of these jobs, your trucking company, his cleaning business, or my teaching career, screams we are not free. Everybody is free. If you live in 2024, you are free to create, you are free to think, you are free to produce, you are free to go out and get whatever it is that you need to get to do what you need to do, whether you're a single person, whether you're a married person, whether you got kids, whether you don't got kids, whether you're black, white, Asian, pink, yellow, purple, or like motivational say, whether you're from Mars. We're gonna let the black poet stay on the couch eating his food and his chains because that's where he's comfortable at. But as of the rest of us, we moving on. We doing other things. And that requires us to have a level of mindset that lets us know we're free.
Miss Antoinette,
There you go. There you go.
I
We
do.
getting somewhere.
I do applaud you on that. That right there was so beautiful. You're exactly right. We do have to change our mindset. We got to change the way we think. We got to change the way we look at things. We can't just keep living in the past of our ancestors
And that's
because
what
we are
Kev
free.
and that's what Kev was saying. And that even goes back to the back in the gap, to the old days, to the people of our ancestors. We would still be in chains if somebody before us didn't have the mindset to say, baby, we free. If we here on this
Eyes won't.
plantation right now, we working right now, but guess what? 5, 10, 15 years from now, we won't be.
We's be free. We's be free. I's free, man. I's are free.
You
As a
didn't wake
bird.
up. You didn't wake up out your mother's womb and say you the day you was born, you didn't have a set of keys in your hand to drive trucks. The day you were born, you didn't say, "Okay, I'm finna go farming." You didn't do that. You went through some other stuff, and like Kev was saying, there are some people that have to crawl before they walk. Before I'm able to walk into a room and demand the room, I gotta crawl here. I gotta listen to somebody. I gotta be under somebody. Greasy, he's just trolling. I gotta listen to somebody. I gotta be up under somebody. Kev may be my apprenticeship. I may want to start going live. I may want to start doing what Kev do or whatever. But guess what? I might have to sit up under Kev for a little minute before I'm able to do that. I'm not just gonna bombard the door in and say, I'm a free black woman. Give me this live space. I don't even think I got the following base to do whatever. I'm gonna have to get my followers up.
I think sort of what I could be missing is that sometimes when I have these conversations with people, it seems like being at the top of a white person's company is their dream. That is successful for them.
Who doing that?
So
Who doing
so
that?
so real quick. This is the conversation I had with my wife. Let me be clear. And I've always said this statement. I will always say this statement. If you're looking to become CEO of a company created by a YT person, it's never happened in the history of America. It hasn't. But this is the caveat. You can work hard. You can do some great things. You can make the money you want to make and then pivot. Now, this is the best way to use working for another company. If you're an entrepreneur, work for that company. Look at their infrastructure. See what their setup is. And then learn from infrastructure. Use this as an educational tool. Obviously, work hard. Obviously, show up and do the job, do it right. But use it as an educational tool to learn the infrastructure of the company if it's similar to the business you want to create. And then do not burn bridges. Exit that company and start your own. The other side is what me and my wife has talked about. I said, why fight for a seat at someone else's table when you can create your own table? So if you want to be CEO of a company, and realistically, you're not going to work for AT&T, and if it's created by a YT person, they're not going to make you, after 25 years, they're not going to make you CEO. But what you can do is create your own company once you have the necessary tools and equipped with everything you need individually to actually have a specific business. Meaning, if you know nothing about gardening, but you want to start a gardening company and you're not going to learn anything about gardening, that does not make any sense. Make sure you're properly equipped for the company, i.e. products or services that you want to put out into the marketplace. And once you've done the lead work, once you've developed yourself, then start the business and get that money and get those customers and build your customer base and build your company and grow it and scale it up, because you can, but you have to make sure you're properly equipped. With that, Kev, I love you, bro. Blessings to you and your family, everybody on the panel. I love you. Blessings to you and your family. I pray for blessings and increase in every area of your lives. I have to go and take care of my kids. Man, I'll talk to you guys later.
Bye, motivational.
Love you, my brother. Be safe and be blessed. But yeah.
Too, with all of that too, I don't think that he's telling you anything that you don't know already, Flick. I'm with Kev. I think you are extremely smart. You sound very, very well versed in everything that you got going on. I don't think that man told you anything that you don't know already. Again, somebody taught you how to drive them trucks. Somebody taught you the ins and out of dispatch. Somebody taught you the ins and out of brokerage in trucking, right? Maybe the training company you went through was owned by a white person. Maybe it was owned by a black person. Who knows? The point is, we're not striving to be at the top of the totem pole for a white man. People are literally striving to be at the top of their own totem pole for their own reasonings. I don't know if you have kids. I have kids. I have two boys. I don't want my kids to have to struggle or go through or want for anything of that matter. So the move that I make, the career changes that I've had, and all the things that I do is for my children to be successful and their children to be successful. I'm pretty sure for the same reason why you do what you do. We all have our own level of success that we want to achieve, and that does not always mean that a white person is what we're reaching or striving to get to.
Can I say something on that?
Sure, I thought you left us.
Oh, I'm sorry. I think that, like, for example, Kev, you married? He not here. See, like, Flick will make a
He's
good
on
wife.
mute. He's on mute. He's on mute.
Flick will make a good
I'm
wife.
walking around in this store and stuff. We said, no, I'm not married. No.
All right. Like, Flick will make a good wife, and that's why I be telling people when these lives get outrageous and they go to talking about the black woman, this and that, she has the mindset of a business, well, she is a business owner, right? And you come across people like this. Like, if her and Kev was in a relationship, if he does not become a business owner when he's with her, when he leaves her, he's probably going to become a business owner. It's not really like down talk, like, don't take it the wrong way. Maybe she said it the wrong way. I didn't hear it like that, but I feel like people try to motivate others to become business owners because it is a different walk of life. Like, I feel like when you work for companies, you put a cap on how much money you're going to make automatically. There's a cap on it. You put a cap on when you're off, when you eat lunch, all of that. Like,
Yeah, I feel you on the motivate. That's one thing that I do, but you can't motivate while dog talking to the next person that you're trying to motivate. It just don't work like that. So you can't work. You can't down talk. Huh?
how did she say it? Or the,
Yeah, I'm about to say you must wasn't paying attention the whole entire time. So
I
it started since.
say it like that though.
Yeah, it started from the beginning, like way before, cause like the fact that even like when we were saying it was like I gotta talk low in here because I am in the store. That we like that some people, if people that think she was, I guess she said something earlier, like people that think they free, they kind of they service mind thinking and all this stuff, and it's just the way that she do it. It's just like no, some people don't believe that. You know, some people do believe they have more inside of them than what they don't have that I'm locked in chains mentality and stuff. And that's why I said it will counter, because you can't come from saying that to saying that, hey, you can do better, you need to do better, and you need to not act like it, but you telling people that they eat. So it's like it's like the stance she's not. It's like she countering what she's standing on at the same time and not noticing it. I don't think she noticed what she's doing or saying. Cause it's like I don't know how to explain it though. I gotta wait till I get out the store though.
Nah, she noticed. She just telling you exactly how she feels, but that's how she truly feels about it. Like, some people will be offended, and some people are gonna be motivated by it. Like, maybe I can do this. You know what I'm saying? Now, me, I don't take that approach with people. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't take that approach with people because I've learned over the years, and that's the last couple of years, that people just don't listen. Like, some people are meant to do that type of, to be entrepreneurs, and some people are not. They're just not cut out for it. So it's fine. Go,
Yes.
like, get a job. That's cool.
But you can't. That's what I'm saying. The thing is, you can't tell somebody that they can do it and then say that they're not free at the same time. That don't make sense at all. It don't, like, even like if somebody was to think differently, like they'd be like, oh you a coon, you all this other stuff, and it's like, bro, what the heck? No, we don't feel as trapped as you are. We haven't probably went through the same struggle you went through. It's obvious that she haven't went through the same exact struggle on different things, and she got the easy route. I'm not easy route, but she got a route that's kind of rare that everybody just don't get, and she got to realize that everybody is not going to get it the same way that she got it. Just like she said, she did a card game and own a business from there. Everybody can't play card games and get a business or something like that. It don't even seem like it took a lot of work for her to even. I'm not trying to put it that way, but I'm just saying the fact that at the end of the day, it got to do with timing, huh?
It pushed like this was the thing. Yeah, like this was the thing.
Yeah, so she got it through there, and
politics.
that's timing. That was positioning, right? That has nothing to do with how much work you put in. That happened to be positioning and timing and stuff. Everybody, you got to be, and
No, but
that's
Kev,
what be
that's not
delusional.
true. That's not true. Nobody like so when I first got into politics, I first got into politics through an internship, right? Then I was broke for like 3 years. It's sacrifice. It's sacrifice, it's discipline, and it's keeping pushing. I was able to sit in that room because I had shit. I had led 2 protests. I had gotten published. I had done a whole bunch of stuff, and I finally had got in that room. I didn't just get blessed to just be there. No, I had to get up off my ass. I didn't get to make no excuses. I didn't really have time to do anything else except that. So it wasn't this, it wasn't that I got this easy route. Honestly, and it's easier for me to get a job and just work. It is a lot easier for me to fill out an application and get a job somewhere and work myself up than the process that I am taking.
But that's what Kev was saying.
Hey,
Like,
look, you didn't say that at the beginning, but let me just say this real quick. We can rock with that, but I'm gonna give it some time. Y'all gonna see what I'm talking about though, because you wasn't saying none of this stuff at the beginning. Of course I'm gonna agree with everything you said.
That I just got a whole bunch of handouts.
No, I don't think we
no.
didn't take it as if
But the way you put it out, you said
you presenting it like
the way you put it out, like it was just easy. She said, "Why don't you?" And then you keep getting on people that work under certain type of people. I gotta talk a certain way because I'm in the store. You be like, you saying like, "Well, I'm not doing it. I'm not gonna do it." Like some people have to do it. That's the whole point. So you can't put it that way. Act like we have a choice for the most part when it comes to certain things like that when we in America. That's the whole point. But I'm gonna get deeper when I get out the store.
But that kind of goes against your point. If you said that you have the freedom, then you do have a choice because freedom is choice. Now, I said that you don't really have freedom until you have power. Power comes with money and assets. If you don't have money and assets, you might as well just go ahead and fill out a job application. But that's why I had said that, because it's not that easy. If you don't have power, if you don't have assets, money, and that is what builds power.
And resources. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, resources and stuff like that. So that was why I had answered that question like that. But if you are going to work from the notion that all of us have power, all of us have freedom, then you have freedom of choices.
You know, I always say those who control the narrative control the future. So, technically, we all do technically have a choice. It's just some of us aren't willing to make the hard choices. Some people
But that's what I think y'all are still missing. Kev's point, and Motivational kind of touched on this before he dropped, was that we know we do have the freedom of choice. And Kev, I think Kev was trying to elaborate on the certain freedoms that you're talking about, because we know that we all have the freedom. Like, I know that I have the freedom to go and do anything that that I want of my choosing. I choose to be a teacher. I choose to be in the classroom. I choose to be a leader in education.
Okay.
You chose to be a leader in the entrepreneur world. Again, we all can't be entrepreneurs.
Just like
We
we all can't be
all
teachers.
can't own businesses. We can have something, but if everybody owned a business, where are the consumers? We're gonna be buying off each other. We're gonna be selling to each other.
And we all can.
But then where's the growth in that?
I
But
think
where's the growth in that? I think that's where we get into the realm of being stagnated, because if we're all teachers, right? If we're all teachers on this panel, what else? What else? Somebody's going to move out of that realm of teaching, and somebody's going to be a principal. Somebody's going to move out of that realm of teaching, and they're going to be a curriculum instructor or a curriculum supervisor. Somebody's going to move, right? Because they have the freedom and they have the choices to do so. But somebody's going to stay.
I think
Somebody's going to be the person at, quote unquote, at the bottom. Okay, if we all sitting at the very top, who are we bringing up if we all at the top?
But listen, nobody in a kindergarten class say, when you grow up, I want to be a worker. Like,
Everybody says they want to be a worker. They want to work and do something.
No, like most people are making career choices. Like, you're making a career choice. Nobody says, hey, I wanted to go push the buggies at Walmart when I'm 40.
But if that's the job that they have to do before they become the general manager of Walmart.
There's no have to. Flick on that Kanye shit. She's like, either you're going to do what you need to do to get that money and better yourself and be the owners, or either you're going to reap the consequences. In her words, you basically a slave. Because you don't have freedom like that. You're asking somebody to go use the bathroom.
So if doing what you have to do to get that money, does that not look like it's
Your ass gotta go on break, go to the bathroom.
But does that
You
not
talk
look
about
like
freedom.
are we talking about being unemployed and just going out here and just willy-nilly and some stuff?
Listen, you say you're about to become a principal, right?
I'm studying to be a principal, yes.
Right. So just say that you left education and you said that you were going to be a business owner. You feel what I'm saying? Like, you don't have to pursue, you didn't have to hire your level of education to continue in education. You could have easily said that I'm going to put that energy into owning my own and being my own. Like, I used to teach too. I knew that that's not something I can pass on to my son. I can pass on the money I made from it or any investments I made, but teaching is not like if I was a plumber or something. Like, you could teach your child how to be a plumber, and then they can pick up the skill and then start a plumbing business. So that's like that. That's an example. No stabs at you or nothing like that if you took it that way.
Oh no, I didn't think it that way. I'm just trying to understand the logic of or where do we start with doing what we got to do. I guess that's where maybe I'm hanging on a limb here with trying to figure out what does that mean.
It's like this. You know, you're in education. You know how many teachers complain about salary? There's a lot of teachers complain about salary. What you gonna do about it? Are you gonna start a side business? Are you getting out of education to go find another occupation to make more money? You feel what I'm saying? That's doing what you need to do to get more money.
So let me ask you, T, if that was the case, can I also not be a buggy pusher at Walmart doing what I need to do to get what I need to get?
Yes, of course.
Okay, so there's nothing wrong. So again, to Kev's point, we all got to start somewhere.
But
where you start.
I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead. All I'm saying is, like, we're asking for professionalism. We had a whole conversation about professionalism, and we're willing to tell our people, now you just told me to fix my language, fix my dialect, fix my slang, but it's acceptable for me to push buggies at Walmart. That doesn't make any sense to me.
I think
let Soul talk. Soul just came up. Let him
I'm sorry, Soul. I'm sorry, baby.
That's all right. So I think what's going on is that, right, some of us are born at the top, and some of us has to work our way up, and it depends on where you are in life, right? So for a person who has to start from the bottom, you will have to probably start at McDonald's or at Walmart or Jiffy Lube or something like that, right? And then you work your way up. If you're not trying to, if you are trying to own your own business and become an entrepreneur, the best way to do it is to become a worker first, because you're studying the people who run the place. You're studying how everything runs. It's a system. So the best thing to do is to become the employee first, and then you can figure out, like, okay, they got a system going on. Let me figure out how everything works, and then try to apply it to what I'm trying to do. Depends on what your business is, right? It depends on what your business model is. So I think that there are some people that's going to be entrepreneurs. There's some people that's going to be doctors. There's some people that's going to be police officers. We need people to do every type of job. Everybody, she's right. Everybody can't be entrepreneurs. Everybody can't be a teacher. Everybody can't be a rapper. Everybody can't be a photographer. It's just impossible for everybody to just do one thing and be on one accord that way. But if we all go into, okay, one go in the medical field to become a doctor, right? We have somebody who can preserve our life. One go into food and agriculture. That means that we can get our produce and everything else right. So it's different jobs for different people. And it depends on what you want your future to be. And most people are following their passion. They not just working any type of job anymore. Most people in this generation are working, because of their passion. They going into their passion. So I'm not degrading nobody. That's why I don't talk down on people who work at McDonald's. You know why? They are important too. How they important? Because at nighttime, when you hungry or something in the middle of the night, and you just got finished, moking or whatever, and you hungry, and you go to that McDonald's, somebody is at that drive-thru to give you your food. Somebody is there to take your order. So we look down. A lot of people look down on McDonald's workers and fast food workers, but they are the people that keep you fed when you need to be fed or when you want to be fed at any time. So I don't look down on anybody. You know what I mean? A job is a job. But if you're young, are you going to stay there? What do you want your future to look like? Some people just in their childhood, they never had parents to install, hey, work for yourself, ownership. They never had that. Some people don't learn that until later on in life. So yeah, it's just,
I don't think the view comes in about people doing multiple jobs. The problem is like in this situation, I'm an empathetic person. In this situation, or let's say this conversation, it's not being empathetic probably from Six side or my side. I'm just being upfront and honest. Like, I understand everybody needs to do all those different jobs. I do understand it, but if this all black people on the panel, and when you have these conversations, I don't want none of my people to feel defeated before they even start.
true.
If that makes sense.
True.
I don't want you to say, oh, I can't do it. There's no such thing as you can't do it. You may have a difficult time doing it. You probably can't even read today. That means you need to start working on reading. Whatever it is where you lack, you just have to start and you work on it. And that's the difference between sometimes an entrepreneur mindset, like pushing through, versus people who say, hey, they ain't fooling with it. They'll say they won't do it, but they just not going to go through with it. Like, seriously. And Flick, like I said, I used to have those conversations with people, but I don't anymore because everybody is not meant, like, deep down in your soul, and there's nothing wrong with people not being entrepreneurs, like y'all just said. Other jobs need to be done. It's okay if they don't do it. You just can't. I recommend you don't shun them for it, but I really don't think, I didn't take it as her shunning. I didn't.
I don't think she meant to shun, and I think, but this Kev was just trying to make the point of, at some point we are all somewhere where we have to be before we get to where we want to be. And that I think that's what Kev was saying, because it did sound like she was just wanting us to wake up and be these great things. And Kev was saying, like, okay, but what about the people that can't just wake up and be that? What about the people who really do got to, Okay, I see. Okay, yes, sir. I can. Okay, yes, ma'am. I can. Okay, all right. I got you. Okay, I can come in on this day. Oh well, this was my off day. However, I can make the changes. I can make the adjustments and come in on my off day. Like, what about those people? And again, I'm with you, T. I'm with you all the way on the mindset of wanting to be better than where you are today. But my mindset of being better is me coming out of the classroom and being a principal. My
Well,
mindset
I mean,
of going
the
from
main
being a principal to superintendent, not me owning an entire school district. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's different levels to the successes that you want in life. If you want to be the CEO of a company and you work your way from the bottom to get there, then that's cool. That's fine. But it's not a problem, or at least in my eyes, it's not a problem for the person who wants to just simply be a school teacher, or somebody who just simply wants to work at the grocery store, or somebody, you get what I'm saying? Like, that's just me.
well, the main thing that I was saying though was really, and it really wasn't to you or motivational. It was more to the dude Jehovah. If you think that being successful as being black is for white people to want to deal with you more, or white people to be comfortable around you and you to be palatable, that was my main pushback. Everybody can't be everything. And so it's unfair for me to try to get everybody to be everything. But I also am going to push back every time to this idea that black people have to change themselves in order to be successful. Now, we all need to work on ourselves. But like I kept saying earlier, y'all not critiquing the Habibis. Y'all not critiquing the Asians. But y'all are critiquing black people every chance you get a chance to critique us, because you don't like the way that we carry ourselves, because his goal was to adhere to whiteness to be successful.
What color are we though?
Yeah, I was about to say, I don't care about what.
And
the
so
Habibis got
who
going
else we
on.
supposed to talk to? If we care about who else should we care about?
Who should
What the heck? I
we
don't
care
understand.
about
Like, we're
outside
gonna
of
talk to the
appealing to
ones that we
whiteness?
feel like that we feel is more important. So
So
You should be trying to solve the problems of your
dog,
community.
I don't know if you
as
got
in
like
supplying
selective.
the
That junk, you confusing.
yeah.
Well, I will
Boy,
say this.
I mean, what are you
I
confused
don't know if you
about?
know how to
My major
communicate, man. What's
Because
going
it
on? You a business owner. You just, I don't know what's going on.
my
because it
major
sounds
pushback was
like
this idea that you
Yeah,
have to
would you
adhere
let
to
somebody
whiteness to
talk?
be
My
successful.
God,
That's a
God.
lot.
I think Fig, to play devil's advocate, I Fig is trying to say we don't have to change who we are, but I think the reality is you do have to carry yourself a certain way, and that goes for all people. All
yeah.
people understand to play the game. You have to, in order to win, you have to play the game like everybody else. Asian people know, even though they speak
So
Chinese, when they come to America, they got to play the game we're speaking in. They got to speak
let
English.
me
They can't
let
speak
me say this
Cantonese or
though.
Mandarin.
Yeah, let me say this though, and then that's why I say I bet you T Williams done missed that part too. So like I said, what I'm getting to it, because you saying stuff like I said, you talking about some why we don't say that to the Habibis and all this other stuff, and it's like I don't know what type of it's hurting my head trying to understand you sometimes. So the thing is, like, if
Y'all
we're
go out there
talking
and hurry
about
up and
our
bomb, like
issues,
they
then why would I have
said.
to talk about them? My thing is the whole.
I get what she's saying. I get what she's
Oh
saying.
my God.
As far as
Okay, right. No, we don't care about what she's saying. I'm trying to get her to understand what we saying though. That's two different things. You talking two different arguments. That's why everybody get up here getting confused, because they hearing one thing. We got to stick on one topic at a time.
I think another thing is
All
we
I'm
got to
saying
start.
is that
Oh, go ahead, Kev.
all I'm saying is that if we are focused on our issues and stuff, and we focus on trying to be better and saying that we're gonna be successful and move forward, we have to focus on us and where we're going wrong at. Or if we say that we can, if one thing is okay, hold up, I'm gonna wait till I get out the store because I don't need everybody hearing me.
But if we're trying to move ourselves together as a community, one, we need to stop opening businesses that are one-time usage products. And then two, we need to be more self-sufficient and open businesses that actually sustain community rather than, again, one-time use products such as food, such as hair, such as these things. So that is really the crux of our issue. But also the thing that I keep saying about the Habibi stores is that Habibi stores didn't need to adhere to anybody. They didn't need to change their language, and they didn't need to respect black people to be there. You get your black ass in there, you hurry up and buy and you leave. They
But
didn't need to adhere to anything.
but I think you're
And then,
wrong
but then
there.
when it comes to our side, as far as black people go, my bad, auntie. But when it comes to black people, we change up everything. Well, we got to make sure that we're palatable so that everybody can. They're not gonna shop there anyway. They're not gonna respect that anyway. So you assimilating and all they doing is laughing in your face, like they say they laugh in your face. What
But
you do, they push you out of bids anyway. Like they say they gonna push you out of bids anyway. So you done did all of this to make sure that you was palatable just for them to still say fuck your business.
But I think I'm going to disagree with you on the Habibi situation because, like Motivation was saying earlier, they may come over here with their native language, but when you walk in their store, how do you think that they are even able to open their mouth and say, "Hurry up and buy"? They've had to learn to adjust or to quote unquote assimilate to the environment that they're in. They know that they're in an area or they're in a country that's predominantly or that mainly speaks English. So they have to do something or they had to have some type of something about themselves to say, I'm going to put my store here. I'm going to put my shop here. I'm going to put my bodega here. I'm going to put my hair store here. I'm going to put my convenience store here. I'm going to have to learn to communicate with the people. So
Another
again,
thing.
it's not so much as being now. If Jehovah did kind of, if he went that way, then I do agree that we not palading just to fit in with the white people. We are palading so that we, as a black people, as a whole community, to come for us to all come up in the universe and for us all to be great in whatever aspect that is in our lives. That's getting rid of the rhetoric that we are ignorant. That's getting rid of the rhetoric that we are foolish. That's getting rid of the rhetoric that we are unlearned. That we're incapable of doing these things. It's all
But
of
auntie, that's why I didn't give you that pushback. That's why I had asked them, what do you think that you're not shucking and jiving? I didn't ask you if you were shucking and jiving. That was the reason that I gave him that pushback and not you. All right, cool.
right,
So I also
but
wanted to
to
ask
his
this.
point too, and I'm sorry, Walking. To
No,
his
go ahead.
point too was that even if we working at the chicken shack, even if we working at McDonald's, even if we pushing the buggies at Walmart, have a level of decorum about yourself that whoever walks in your presence or whomever presence you walk into, they know that you coming and they can take you serious. We not taking you and you kind of ignorant stuff. That's not going to happen. Even in your profession, I'm sure you're not going to deal with people that you want to get your contracts off of. You're not going to deal with them if they're quote unquote shucking and jiving.
But right, if you like, but this is the thing, shucking and jiving looks different. I don't think that you're shucking and jiving because you speak in broken English and you use AAV. I don't think that that's shucking and jiving. I think you shucking and jiving where every time you see somebody white, you always yes sir, yes ma'am. That's some shucking and jiving.
Well,
Or you adhering to this
that's also
idea
a
that
region,
success only comes from them.
but that's also a regional thing too. The yes ma'am, no ma'am. That's a
You
regional
here we go.
situation also.
Here we go. Right. There we go. There we go. And I watch you bet you T Marie probably say T Williams probably missed that part too. And that's what I'm getting to, right? Some people have to do that. That's what I'm saying. The way that you coming off saying stuff like that, some people have no choice to say yes sir, yes ma'am to a white guy. So that's what I'm saying. You can't say that you out here trying to make sure. Oh my gosh, dog.
Well, honestly,
I know what I'm hearing. And I know what I'm interpreting, and it ain't because she's right and all that stuff. You can't say she's right and also saying that we don't have to take baby steps to get to where we at. Because that, like, if we keep on doing that, I mean, oh my god, all right, it's so crazy though. But I don't get how. And
but
nobody
if
in
you're
here.
not saying yes ma'am and no ma'am to everybody, if you in the South and you saying yes ma'am and no ma'am to everybody, then I understand that. But it's some people who are literally putting more respect on white authority than they are black people. And I'm going to disagree with that every time.
Yeah. Okay. I'll say this: when it comes to critiquing our community, why do we also have a hard time with taking criticism when it would better us? Did that make sense? Like sometimes, and I'm
Hold on,
not.
let me
This
mute
is not.
myself so they can hear you.
What you say?
Oh,
I didn't hear
I was
you.
gonna say why sometimes as a community we have a problem taking criticism and critiquing. When we take criticism, like some people are genuinely trying to get you into more spaces, more places, And I started to realize some people's like, this is why you can't have this conversation with everybody, or some people are not ready for that conversation because this is. I'm just with Flick and Bean. Sometimes when we try to say to carry ourselves a certain way and dress a certain way, why does everything have to be seen as you're trying to coon or certain things is done to get you in better places? Like I said, when you to play the game, even YT people notice that they have to dress a certain way and they have to act a certain way if they want to get certain things in this life.
I think it's because a lot of us.
Better that y'all are doing. It's not like people are trying to get better at their craft. No, they're just trying to fit in better so that they can do, like, getting better at your craft is one thing, but then assimilating and wanting white people to look at you better is a whole nother thing. I do think that if you want to be in corporate America, you probably should get you a suit. You should probably get you a suit. That makes a lot of sense. But if you thought that, you had to, but if you have to cut your hair and all this other stuff, you are assimilating. If you are a black woman and you felt like you had to get a weave to be successful and straighten your hair, you are assimilating. Whether or not it benefited you or not doesn't change the critique. If you have to change yourself away from your natural self, there's a problem. If you are a black woman and the only way for you to get in that field was to straighten your hair or get a weave, you need to pick a better environment to be in.
I think to answer your question, walking is that a lot of us think that we are above and beyond critique. We don't only just do this where we are having this types of conversations, but we do it in relationships, and that's why we do it in all areas of our life. Whenever someone, especially us, someone that looks like us, they automatically think, "Oh, you trying to be better than me?" No, or you think you better than me? No, I'm not thinking that I'm better than you because I'm critiquing something about you. I'm giving you the tools so you can get better results.
Correct.
Some people do not look at it through the lens, and a lot of us has hateful eyes. We look at everything through the lens of hate. So that's the reason why you might not get. Some people aren't receptive to what you're saying because one, it's like, what do you know? It's the same thing how we are so reluctant to listen to each other. But if a white person come in here and say the same exact thing, they gonna listen. And you know why? Because 9 times out of 10, when they was younger, and they went to school, their teachers was white. Everybody was white around them. Their doctor, their lawyer, whatever it was, they were white. So they are automatically taught to adhere to anything that is white because that's a signal of authority. When black people, we don't really listen to each other. We say, "Oh, that nigga think he better than us," or "He don't know what he's talking about."
Preach.
He's saying,
but somebody, all they trying to do is just spit game to you. What's called?
Hey, you preaching. That's it. He getting to the point, man, for sure.
Yeah, you get what I'm saying? So we don't appreciate each other even when it makes sense.
Right. That's like Aquanet as the principal or the teacher. Aquanet is telling me, young man, I think you should pull your pants up. You probably will get more callbacks for your interview. Then that's like me saying, Aquanet, I'm gonna be who I am. This is who I am. But Aquanet's just trying to school me.
Exactly.
Well,
That's the point.
Aquanet would say, you probably need to button up your shirt and wear a tie. You'll get the callback for the job. Well, what's wrong with just wearing the buttons down or just wearing the button up? Well, Aquanet was just trying to give me. It's not thinking we're better. It's something to give you some free. That way you can level up.
Wait, hold on. So if you a black woman and they want you to get a weave so that you can work there, would you say that you just doing what you need to do?
If that allows me to be able to walk into another room, yes.
Oh, and hell no. I disagree with that I disagree with the hair thing to the bottom of my soul. I disagree with that.
We wasn't talking about changing your demeanor. We started off talking about communication. And that don't have nothing to do with your hair.
Well, can we talk about how we embrace?
Let me say this real quick, y'all. Let me say this though. That's just like when we be saying, because like when people all be trying to find a way to not, because it's like we don't do all that when we tell people to get off them poles and all that other stuff or whatever. They I guess they trying to do what they. That's like, it's like you missing the whole entire. That's what I'm saying. When you talk like that, it's like you don't understand what black people gotta go through. It just don't make sense. It's like you do have this like this high superiority thing to be saying like that. Oh, if you do that, I would never do nothing like that or something like that. Well, you haven't been put in that position that you didn't have to do that. That's what I mean. Like either you got spoon fed where you had to go to, or you had to do, or you just got to. I don't know. You might not have to go through things. Some people have to go through it, and that's the hold on. some people may have to go through them things. They might have to adjust. They might have to change their hairstyle just to get to the next point. They got to do what they got to do. This is what, even in America, this is what we got to do. That's anywhere. When you got to
I
adapt
think
and try to make it. Even the business owners, they have to adapt to their customers sometimes. I mean, it's not always just my way or the highway to make it. It don't work like that. Really, adapting is part of it. It's not about assimilating for a certain race or assimilating for whatever. Like, even people got to assimilate for your job if you're an owner. They got to go by your rules, by your, that's what they have to do. Your microphone.
I think that.
Y'all can't hear me?
Yeah, no, I can hear you. I think that I would advise us our people
We
to.
hear you, Kev. You just sound muffled, like you in the wind or something.
Yeah, I would advise our people to embody the message instead of embodying the body. If what we're saying sounds right, if what we're saying is right, then it's right. It don't matter who it is. It don't matter who it comes from. We get caught up in the who instead of the message, that we totally miss the message. Oh, he said it, so it brings less value. Why? Because of him? No. If what he's saying is right, then it's right all across the board, no matter who mouth it comes from.
Yes, there we go. There we go. And y'all should sound better now because this headset. I had to get this headset in. But that's the point though. But that's what I'm saying. Like, this is why I can't agree with everything what Bean saying, even though everybody's like, oh, she rocking and all this other stuff. But it's just like you can't counter with the struggles that we have to go through sometimes. Like, we don't own everything. We got to do what we got to do to own something. And that's the whole point. You can't just jump from one step and then be like, oh, I can do this because I want to, and I can choose not to talk to YT people. I can choose to not. You ain't nobody is blessed to do that. We're just not. We got to do what we got to do to survive, and that's the whole point. You should still have a mindset of trying to do better and try to own something. Yes, I agree with that, but you got to go through some ropes sometimes to get there. Sometimes you just don't just get there easily with no type of work or no type of adaptation or no type of just trying to connect with people. It just don't work like that. So sometimes you do got to change your wording. Sometimes you got to change the way you look. Sometimes you got to change the way you even talk to people. That's just how that is.
Mm-hmm.
And I think too, Kev, Miss Jessica in the comments, like
How
she
old is
literally
Vic?
just.
I'm
How old is
27.
who? Okay.
And I don't know, like when it comes to the black woman in our hair, that's definitely where I'm like, I'm no.
But it's more than just that too. Being like Miss Jessica said, even like flight attendants, they have a certain uniform that they have to wear. Even for the military, they got a certain. It depends on the avenue that you're going, right? So the avenue that you chose literally gives you the quote unquote freedom to wear your hair or to have, because it looks like in your profile picture you got dreads or
I
locks.
got lots.
Okay, so the avenue that you chose to go into allowed you to have that quote unquote freedom to wear your hair just like that, right? As a teacher, I could wear my hair the same. I don't have to wear a wig or a weave, or I don't have to straighten my hair, or I don't have to, like there's even teachers with full body tattoos, right? But at some point, we couldn't walk through the door looking like that because we were deemed as role models, well, we still are, to the children. So we couldn't walk into the classrooms looking a certain type of way because we were being role models, or we were deemed as we're deemed role models to the children, to the up and coming little people, right? So if Kev wants to be an MMA boxer, Kev can't wear dreadlocks. He got to cut his hair because there's a slight chance that he gets into that ring and he going down for the count because his hair is in the way. But Kev don't want to stop at being just a fighter. Kev want to move up from a fighter to a promoter. Well, in order to be a promoter, he got to be a fighter first. And that fighting position comes with him cutting his hair off. Now, when he gets up to be the promoter and he's no longer in the ring, okay, Kev, grow your hair back out. Why? Because I'm not in a place where somebody can pull it and I lose the fight. And that's the point that Kev is trying to make. We understand that we don't have to do what I don't have to. You don't have to. If you get a load or a dispatch, or your dispatcher come through and say, boss lady, they not gonna give us this load because they saw your picture and you got dreads. You can say, okay, well, scratch him off the list, go to the next person. You can do that. What Kev is saying is that some people can't do that. So there's no need for us to try to fight a fight or
It's
try to
not.
win this small battle when there's a bigger war to be won here.
Because
Hmm.
remember when they were black men had to cut their hair to go into the corporate world? Should they be able to wear their locks and stuff like that and cornrows? But they understood they had, if they wanted to win in this game, they would have to make some adjustments. Now let's
Hmm.
ask ourselves: if Jay Z was to walk in the corporate world, if Jay Z wasn't Jay Z and walked into the world with his hair like it is now, y'all think people were going to hire him?
No,
Nobody
they
would.
wouldn't hire him.
They wasn't gonna take him serious in the 99 and the 2000s, looking like he looking today.
Yeah, they wasn't gonna. Yeah, because that wasn't the thing too. You also have to understand what you're capable and what you're willing to do and what you're willing to not do. I think there has to be a line where you draw where your integrity are. If like I had a job one day that asked me like you gonna have to cut your locks. My locks wasn't even this long at the time, but it was long. It was probably like shoulder length, and he was like, "Well, you gonna have to cut your locks." I said respectfully, sir, I can't do that. I'm not going to do that. And it wasn't the opportunity that it was an opportunity that I wanted, of course, but it wasn't something like I needed the opportunity. It was just something I want to do. I'm going to try this out, but it just wasn't important enough for me to cut my hair, and that was my choice. I got up out the interview and I left. You know what I mean? And I didn't look back, and I ended up getting a better opportunity where I can wear my locks. So I think that if one thing is not for you, go to the next thing. Find where your niche is. You get what I mean? And nowadays it's just like you got to find where your niche. You got to find your niche. In any business, there's always a standard, right? Where even when you go to restaurants or you go to a club, some clubs they got dress codes. You don't like it, don't go to that club. Some restaurants got dress codes. Hey, you can't wear no baseball caps. You can't wear no jerseys. You can't wear plain white tees. You can't wear no jeans. It's you gotta come dressed, not to impress. I mean, if that's what you want to do, but you wherever you go at, there's rules, and there's a saying in life that says, "Respect the laws of the land. Respect the land wherever you go." If you go to somebody's house, they got standards and they got a set of rules. You ain't gonna go there and be like, "Man, I'm not doing that because I don't want to." No, you gonna respect where you at, especially if you are a guest.
Correct.
Treat it the same. Treat any job or wherever you at the same like you were. I'm just a guest here. This is just temporary. Unless you want to be there for the rest of your life, then that's different. But adhere to where you are so you can get to where you need to go.
Miss Casey, I see you joined up. This is not my live. This is Kev's lives. But you can get in where you fit in. If you got something you want to say, go ahead and get in where you fit
Yeah,
in.
I was listening because I was curious because I am from the corporate world and because my dad owns his own company. And so while we have standards for while his company has standards, it's like you just for the job you have and you just for the job you want to have at the time and go from there. Like every job I've ever had, whether it's working for McDonald's or in the corporate industry or anything else, I've always worn a dress to the interview. Always. And whether it doesn't matter what job I was going for because I wanted to look like I mean business. And it's one of those things where in my dad's company we have a standard that we set. No visible tattoos. You have to wear you can't slouch your pants. You can't I don't know about locks because we never had anyone with locks, but you have to keep your hair a certain way. Things like that because the people who are in sales and the people who do the service side of the business are the faces of his company. And you might be going from a law office to a Mary Jane place, and it's two totally separate things. But at the end of the day, you have to look presentable.
Are locks not presentable?
I don't like I said, where I come from, we never had anyone that how do you
Is
say,
black
applied with locks. So I don't know what my dad would say. As I think it's as long as they're upkept, I don't think he'll mind. But like I said, we hold ourselves to a very certain standard in terms of if you're going to go out and be the face of our company, you have to look a certain way.
So
Yeah,
so
that's fine.
how would your company go out to acquire those people? If I come in and I'm clean cut or got my head nicely shaven but my pants sagging, so how would that
We
go?
wouldn't even look at you
Mm.
because we don't want to see what kind of underwear you're wearing.
And you don't see my underwear.
It doesn't matter as long as your pants have to be the standard height of as if you're wearing a business suit, a 3-piece business suit.
See, y'all are talking about accessories. Dresses, suits, earrings, shoes. Those are accessories to your body. Hair, you grow. You don't wear your hair, you grow your hair. And so basically you're saying that the natural hair that I grow, that I should adjust it. Because that's what the company wants.
I'm just saying.
Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying, like, I wouldn't, like I said, where I come from, I'm from small town California, so I haven't seen locks until I moved into the big city, but like, what I'm saying is that I don't know how my dad's company would react if someone, at least if they upkeep their locks or whatever, right? Would look at it in terms of hiring process, because like I said, we never had to come across someone like that.
But see, now this is kind of going back to I do understand the communication. You really do just need to be professional. Like, you need to do that. But when it comes to the hair that grows out of my head, if my natural afro, if I have 4C hair, right? If you telling me that my 4C hair is unprofessional, so I can't wear it in an afro, that's not gonna work. That's
No, and I agree with that. I'm just saying, like I said, the whole lock thing, though, is like I said, where I come from, we never had anyone apply with locks before, so I wouldn't know how my dad would take it. You know what I mean?
And I'm gonna be real with you. Like, I'm gonna be honest. Hearing that's a place in 2024 has never had somebody apply with locks. That don't even sound right.
I think she's from a small town.
I'm originally from a small town, California. So our racial
Southern
ethnicity.
California or North California?
No, I'm from Northern California, up by Oregon.
Yeah.
My town has 80,000. My town has 80,000 people.
Yeah, because Oregon don't have that many. Yeah.
Yeah, but white people got locks in Oregon, but I'm from a small town in South Carolina that got like 50,000 people. Now, granted,
mine's
it's a black
80.
town, but it's just something about telling me that you ain't never had nobody that applied with locks in 2020.
No,
that ain't sick.
But my region is uncommon.
Yeah, they don't have a lot of us.
I'm about to say it's not a lot of us on that
Like
side.
our ethnicity our ethnicity where I come from, white, and the second one is Laos or Hmong, which is an Asian country.
No, I know a lot.
Third would be Hispanics. Yeah, third would be Hispanic, and fourth would be blacks.
So Casey,
it's not very small.
Casey, in your neck of the woods, what is the discrimination they face? Do they not hire like the Asians? Do they not hire the Hispanics? What is the discrimination?
No, we hire based on experience. If we think you're right for the job, we don't care.
Okay.
But like I said, we don't. Like I said, half of us are white, the other half are Hmong. So we don't really get.
That's why I was saying.
I'm not saying we wouldn't
Casey,
hire.
I don't want you to take that the wrong way. Like I think you are.
I like how you.
Stuff like that. I know you're probably not. I was just asking because like some people they see things like.
Hey, I guess you don't hear me talking. I'm about to say everybody should. I don't know, but How about right? No, I was about to say that kind of was going back to what I was talking about earlier. A lot of the time, it's really based off experience, and I think that's one of our problems, especially as Black people. We just automatically, because that's the trump card we always go to. We just think because we Black, you know what I'm saying. But a lot of the time, it really is experience. Because I done seen, like, even the jobs I go, it's just based off of if you willing to do the job, if you have the skills and all that, you know, because I even be saying, like, it's just like basically being beneficial to whatever area you are in, you know. That's what they care about is money nowadays. That's all it is really about.
Right.
They're not about to be like, oh dang, you this color, nah, you got all these skills and stuff, nah, but I'm still not gonna hire you because you're Black, you know. Some places might be like that, they might have their bias, but I'm saying overall, I think people care more about their money more than anything, you know. That's why you wouldn't see some of the successful different races around here, even if you was Chinese or something like that. If you know how to do that job well and know how to make money, they gonna hire you first. But you still have to look the part, you know, because everybody is trying to protect their image. They wanted the business look a certain way for whatever reason. You know, everybody got their reasons why they want a certain image, you know, and you just gotta connect. You gotta adapt to that. And back to that word again. You just gotta adapt to what they want.
Exactly.
Yeah. So
And I'll say this, and piggybacking off of you, piggybacking off of you and what you said. Like I said, my dad's obviously in the business industry, he's in sales, he's there to make money, you know what I mean? So it's like I said, we don't care what race you are, as long as you're helping the company.
Yeah, you look presentable. I get what you're saying. I just threw that in there just to throw you off the game, but you stuck to what you were saying. But I get what you're saying. I mean, no matter how you come at a job, you're supposed to always look presentable. You know, keep your pants up.
Exactly. Like,
that's
not like you just went out the night before, got your butt wasted and rolled out of bed and do something on it, you know.
Yeah, because
showed up to work looking
right. Because if I hire you, I want you to be able to represent my company. And when you represent my company, you have to dress apart. You cannot be just looking any old kind of way, and then here you are, you got my company shirt on, and you out here just dressing any old kind of way. I mean, I get what you're saying. I just want to make sure you
that's what's most important, because that is what and I feel it. And then another thing you got to think about is that if the company felt they got this certain audience for the way and being successful because of this image, they gonna try their best to keep up with that image, so they can care less about how you feel. Like, well, I want to look like this, and this is how I am. Well, this is how I am yourself, so somewhere else, because they can care less about this is how I am. They just want to know how they is. It's not about how you feel about it. So it's all, like I said, it's a money thing overall. So it's a money thing, it's an image thing, and it's whatever it took for them to get where they at. And if it was a certain style, if they had to talk a certain way to get their audience and make money off of that, they're gonna keep up with that talking that certain way, and ain't nobody else gonna come in there and mess it up. And that's all they really care about. But,
like my dad doesn't care. My dad doesn't care how you dress off the clock. You know, when you're not at the job. But 9 to 5, you have to look a certain way Monday through Friday.
Yeah, I feel that. But let me get Jessica in real quick and she had to talk. Who else haven't been up here? So I think everybody else did talk.
Hi everyone. So I am an entrepreneur and I'm also a personal stylist. So I'm really familiar with this topic. And it's a family business. My daughter's my first employee, and I'm in the process of looking for a second one. And while I was thinking about what I want my employee to look like, I'm gonna be honest, she has to look a certain way, or he. The weight requirement matters, because what we do, we're a home service provider. We work inside the home. If you are overweight, you're not gonna be able to complete the job, because you're gonna be huffing and puffing, you're gonna be tired, you're gonna be sweaty. Of it, you have to show up looking the part. And let me tell you, clients pay attention to detail. When I come into my client's home, and I'm gonna be honest with you, most of them live in the best neighborhoods in New York City, the best neighborhoods. And I have some major clients. Now imagine I send somebody out for a job, a cleaning job, and he shows up looking like he rolled out of bed. I will be mortified, because now he didn't tarnish my company's name. The company name is called House of Hancock. It screams luxury. So you have to look the part. My son is 13, he'll be 14. I'm gonna start training him. He has to wear black shoes, black pants, a white button down top, and a black tie. He has to have a haircut. You don't have a haircut, you can't go to work. You have to look the part, because you are going to shred my name into pieces before I even make it to where I want to go. Because they're going to ask themselves, why should I hire you over someone else? If you claim you're giving a luxury service, why are you walking in with a baseball cap and clothes looking like you just rolled out of bed? So I wear business attire when I go to work, depending on what service I'm providing. You know, we do painting, we do floors, we do cabinetry, we do wallpaper installations, we do housekeeping. We do a number of things. But the first thing clients always compliment me on is my ensemble, what I'm wearing. The second thing they compliment me on is how articulate I am. My grandmother always taught me, Jessica, the first thing people are going to judge you by is what you look like. The second thing is what comes out. So it's true. I always tell my clients, dress how you want to be addressed. And I'm going to be honest with you, that goes for the hair as well. This is why they have dress codes at companies. Sometimes you can have locks and it can be well kept. Sometimes people have locks and it's not well kept. Do I want somebody going to service a client and their hair is all over the place on top of their head? No. You have, it's either you look the part or you just don't ask for the job. It's simple.
Facts.
And companies won't tell you that. They'll just tell you that they're going to move on to the next applicant. They're not going to tell you why they didn't choose you. Just like when you're looking for an apartment, I always go wear business attire because they want to know. They want to see how your personality is, how you speak, how you carry yourself, because this is someone that's going to be in their apartment. This is someone that's going to be other people's neighbors. They don't want noise complaints from the police officers. They don't want drama in their apartment. They don't want their apartment to be torn apart. This is why they also go on your social media page to see what type of person you are.
Ooh.
It's deeper than just how you look.
Oh,
Yeah.
thank you for
Yes,
that,
go to
Jim.
your
I
social
didn't do
media.
that.
Yes, corrections officers.
And I did. I
They
was going to say
asked
one more
you.
thing.
They asked you to hand over all your social media. They don't care
Exactly.
about what you do moving forward so much, as long
Okay,
as you're not
Jessica, let me
doing
ask you.
it. Uh-huh.
I'm sorry. Let me ask you a question. All right. Now, say for instance, I'm coming to your job and I got my pants all baggy, my hair is all scratchy, and I don't have on the right kind of shoes. I got holes in my shoes, and you can see the holes in my drawers. So tell me, so would you give me that opportunity to work in your luxury company?
Let me tell you something that I read in
No,
50,
because you black.
let me tell you something that I read in 50 Cent's book, right? I don't remember which one it was because I read multiple. He said
know
if
which
you didn't
one.
have common decency to get yourself together and look presentable and walk into the conference room, why should I even do business with you? Because you don't even believe in yourself.
Okay.
You have to show
So if
up
I
for
come in and
yourself
be like, yo,
first.
son, I'd be like, yo, son, yo, mom, you know what I'm saying? Yo, mom, let me, I need a job, you know what I mean? And I definitely got to get out here and let's get this bread for my kids. So will you let me work for you?
I'm gonna be
Mom,
honest with you. I don't even think you would even attempt to apply for a job with my company because I attract a certain type of applicant. But absolutely not. Absolutely not.
See, that's all I was asking for. That's what I'm saying.
Let me be the more
That's what I mean. But the point of it is we do have to be presentable. We have to we have to dress apart. We have to be able to talk with proper English to be able to even get into the vicinity of getting a job. You know what I mean? You're a strong black woman, it seems like, and you have
I'm sorry. I hate that term. I hate that term.
You know what I mean?
Strong black
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say strong.
I'm
my bad.
a soft black
You're
woman.
resilient. You're very resilient. You're very
Thank you.
resilient. You're very resilient. You are independent. So I do applaud you on that. But the whole point of it is like that we do have to dress apart. We do have to be able to talk with some kind of sense in when we're talking, trying to get somewhere and trying to get a business or trying to get a job. We just can't go any old kind of way, just trying to, trying to get something. Especially, I like how you answer that, but I like that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Certain companies, you even have to have a certain type. You have to have class to get certain jobs. Like many years ago, the stewardess had to be thin. They had to be feminine. They had to be attractive. They didn't hire certain women because they didn't fit the standards. But that's with every company. You have to fit the standards.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, the thing is, what the problem is it's a lot of, like I said, ego and pride. And that's why you can tell. That's why I say, based off how people even do their jobs, you can tell like how they're gonna be in relationships too. But based off how they drive, all that stuff be the same tactic behind it. Most of these people be selfish and feel like it should be their way or the highway. If it don't work their way, they're gonna blame it on something else of why it didn't work the way they is. They don't want nobody that's coming in their company with a selfish mentality. Well, I mean, they look at it that you must think, like you said, they don't care enough about themselves. How you think they're gonna care about the company? So it's like obviously you didn't care. Or matter of fact, they might care about themselves too much that they don't care about what's outside of them. So it's like, no, if I come in here, I'm gonna step in here and I'm gonna be how I am, and you better accept me. No person is gonna like somebody like that. Nobody gonna. That's like coming in somebody's house and telling them how they should operate, and then saying it ain't fair. No, you the one that need this job, and you the one that's looking to be employed by me. You can't sit here and be like, well, I'm gonna tell you how I'm gonna do things. No, you gotta come with the mentality. That's why people scared of that word submission, right? Because they can't even do that. You do a lot of that in a job because you're gonna have somebody above you. You have to do a lot of submitting, and them be the main ones that be having problems. They looking at it like, oh, I'm soft and I'm weak. I can't. Then as long as you stay like that, you're gonna stay jobless. You're gonna stay not getting nowhere in life because you have to submit in some form to even be a successful in life. You got to. Even the owners, right? They're going to do that to their customers. Like you gotta, it's their way too. You know what I'm saying? You can't just give it to them. Like if they say they want their pizza a certain way, they ain't gonna buy it from you unless you make it for them a certain way. You know, so that happens on both ends. But we got people that just try to think selfish and prideful and just like, hey, you know what? No, this is me, and you gotta adapt to my world. Well, you're not in that position to talk like that yet. You know what I'm saying? You're not in that position. You can't do that. So that's what it is, and that's how jobs look at it, though. You know, they might be about to look for a selfish person for a team job. They're not going to do that.
Exactly, and just to pick back off of you and Black, well, I'm originally from California. I now live in Texas, but in California now, we passed a law. I don't even remember how many years ago, where you could smoke the good stuff in public, and but while that law has been passed, I don't want my employee to come in smelling like, the good stuff. Because then you go into all these other jobs. Yes, while it's legal to do it and you might just be in the area, however, carry some cologne with you, some body spray, something to mask that smell for when you go to job, because at the end of the day, people might look at you and say, hey, were you, smoking the good stuff on your break? Why do you smell like this? Even though I know my dad's, how do you say it, clients, and they go both ways from, like, let's say a law firm to a bank to the good stuff shop. But if you happen to walk into the good stuff shop, even they have a, what do you call it? Like, not incense, but like that air filter where you don't really smell the good stuff. So even they know when people like my dad's companies are coming in, to know that they can't just have the good stuff being open out in the open.
And guys, I also want to say too, I definitely agree with that. But guys, too, we got to understand this does not come with you compromising who you are. Like that, I think if we can come out of the mind frame that if I can't wear my clothes a certain type of way, if I can't wear my hair a certain type of way, that's compromising who I am. That's not the case. If you're compromising who you are, then you are probably in the wrong place to begin with. But if you understand that you're trying to get somewhere, and that maybe I do have to wear my hair tied up for a little minute. Maybe I do have to cover up my tattoos for a little second. But guess what? I do the same. I have tattoos, not say everywhere, but my students don't see my tattoos. They don't. When I go in class, the one that they may see is the one on my wrist, but I keep my watch on to even mask that. But the second I get in my car, guess what? My watch comes off. If I have my hair pinned up or whatever, my hair comes down, my bra comes off, and my music goes up loud. But guess what music I'm listening to? I'm listening to the music that I like, because I'm now in the setting that literally tailors to me and me only. I'm in my car. So it's not you compromising yourself We're not telling you to compromise who you are, or we're not telling, because if that, like, I think it was Soul that said it, that if you feel like you got to give up who you are, then the place that you're applying for, or the job that you're trying to work at, or the people that you're trying to be around, that's just not it. Find the place that will cater to you, or that you can cater to, that panders to your wants and your needs, and then let that be that. But that also, again, to Kev's point earlier, does not give you the right to speak ill or to say negative about the person that's choosing to do what they quote unquote got to do to get where they want to be. Everybody don't want to be in the same spot as you. So we got to start respecting other people. And I think that going along with the last prompt, what can we do to get along with with different races? Just be authentically you, but understand that everything is not always about you.
I mean, I agree. I understand that. I do think that if you are black and you have to cut your hair or you can't wear your natural hair, you are in the wrong environment, period. And I do think that people are allowed to laugh at you for wanting to, for assimilating like that. So I think two things can be true. Should we? No, we shouldn't. But if you want to, if you're one of those people that's like, oh, they wouldn't let me have this job unless I had a relaxer or a weave, that's sad.
But look
And
at
in
how times have
2024, with all
changed.
the opportunities, even the military done changed their hair standard. So
And
something
that
like
was going to be
that,
my
I think
next
is
point.
uncouth.
Look at how things have changed to be inclusive, and because like Casey and Kev was saying, I don't want to pass up on these coins that you can bring into my world. So I'm going to give a little bit. I'm going to let you have your locks. Look at the people, the news anchors now, who are able to wear their hair in afros. They don't have to, they don't have to go with what someone else is saying. We live in a whole different time now. So it's not always going to be where you have to do just this one thing. Sometimes things will give. And if you can articulate, and if you can project your thoughts and your feelings in a sensible manner, you could be the catalyst of the change that you want to see just right there.
Yeah,
Sometimes you don't have to go off and create a whole new world. Sometimes you can literally muster up the strength to be the change that you want to see in your exact situation. There's a teacher, and I think he was somewhere upstate, like somewhere in New York somewhere, who literally walked in the classroom, who walked into the principal's office, interviewed for the job, and was able to present himself in a manner that says, look, I can wear my tattoos and I can still reach these children. Got in the classroom, proved his exact way of functioning, got the kids' test scores high, graduation rates up, the whole 9 yards. So guess what? Now, okay, maybe not everywhere, but somewhere they will accept a teacher that comes with a full body tattoo suit on.
And let me I thought about something. I'm gonna be real then. Because sometimes we gotta admit that most of when we do say we own the business or something like that, most of the time we trying to appease the majority, not the minority. So if majority of people, like, we gotta talk a certain way or whatever, or dress a certain way just to get their services, you gotta do what you gotta do. So it's also I think what was I was trying to get to the part, but my bad, I'm trying to eat this pizza and stuff. My bad, y'all. But most of the time all these times we keep saying that you're trying to do this for the white. Most of the time that's where we get our services from. And then, like, okay, and let's be even more real, right? It's not like a lot of us supporting one another. So who the heck else we gonna try to adjust ourselves for? I don't see that many black people trying to support black people like that if we gonna be real. So why would I sit there and adjust to them, or the small amount that ain't really even doing nothing? And they still putting their stuff in Jordans and all type of other stuff or whatever. So it's obvious they're still feeding into that. So it's like you have to do what you got to do to make it to where you got to make it at. So it's not about assembling and all this other stuff. You got to do which it's adapting. I think that whatever it might be the same different word, whatever. But you got to do what you got to do to make it overall. So if people can just be their style and make, and that's which is rare. You can't just be your style and think that you're gonna be appeasing to the whole I guess society. It just don't work like that. Like I said, it's about the money at the end of the day. And so people gonna have to do what they gotta do to make that money for real. I mean, it's been like that since time. I mean, I think the beginning of time and stuff. So we can't act like that. That's not where a lot of our stuff is going. And if it was like that, say if a majority was the black people, we'll have to be talking like, hey, what up, dog? And you know what I'm saying? Just, do that, do like that. But that's not the majority. We know that. So that's all it is. That's part of life. That's it's part of freaking life for real.
Yeah, and I just say something to Jessica because I'm in the fashion industry and it's what I do now. And I kind of have to agree with Jessica and what she said because she's the business owner and I totally agree with what she does. But because I'm also a stylist for a living, a fashion stylist, and so like while we have that creative freedom at the same time, it's one of those things where when I walk in to help a client, and I live in a very high-end community here in DFW area, and they want me to look a certain way. They expect me to look a certain way. And I have to look like whether I got the dress from Target or I bought it off of the new Chanel line. You have to present yourself to your clients as if you look like $1 million, because then they trust you. Or you come in knowing your product, period.
Casey, are you in South Lake or Highland Park?
I'm in Turtle Creek.
Oh, okay.
Like just right outside the neighborhood.
I know Turtle Creek and I know the neighborhood.
Yep. So I'm in like I've been to Highland Park. I shop at Highland Park. And I also do a lot of consignment shopping too.
Hey, I can answer prompt 3.
My boy been in here waiting for that prompt ever since 2 hours ago.
I've been in here patient, man.
He said, forget what y'all talking about. Let me get to this prompt.
For real. Because everybody was pretty much like anecdotal facts. Like, you can't really debate that. But it was still interesting to hear y'all, though.
I think this need to be heard overall.
Right.
You go and start it up.
Yeah. So it says, what race can we trust? And so what I would say to that is, honestly, in my experience, I would say that there's not a particular race that you can just put all your trust in. To me, it's all about character and how you carry yourself. Because I've been done dirty by people of my same race, and I've been treated better by people of another race. So it really doesn't matter on what race you are, because, everybody, I'm not going to say everybody, but most people, I would say, they have friends who specifically ask the question of a certain area they've never been to, and the question would always be, is there black people? Because they feel more comfortable that their own people is there. And so to just judge and base off that, you might have a better comfortability just based off people being your same skin tone. I don't know. I feel like you're putting yourself at a disadvantage because, like I said, it's more about character and who you are and how you carry yourself and what your principles and values are. And that'll show within actions of people, not just what you was born as.
Yeah. I'm gonna say just who agree or disagree, and I'm gonna get to the main point of what I'm getting to about this though.
Yeah, so I have to agree with what's your name? Greasy?
C Greasy.
C Greasy, sorry. I can't
Yeah.
really.
It's all good.
My
Don't
bad.
make me sound like a cheeseburger now.
Although those are kind of good actually. but I will say this, and I don't know if you heard me talking like I'm from a, like when I was telling them I'm from a small town in California, and we're half white, and the other half is mainly Asian, Laotian mom, and so how I grew up, I had my best friend in high school. Her dad was black, her mom was white, and so I never understood because I was one of those ones that was raised to see people and not color. So we didn't care what color you were, as long as you were good people, right?
That's right.
So here's like everything I've seen until I moved to like the bigger cities. I've seen about black people was from music videos, movies, and TV shows. So please don't take that the wrong way. That's just what
You good? I understand.
Like I'm not trying to disrespect y'all because I love you guys, but it's like when I first moved to DFW, and this is like when I first moved here, the people that robbed me more were black people, and they were like, "Oh, she's rich, she's white," because I get put in that stereotype, right? I'm the rich white girl that can afford anything, right? Well, it's like, do I hate every black person because of this one black person? No, I don't. And I will say this, you guys have been absolutely, the ones that I do like and that I do associate with and I do love have been nothing but I have the utmost respect for.
Yeah.
Can I respond to that?
Yeah, and I wasn't trying to be disrespectful, Jessica.
No. I don't think you are. I'm from New York City, right? But I moved to Pennsylvania for 7 years in a very small town called Pottsville. And these people have never left their neighborhood. So as they were the same way. They never been around people of other races unless they came into their town. They thought every black person was ghetto. They couldn't believe my name was Jessica Hancock.
Yeah.
Honey, we not all ghetto, okay? Just like
no, and I get that.
People, no, not you. No, I'm just saying.
Okay.
Guys, hush. Just like all Caucasian people are not wealthy. For me, it's always about the content of the character. I have friends of all different races and backgrounds and cultures. It doesn't matter to me. As long as the content of the character and they have some substance and we have something that and we're aligned, that's where the trust comes in at. If we are aligned and we build trust with each other, it has nothing to do with race. I live in New York City. We have all different type of races out here, and I interact with all of them because they all have their own space in New York City. We have Chinatown, the West Indians, they take over Brooklyn, they take over Queens. We have the Asians, we have the Jews. Like it's pretty multicultural over here. So for me, I can't just trust all one race of people. It's just
right.
The character.
Can't do it.
Yeah, it's
Won't do it.
It's an individual situation. It doesn't matter what your race is.
Right. And I will say this, like I said, like since I've moved I lived in San Francisco for 5 years as well, but San Francisco is a whole nother topic. But once I moved to Dallas in the DFW area, I started hanging out with more diverse groups of people. Like it really opened my eyes and be like, hey, we're all the same person. Not like the same person per se, but you get what I'm saying? Like we're all the same, like
we're all people.
We're all people. Like I said, I was robbed by a certain race, and does that mean I hate no. You know what I mean? It's just I hate that person for doing that because he thinks, I can just run out and buy another phone. But, it's one of those things where it's like that one person didn't change my perspective of that race. Does that make sense?
So, Casey, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
How many times were you robbed, if I can ask? And does that give you pause when you do come around Black people? Are you a little bit more cautious? Are you a little bit more aware? Are you a little bit more...
I'll be honest, I'm a little bit more aware. Does that make sense? But at the same time, like I said, I've been to places around here that I walked in, no issue, you know, the whole 9 yards. Then I was walking down the street. This was 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, and I had my phone out because I was using Google Maps. Guys came up and snatched it right out of my hands and ran off with it, and it wasn't even an apple. Oh. So, and I know every city has its bad points. I'm not denying that, but this was downtown. So
let me. Oh, still going?
But
Casey?
that just doesn't mean I, you know, completely have, you know.
Don't be scared.
Maybe
Stick
you're
your chest out, man. We ain't like that, man. Stick your chest out. At least I'm not like that. But let me say this though. And the reason why I came up with this, because I'm pretty sure all of us probably might come with the same thing. Anybody that disagrees, so is it a certain race? First, gonna say that. Is it a certain race that you can trust?
That what? Can you repeat that?
Nothing. You already answered it already. I'm
I
all
did?
the people.
Okay.
Yeah. So okay. So far, I'm gonna just take that as okay. So the point of me coming with that though is because, especially like us, or some people, it might be some other people, right? They act like that, or I'm just gonna stick with us, right? This is mainly about us, man. We act like that. Our race don't do nothing that the other race. Our race is. We act like our race be perfect compared to everybody else, and like we can't get back. Man, I forgot. I gotta talk so weird on here. You can't get turned on. You can't get turned on by nobody else, but unless there's another race, you gotta watch out for YT people. You gotta watch out for it. But it's like we going through the same thing with our own kind. I think it be so scary. Oh, these YT people lie to you like nobody else don't lie. You know, these people can mistake you. Yeah, I know you. That's the word I try to say, but I don't know. I take TikTok down because they take that. These people is what's the other word? I can't think of. I mean, we act like that these things don't happen within ourselves, and we overlook. And then when it do come to us, this is what I don't like. When it come to us, we always act like it's everybody else's fault but us. You know, oh well, nah, you just don't. You just we only this way because they made our mind like this. From this point, right? We gotta admit that some of these things we just wanted to do. I mean, that's what we want to do. We can't keep putting on everybody else. Well, it's the mindset they gave us. It's that, like, it's the fact that you even know that it's the mindset that they gave us. It seemed like you just flat out being oblivious from this point. You can't admit that I'm just as bad as anybody else. I can rob somebody. I can, whatever the situation is, or some of these, because one of my things was stereotypes, right? Some of these stereotypes, they got some truth, just like we do on both ends. Some of these stereotypes came from somewhere. So overall, you know, these things happen with every last person, and the fact that we be acting like, well, oh dang, don't get these, don't put no YT people in your group because you might not. They the ops, they might end up twisting it up. Like nobody, like we can't op our own self. I don't understand. That's the part I'm trying to get to. So I think we be acting like that we could trust our race more than any other race, and no race you could trust. That's overall. Well, black people understand me more. No, some of them can care less to understand you. Only thing we can understand each other about is that sometimes we may get looked at a certain way or treated a certain way by certain people, but that's what that is. And I'm pretty sure white people could say the exact same thing. You know what I'm saying?
We can for sure.
Yeah. And they can, you know what I'm saying? Just like she was saying, you know, she got robbed. I mean, everything comes from usually these people's experience. So I'm pretty sure, you know, white people had their experience with black, and some people black, but everybody, the problem is everybody act like their experience is worse, and that's why we can never make no connections. I feel like I'm answering the question on the other one that I ain't get to. But whatever, I'm gonna say it. I feel like that we can't make connections because we keep trying to make like we are the worst of the worst. Well, I can care less about what you went through, but what about what I went through? You know what I'm saying? We don't know, and there's people that's way worse that's in the grave right now that wish they was lead slaves, but they done lost their people off for talking crazy. You know what I'm saying? And got their head chopped off or oops, watch the matter. But basically, put some fruits in there for me real quick, y'all. I messed up.
Yeah, and I wanted to ask Aquanet a question if I can.
Finish real quick.
You said you're in Texas, right? What district do you teach in?
No, nobody answer that. She must ain't hear me. uh, man, I was trying to get somewhere, but at the end of the day, all I was getting to is that we gotta realize that it can be a problem anywhere, and just to leave people lost and acting like that we don't make some of these decisions on our own, because that's why a lot of us just trapped, because we act like we can't get any better because we keep acting like everybody else is the reason why we is right now. You know what I'm saying? So, and that's the whole point of me saying it, because I do believe in some people. This might not be the panel, this might not be, but it's some people that actually believe. That's why, you know, pro-black, pro-white, whatever it is, they believe that that we can't do no wrong, or they believe they can't do no wrong, and they got problems within their own thing. Like any human will back that word that we were saying in the comment, will back poke any human. And that's what it is, and I believe that's in human nature. Because like if we greedy, we gonna be greedy. If we was selfish, we gonna be selfish. I don't know why we be acting like that. We all day. If we got rid of the YT people, we're gonna be happily ever after and never. That is not true. And anybody would be delusional to think anything like that. At the end of the day, we're gonna find something to fight. Even now, like the colorism, right? We do that stuff amongst ourselves, and nobody forcing it on us. We still doing that stupid junk. You know what I'm saying? But but then here it go. This is where we take the accountability. With the YT people, it started with them, and they made us that way. Well, why you continually doing that? Why you keep saying,
Having a bucket mentality.
why you still talk about light skin, team dark skin, and all that stuff, and then get mad about being put in there? You the one upholding this stupid junk. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm getting to, is like we contradict ourselves sometimes. We act like we smart sometimes, sometimes we act like we powerful, we strong, black, and powerful. But then we get held back at the same time. We act weak and strong at the same time. So it's like it's just so much. It's so much to really talk about, and I'm really just really focused, especially on my people, because I'm black, right? And I just feel a disappointment when I see certain things when we say we want better and stuff. Then we got to keep on acting like them, whoever it is, the them is. If y'all want to fill in the blank, just because somebody act a certain way towards us, we don't have to do the exact same thing to them. Like, who would be if the goal is to be a better human being? Would it look like acting like a child with a child? And that's what I'm getting to. You know what I'm saying? It's like I was getting on the older folks sometimes. They sitting there cussing out little young. Well, we gotta set them straight. You acting just like them. How they gonna learn anything if you acting just like them? You know what I'm saying? So that's all I'm getting to about this. So I mean, it's more I can say, but I'm gonna let y'all rock.
Well, I think you kind of hit the nail on the head with this one. And it's because, like Greasy said, we've been wronged by everybody. Somebody done you something. Now, whether you get more of it from a certain person or a certain race than you get the other, but it's still at the end of the day, somebody done slighted you, or you done slighted somebody for that matter.
Maybe that'd have been a cleaner word. Slight. I should have used that. I want to use the back poke so bad. That ain't sound right either. No diddy.
I was about to say pause on the back poke.
Yeah, like I was saying, it's the crab in the barrel mentality, or bucket, whatever it is. It's like when somebody try to rise and elevate to something different, but
Well,
people
I'm
be pulling
sorry.
back down.
Hey, everybody, appreciate joining again. But I agree with my boy. You can call me Uncle Ruckus because I come from a family of them crabs in the bucket. I don't care about being Uncle Ruckus. I'm living kind of good over here being Uncle Ruckus.
Hey,
they want to stay down there and continue to be stupid. That's on them. I'm not finna get pulled back into that for them.
Yeah, I like that.
I think no one talks about, or people never get to tell the shame they feel when they leave people behind.
You said they feel shamed? Or
Yeah,
they
they don't
don't?
get to talk about. You feel shame, but you don't, because sometimes, like, you understand. I see why you are where you are, and I'm where I'm at, because it's literally the difference in mentality.
Right. Somebody got to make it out. You can't be feeling shame. You got to represent not only for yourself, but your family and the race, if that's how you want to look at it.
I think it's the feeling of we all should have been here together, but only I made it out. It's giving like survivor's remorse.
That's called idiocy.
I'll say make it out first and bring up whoever you can after that.
Because if they was meant to make it out, they would have never turned on you and stayed with you to help you fight to get out.
Facts.
I would say,
Well, yeah, so the survivor's remorse or, all that kind of stuff, you people ain't have that. But honestly, in order for some people to move, you have to be the one to move. It takes that person who has the tenacity, who has the gumption, who has the mindset and all these different things to make the move, because you may have the idea that I'm leaving these people behind, but what you're doing for some is that you're encouraging them to come. You cannot make everybody go, no matter what race you talk about. Regardless of the race that you're talking of, there's always some group of people who are in a place of desperation, but because that one person had the guts to get out, it encourages, whether it's the grandkids, it may not be your grandma, may not be your aunt, your mother, but it encourages somebody so they can know, like, dang, somebody got out. Somebody, graduated. Somebody, all these different things. I think we focus on, the fact that I'm leaving them, or the fact that, I'm a better person because I left. It just really just comes to, if you have it in you to make the move, you do that. You do that move because you don't know who you're helping. And then you're also, of course, helping yourself by making that move. So don't feel bad because you had it in you to want and do better. That's why the whole conversation, when we kind of speak on who's holding us down and all these different things, you have the ability, but a lot of things, it has to be mindset. Mindset is a huge concept when it comes to progressing. Like, yes, you're going to have pitfalls. Yes, you're going to have people who hate you. Yes, you're going to have people who are trying to pull you down. But at the end of the day, if I have my own ability physically to do it, regardless of the obstacles I may have to go through because of people talk about disparities or because the things that may be against me. But honestly, we use a lot of that as excuses as to why we can't move, and then as an excuse to cover up what we're not doing. Because a lot of times we're just not doing it. We're not just putting the effort in, So, yes, there's going to be things that are going to try to keep you from doing it easily. But is it impossible? Absolutely not. Do you have the desire to want it? Sometimes your desire has to be stronger than the obstacles around you. So.
Amen.
You're looked upon as a crazy person until the plan works. Now you're looked upon as a genius.
You robbing me. Make me give her coins. It's like, no, they made me. So, no. Right. Facts. My good, I don't even know what to say after that. Oh, you're right. You see what happened. She would have been cooking, but she been busy today. So yeah, she's guys, watch out, y'all. Watch out. But yeah, and that's the whole entire thing, man. It's the mentality. And then, like, I was thinking about what we say, make it out, right? I realize it's a subjective thing depending on the mindset, man. Because, like, some people, you might have made it out and they don't look at it as made it out, and I realized that too, because it's like, even now, like, the things I'm not gonna say I'm going through, but I notice it's like, now that I grew out of a lot of things, like from my family and stuff, it's like they don't see the success, they don't see the change, they don't see a lot of those things and stuff, but it's like, they probably don't even notice what they probably heard of what breaking the family curse is, but don't know what it actually about. It's just like I said, some things are just sound bites to people. They really don't truly understand it. They just heard it, but me not acting like them, me not holding grudges like they do, me not acting weak and victim mentality, like, that's breaking curses. That's breaking not curses, I'm gonna say habits, because somebody taught me that word a couple years ago. Family habits and stuff. Me not always put my pride to the. That's making it. That's making it, at least in my book. And that's why I say I realize it's a very subjective thing, because if it's making it based off of other people's perspective and stuff, you won't get on nowhere. And you got to make it based off of their terms, and they still got this. We got to get that get back mentality. We gotta get power and all that other stuff or whatever. Like, even that power thing is subjective. Like, is anybody gonna keep fighting for whatever? You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, if you know, like, one thing, if we know how to focus on was like I'm so big on families and stuff, we know how to focus on that and knew how to become better in that and show that we can operate one another, get along one another. Sure, we can outpass a lot of people already, because it's rare that people even got their families together. You know what I'm saying? That's making it, or we can make it and getting out this. But like I said, everybody's definition of we gotta make it, or we gotta, I'm trying to think of the other word. I feel like it's another word, or it's so different, and that's why we can't base it off of other people, especially if they still stuck in that let me see, like a revengeful type mentality and stuff or whatever. What I noticed, now we got to do this for my ancestors. I mean, trying to, well, I to a certain extent, whatever, but I think they just stuck on that. They're not doing it for their now. They doing it for, they maybe about to put this other topic up I got right. Oh,
We done with this topic. I'm about to go to the other topic in a minute. Y'all got me. But yeah. So what do you do to get along? Yeah, I'm saying the topic. Get that. Yeah, but y'all get what I get too. But we about to. I got another topic that I got.
Yes, new topic.
He go this dude. He go. My boy be waiting.
You know, I've been here for hours all day with you
That
guys.
dude Lily was sitting there. Then some of the times he didn't even contribute. He just waiting on it. We on topic 3 yet?
Right. Sam, I left and they came
That's
back
what you
hours
call
later. You
effort,
still
boy. I wish we had people. We had more people like you, boy, that said, "Hey, stay on track." I just wait. I'm waiting to get on track. That's all.
I was like, what are we yapping about, bro? I'm trying to sleep.
We wasn't yapping. I think the stuff was getting somewhere though. We was getting somewhere though with all the stuff needed to be heard. But I like that you focus. You remind me of my one mind. She be so focused on that. I'm like, what thing are we on? I'm like, oh man.
He said, wait, how we get on prompt 4 and we didn't even address prompt 3
Right.
yet?
We skipping steps, man. Skipping steps.
Let's get on this. Let's get deep this since I done talked about that. Now we're gonna get on this prompt then.
All right.
Is y'all done with the other one, or did y'all want to answer anything from the other one? I'll bring the other one back up.
We can move on because we'll end up spiraling back.
We going from the bottom up, more organized, or like top down? How we doing this?
Top. We do the top to the bottom.
Why is finding out about your ancestors important? I think in order to learn from history, you have to learn about the past so you don't make the same mistakes in the future. What are you doing?
That's it. We just gonna do one piece at a time.
Oh, one top. Okay.
Yeah, one at a time, so we get everybody in. Yep. I'm gonna say my twin last. Cause I know she be preaching. She preached too much right now I can't do it right now. We gotta wait till. I know I'm talking shit. Greasy, what you got for me, my brother? I know you couldn't wait. There you go. Let me get you.
Why is finding out your ancestors important? I agree with Walking. I would say your past is who made you today. You know what I'm saying? Finding out where you come from definitely unlocks a lot of questions you may have about yourself, you know? History is just important, man. I mean, because if you don't know the history, you may repeat a lot of things that don't need to be repeated. So I'll say that.
Okay. What you got for me, Jessica?
I would say curiosity and medical reasons.
I like that one.
Yeah, like when women are pregnant, doctors usually ask you about your history, your family history, so they can run certain tests to see if there's going to be, any birth defects. Even for yourself, like in a Black community, hypertension is really popular, and diabetes. It's important to know that in your family history, cancer, lupus, things of that nature. So I would say curiosity, to see personality traits, and also medical reasons.
Okay, I like that. What you got, Daryl?
From my perspective, I would say it's important because I say more so for me a spiritual aspect, because the word says the iniquities of the father visit the third and fourth generation, and the only way I can know the attacks that they go through is to do the research and know the things that they had to go through, so I can identify when it comes from me.
Okay, all right. Hey, Cornette.
Please don't hate me for this, but I'm gonna say that it's kind of not important. I know.
You talking about hate you? I might actually agree with you, but hey, we're gonna get somewhere though. Let's do it.
I'm gonna say that it's really not that important. Especially if
that's why I want Alta to go, because she got the up. See, look at that.
Egregious word.
I'm sorry. Listen, I was kind of wait. I was like, "Oh Lord, please, somebody go before me," because I don't think it's that important to know about your ancestors, because 9 times out of 10, when you know about certain things, we tend to end up still repeating those things. So it's not necessarily, oh, so we don't make the same mistakes. Some of us really do still end up in those same mistakes. So I say create your own path, and live your best life.
Hey. Let me get. So I'm gonna get and then Warlock, you gonna be like, cause you just got in here. Get you. Black Poets, what you got for me?
It pains me to say this. I don't know if you can hear me. It pains me to say this. Woo! I'm gonna have to agree with Antoinette what she just said, because
I'm tired of y'all, man. I'm tired of y'all. Y'all not about to do this right now.
Listen,
I'm still on the aisle.
bro. I'm on the aisle with them. I hate that it pains me to say it because I stuck with that for so long, and I realized that we can learn about our history, we can learn about the past, we can learn about our forefathers, and we still do the same identical thing that they did.
He getting to it. Maybe I should have made him go
identical mistakes. And it pains me to say it, brother. It pains me to say it.
I feel like muting. I feel like muting him.
Oh my God!
Hey, he get to my whole point. He get to my whole point of this project. That's crazy. You messed me up.
That's called something.
I thought it was gonna be Arthur that messed me up. Dang.
You make the same mistakes that you're aware of. What is that called?
Go ahead. We gonna get to that though. We gonna get to that. Let me get walking in. What you got for me? Then we gonna get Arthur and Warlock.
You could but the question was, what are the same mistakes that you see us making that we did in the past? That was the one question I had.
No, ain't no questions right now. We gonna leave that for the open panel. We ain't no questions right now. We gotta hold those. I promise when we get to the open panel, we gonna do all the questions.
Walking, you can still answer the question.
Right, you can still answer the question.
I had one first. Well, I passed.
Oh, you did? I thought I was wondering. Like it did throw me off a little. Okay, all right. Go ahead, twin. And then we gonna get Warlock. Then y'all can do the open panel.
So, aside from now, when I say ancestors, I'm thinking like way back. You know, the ancestors that people act like they call on, that they think they being here. Okay, I'm talking about them. No, y'all ain't learning nothing from that. Now, the way you talking about your grandma, your great grandma, yes, when it comes, y'all had good answers when it comes to history, as far as like medical, just learning about where you come from. All that stuff is really dope and very important. But I'm talking about the answers that we calling on. Y'all, stop. that part right there is it's not as important. It's not, unless you're trying to get some land, because you know people trying to get some land because they from people. You know, other than that, it's not something important. It's not important because I think knowing about it, what it does sometimes when we say these things, it just gives us a boastful type of response versus like real knowledge. It's just making us boast about, well, my ancestors gonna come. They not coming. Let me stop. Sorry, somebody might blew this. Let me stop. Sorry. The thing is, we use it as a crutch versus using it as like something to elevate us. We use it to kind of stay in this mindset of like, you know, wade in the water type idea. And I get like why some people say it, but I think sometimes it just takes away from you living today in your time, correcting the wrongs in your time. You know, it's good to know what Lucy May grandma did and all that kind of stuff so that you don't, but a lot of times I think, you know, if we're talking about just beyond, it is showing us like, hey, this was a medical thing that we had going on. Nobody knew about this, and hey, we're gonna break these habits because we see it. We've seen it play out before. But I think that's besides that, it's not really that important. Like it's not gonna change my life in a major way. Not knowing. It's cool to know, though. I mean, I like history. History is cool. So it's cool to know. But I think when it comes, the importance of it is not necessarily there because it's not really just going to change any thing in your path like today. It's not going to really make too much of a difference. So that's what I would say for that, for sure. It's not that much.
So, Alter, do you believe in generational curses?
I believe in generational habits. Mm-hmm.
Right. So, if we're aware of these things,
y'all look, y'all stuck on
you want
mute.
me to wait?
Yes.
Yeah.
My bad, man.
Let's get Warlock in. I was on the channel. Y'all got me. I was on the channel. exchange some coins and stuff, y'all.
I said
They
no.
tried to get you while you were
I couldn't
sleeping.
back out fast enough. Oh.
Retreat.
I promise y'all gotta y'all because I feel y'all got some answers.
Pimping.
No facts. So let's get Warlock in, and then right after Warlock, then y'all can do the open panel though. Y'all get I feel y'all already getting to my whole point, man.
What's up, man? How you living? How you
How you
feeling?
feeling, man? How you feeling? You better wake up. I don't care if you was up all night. Yeah, wake up. I don't care if you was up all night. Yeah, I was in your
I
room.
feel like crap. I didn't get off that mug till 7 o'clock.
Yes, sir. Welcome.
Oh
Yeah,
God.
me and Shy was about to take over your whole life. We was trying to make a whole conversation. That bye.
Hey, look, man. I ain't even gonna talk about y'all right now. Y'all made me mad. Anyway, I really don't have too much of nothing to add because Anquinat, Alta, they took all of my shit. Because I, outside of medical reasons, I don't think. Actually, you know what? Once you start talking about ancestors, you're talking about centuries. You're talking about 100, 200, 300 years, and all of that shit is not even relevant unless, like Alta said, you want to use that shit as a crutch, as we see people do all the damn time. Well, back in slavery or back when that's not even fucking important. But when we start talking about generational, then we can start talking about medical history and things of that nature. So finding out about my ancestors, it's cool to find out where you come from, where your bloodline is. But outside of that, there's no real purpose for it, honestly, for as far as I'm concerned.
I was going to say too, even with the medical, that only goes back so far.
Goes back about 3 generations. 3
Yeah,
or
that
4
only goes
generations.
back so far. And then now most doctors, they now understand that if it's not something that's within your immediate circle, then it really, kind of does not apply to you or whatever. So even for medical reasons, I really just kind of like to delve in my own little world. And two, when we talk about the ancestors, they lived in a total different time from us. And I get that there's nothing new under the sun, but it's certain things that apply to them that don't apply to us. There's certain things that didn't apply to them that applies to us. So I just try not to even, go into that route. And Greasy, to answer your question, I do believe that generational habits do happen, but where do we pick that up from? We would normally get those, and we pick
From the
those
liver.
things up from the immediate parts of our families. We don't just pick up from what somebody did 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, like going way back to look at what they did. That's gonna spin you a circle and put you right back where they were at. So
Look, I hear.
Let me know when we get the green light, man.
Greg Greasy.
I said, let me know when we get the green light, man. I'll be patient.
I think it is open panel. That was the last one.
It's open panel.
It's open panel now. All right, so look, my response to the generational curses, it all deals with your own family, your own environment, wherever you're around. Yes, it's a learned behavior, but somebody has to break it. You just can't keep doing it. So to me, it's better to be proactive instead of just reactive, right? And once you are aware that there is a problem, because you may not think it is one, it's up to you to make that choice to do better. That's just like the family health. If you know that based on certain choices that you're at risk of heart attacks or whatever, you can break that and do better. Be the difference within your own family to show the rest that it can be done.
But I don't have to go back to my great grandmother to know that we have heart disease in our family.
Yeah, no. I didn't go that far back in my example.
Here's my question for C.
Can I
Greasy.
say something? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Here's my question for C. Greasy, because I get these generational curses and things of that nature, right? I get that shit. I'm not a firm believer in that, and here's why.
regardless of what your I'll go 3 generations. Your grandmother, your mother, and you. Regardless of what your grandmother did or your mother did, it's your choices that most times put you in the situations you are. Now, if you want to take away choice and just leave it to, well, my mother did it, so I did it, I can see where you can go with the generational curses. But each individual that comes along makes choices that put them into situations that they become, that they get in. So if you're going to take away free will, and because you said it, that's why I say, when you said choice, because that's what it basically all boils down to. Now, we can say that, well, my grandmother was poor, we was in a certain environment, my mother was poor, and I was raised up in the same daggone environment. Okay, fine. But if you have a brother and a sister, one decides to be a goddamn thief and all of that shit because they were raised up in a fucked up environment, and your sister was raised in the same, but she turned out to be absolutely astonishing in life. Can you now blame the environment or your mother or whatever, or was it the choices that they decided to make during their lifetime that put them in that particular situation?
Yeah. I agree that it's the choice. That's why I was saying that you have to be the difference and break that generational curse is what I'm saying. Because I used to be a supervisor, CEO for the juveniles, and I've seen it within their families that because it was a norm that nobody got a high school diploma, they just the next generation just carried that same motto.
Choice, was it not?
Yeah, it was a choice. Okay, so you got to break it.
That's why I said when we use the generational curses, right? This is all about crutches for me. All right, this is all about crutches. We use the excuse of someone that preceded us in their actions on why we are the way that we are. That's why I really don't delve into that generational curses crap.
Can I say something?
But it still exists though. I agree with you, but at the same time, I'm just saying what reality is. Like what's happening.
Sometimes it is a generational curse because I'll use me for an example. I was adopted, so I don't really know my biological family. You know, it took me a while to get familiar with them. But the more digging I did, the more I realized certain things that happened in my grandmother's generation happened in my mother's generation. And I see it in my generation, you know, with my siblings. Jalen, please, I'm on the phone.
Mommy.
Sometimes it is a generational curse. It could be something minor or it could be something major, or you know, it could be something that isn't deemed as something negative, but sometimes it is generational curses, and sometimes it's choices, because even when I grew up, you know, in my foster family house, when I met my sister's friends, you know, my sister and I are very different, and her friends kept asking me, like, y'all grew up in the same house? And I'm like, yes, we're just different. We're just polar opposites. So sometimes it's just choices, not necessarily the environment or the parents, you know. Sometimes people just grow up and become individuals.
I think you just proved the point of what I was about to say. I think you kind of proved the point. That's why you kind of countered yourself when you said that, though. That's Warlock's whole point. You can't say it's generational curse and then also say that y'all both grew up differently at the same time. So ultimately, it will be the choice.
No,
so it can't be.
Yes and no. I don't want to disclose what is considered a generational curse, but there are some things that I've seen happen in my grandmother's generation, and it happened in my mother's generation with her siblings, and then it happened in my generation as well. However, my sisters and I were in one house together for a certain amount of years, but I also was in different foster homes prior to that one. You get what I'm saying? We weren't always together.
Okay, so my question is this, to anybody that wants to answer this. When you start talking about generational curses, tell me, outside of, you know, well, genetically it can be, all right? However, tell me something that is a generational curse that was not brought on by your choices?
So
Hey,
just to
I can
clarify,
answer that one myself.
One at a time, please. One at a time, please.
I'm gonna say this right here. Warlock, I get what you're saying. I see where you're going. First, generational curse. Okay, just like how my dad, how my grandmother punished my dad, right? How my great grandmama punished my dad, my grandmother. So it was handed down from generation to generation. How they chastised us, right? Like my great grandmother got whooped with a she got a whooping with a belt, or not a belt. I'm sorry, with a whip. My grandmother, she handed down. She whooped my daddy with a drop cord, right? Then my daddy did the same thing to us. So when in some things are them curses, that to me, I feel like that was a curse. You know what I mean? That I was very aware at a young age that I will never want to do this, put this type of punishment on my children. So I was aware of that. This is something that I don't want. So in a way, I understand where you're coming from. So anytime you do have to be aware of those curses so that you can be the one, or maybe your children be the one to break that curse. Because it was a curse. Because it was handed down from generation to generation to generation.
I want to
But it
say this
stopped.
though. I want to say this though. Let me. What the heck? No, I was about to say real quick. I think we should change that up though, because I think that when we say the term generational curse, and I see why somebody had kind of was getting on me about that before, because it kind of take away even the accountability and all that other stuff, and it make it seem like that we
didn't have a choice,
right? Like why we can't have a choice? Like we just gonna be stuck? Because I look at it, if it's a curse, that means you can't get out of it. You know what I'm saying, or whatever. I don't know who made up that term. I don't know.
That is not the case. When
Let me finish up real quick. I'm not asking if it's the case or not. I'm just saying that when we do that, right, we make it seem like we can't break out of it, and the fact that some of us is breaking out of it, it must not have been a strong enough so-called curse. So really, it's just a bunch of habits that's getting taught generation by generation by generation, and somebody's just not choosing to be different because they're just following what's being said. So to say it's like a whatever, I don't know who came up with the term overall or in life or whatever with that curse thing or generational curse thing, but it's like it'll take it away from, or make it seem like we're helpless. You know what I'm saying? Like, dang, well, it's part of the curse. That's what we don't know. No, that's part of a habit that you choose not to break out of because you're following what you have been taught. But like I said, the fact that we can be different from because it's like no different from like people be trying to do these signs and all this stuff. I'm this sign and all that. Well, they make it seem like they're no more than just that sign. Oh, well, I'm a Pisces, I'm a Virgo, and all this other stuff or whatever. No, you boxing yourself in. Because you could be more than what this sign say about you. You know what I'm saying? Now you got to just live up to that sign, or I got to live up to. That's why they say that term, living up to my ancestors, or something like that. No, live up to yourself. That's the reason why you stuck and struggling in life, not because you're trying to be somebody that you're not. So if you're trying to be better, just like we always tell our kids and all that stuff, well, I want you to be better than me, or I want you to grow or do something different. That's what we have to do. We got to do something different to be better. We can't be all the exact same people and expect change out of it. So I don't know, like I said with that term curse, I think I just don't like it. Now the more I keep hearing, I just don't like that because it's really just habit. It's just something that we choose not to do because we don't want it bad enough. It's really a want. Because if we want it bad enough, we can really go for it. Just like people want to get into between them buns real bad or give them buns up bad. They do anything for that. But if they had that same energy to do that, then I bet you we could get somewhere in life. But people lazy because they don't, they don't want it that bad enough.
But the generational curses is what brings about
situational. And I use me as an example because I didn't know my biological family for a long time. And when I got to know them, for me to see similarities in my grandmother's generation, my mother's generation, and then my generation, and I've broken some curses, it has to be because it wasn't a choice. It wasn't like we seen somebody else do it and then we chose to do it. No, it was just, I believe it was a generational curse, and I just chose to break certain generational curses. Just like, that's why they use the term breaking generational curses.
Yeah.
I think with saying the C word versus the habits, right? even if you're looking at this thing on a spiritual from a spiritual standpoint, because the Bible says if you're in that era, or if you're in that zone of belief, the Bible says that not paying tithes or robbing God or whatever, you're cursed with a curse, or your kids will be cursed with a curse, your family curses or whatever. That still requires you to do something. It's still, in order for you to come out of that, or in order for that not to be on you or not to be over you, you still got to do something. The majority of the time, like Kev and Warlock and Poet is saying, is that we see a lot of the things that take place within our families, and we don't have to go back decades or centuries to even know that these things exist. We understand, I think, as a whole Black community, where the whole whipping situation came from and disciplining kids, and how that, most of that is the same throughout everybody's family. But when Warlock said you can have you and your sibling in the same household, but one other person chooses to take a different route, then there we are on a whole nother platform. Now we're on a whole different level of actually doing, to not participate in the things of our forefather or the people that came before us, i.e. our mothers, our grandmothers, or fathers and grandfathers, right? I come from a family where all of the women were married before they had kids. My great-grandmother was married. She had 11 kids. My grandmother was married. She had 6 kids. My mom was her first child, but my mom got married. She had her kids. I was not married before I had my kid. So sometimes we can start our own habits that have nothing or don't even correlate or correspond to what our forefathers done before us anyway.
Absolutely. And two things can be right at the same time. It's not, honestly, for me, I respect everyone's decision and opinion. And it's not debatable. Like, two things can be read at the same time. It could be a different mindset, because for me, it is a different mindset. I think very differently from the rest of my siblings. But in the same time, I'm also breaking generational curses. So two things can be right at the same time.
I think this go back to what Warlock was saying though. So since we saying it's a curse, then what is he saying? I guess he asked, like, what is this curse? What's this thing that's supposed to be a curse on you that make it to where you don't have a choice to get out of? What make it the curse? Like, give an example of this curse you're talking about.
It's not as much of a curse as people are saying it as a word. They're looking at the word and its literal meaning. And like somebody had wrote, if you're not looking at it from a spiritual perspective, you're already eyeing it wrong. Because the generational curse is a visitation from something like okay, now not saying that is the case, but Miss Antoinette, I think that is up there in the corner I'm looking at. So you say, for what you know, you are the first one. Now, what about your mother's grandmother, great grandmother, or what they went through that you may not have researched? How you know it didn't visit one of them? So when it came to you, it was easy and susceptible to happen for you. See, sometimes generational curses are things that visit you, and you get the information ahead of time, so you know how to combat it. Like, yes, people do. It is a choice, but guess what? It's a visitation that you choose to fall to. Either you can accept the curse or you can be a curse breaker.
And that's what I'm saying there. I don't have to go back. I didn't have to go back eons, or I didn't have to go. I didn't have to know that my great grandmother's mother had her first child out of wedlock. I didn't have to go back that far. I had examples right here in me, and I came up. I was alive. My great grandmother was alive when I was born, so I knew her. I knew what she had going on. I knew the situation. I knew I didn't know my great grandfather, but I knew my great grandmother. She was alive. I think I was around 9 or 10 when she passed, but I didn't have to know that somebody in my lineage did, or had a child out of wedlock. Because I had women that were married before they had children, that I could have literally followed the lead on that. I didn't have to go back and say, well, my great grandmother's mother, she had her child out of wedlock, and I think I I
but
had
you had a
examples to
structure.
not do
You
that.
had
I
exactly. You had
chose
a
to do
structure.
the
The struggle
opposite
comes
of
from
what was
those who
literally.
don't.
Hey, real quick, while it's quiet, then I guess. Like I said, I understand everything Daryl's saying though. I feel it though, but like I said, I want us to, since we rocking with that curse thing, because I still don't think I got the answer. I wanted to, just like I think, and that's what, like I said, what Warlock was asking. What make something a curse then? That you don't have a choice to get out of. What make it a curse or a generational curse? What is the specific thing that any other human being don't go through that makes it a curse?
It is a sin that is guaranteed to come to you regardless of who you are, because it's in your bloodline. It's in your DNA. It is a
Interesting.
certain demon that is attached to your bloodline that has access to visit you.
And that's on a
Wow. Yeah, I
spiritual
don't think I.
note. And
Yeah.
that's what I'm
Okay, that's the
saying. If
part I'm
you're
lost
not,
at. Then.
and that's why I said, if you're not tackling the word curses from a spiritual standpoint, then that conversation is null and void, right? Then that's the separation between the spirit realm and you functioning in the natural and dealing with learned behaviors. Spirits, curses, we know that we wrestle not against flesh and blood. We know that. Well,
Right.
some of us know that, or they should know that.
That's true.
But that's why I'm saying, if we're not tackling things from a spiritual standpoint, if we're just saying, oh, well, nobody in my family graduated from college or from high school, I'm going to be the first to do it. That's a habit. That's a
Right.
behavior that you're setting the standard, or you're redirecting the tone of your family dynamics. Spiritual and curses and those type of things, you got to be in tune with your star player to even identify that you're dealing with stuff from on that level. And a lot of times when people make that general statement of breaking generational curses, they not on their hands and knees, and they not doing no type of ritualistic type of nothing to come out of that. They just looking at it, and I say, and I literally, I didn't have nobody check me. I checked myself on that, because last weekend my uncle let my dog run away. And I feel strongly about my dogs. And I was in such a rampage about the situation. I was crying and I was snotting all over the place, because where is my dog? And why can't you find him when I left him in your care? And the thing that came over me was, being the first person to graduate or being the first person with a college degree in my family, that's not a flex. That's a problem. Because now I got people that can't function on a level as simple as keeping up and babysitting the dog. And now I got to go out here, and it's 2-3 o'clock in the morning, and I got to go get my prized possession, because somebody that don't have the capacity, right? Somebody that don't have the capacity or the mental capabilities like I thought. And that's when it hit me. Like, that's not a flex for me to be the first person in my family with a college education or with a high school education or whatever the case may be. That's a problem. So I'm seeing that as a behavior that needs to be changed. I'm not seeing that as a generational curse, because them curses, that's something totally different. And we got to be on, again, you got to be in touch with your star player to even understand that you dealing with a certain level of demon that's over you and your family, that you got to be able to go to warfare in the spirit to break. And it's not the same as dealing with with physical, fleshly, carnal behavior.
I'm going to say this and I'm going to be quiet. When I start talking about choices, and people start talking about generational curses, generational habits, however you want to freaking put it. If that is the case, why have free will?
Right.
Free will.
That's it. I'm done.
And I feel like the term curse is just a cop out. I don't know. Maybe I'm so big on wording and stuff. I just feel like it's a cop out, because I feel like it's something that you just can't control. Like, if you're just like, if you was like going to movies and stuff, like, oh, you bada doom bada bing, I put a curse on you, right? They can't do anything about that, right? They stuck at whatever they're cursing. There's nothing you can do to break it. It's nothing you can do unless you do like you said, like Echo that said, it will be a spiritual type thing, right? And that will deal with a lot of praying. That will do with a lot of countering that curse or something like that. But that has nothing to do with me breaking these certain habits or my desires that I want, I don't think that's a curse, because that's something that humans just really be wanting to do. But you got to make, when you make the right choices, or if you choose to do something, then you can't say, "Oh, I just broke a person." No, you just changed your habits or what you really, or your interest on what you really wanted to do. But just to call something, and like I said, I might be big on wording, but just to call something the curse, make it seem like it's like, dang, I can't do nothing unless, I can't, I'm stuck. I have this thing, I have no choice because this curse. Just like I don't like when people would say, it's this certain spirit that came over you, that's the reason why I did, or call it like a girl that's a 304, that's a Jezebel spirit. No, that's her spirit. That ain't her. They ain't no Jezebel. Don't blame it on Jezebel. That's her that's doing this thing. She made these choices. And it counters like accountability itself. And that's what I stand on. Anything with accountability, because I believe everybody has some form of choice of what they do. I'm not going to blame the devil while I wanted to sit there and backhand somebody. I'm not about to do that. You know what I'm saying? So I made these choices. I can't keep putting on everybody else. And if a lot of us believe in God, we can't tell God, well, it was a curse on me why I couldn't do that. Or I can't tell God that it was the spirit, that Jezebel spirit made me want to sleep with all these girls and stuff. I can't tell God that. He's not about to look at it that way. So that's what I'm getting to about that.
Well, what you're saying is true, Kev, but you have to understand with that Jezebel spirit, that's a sexual spirit that some people may not be aware of. You know what I'm saying? And I understand what you were getting at. You know what I'm saying? Just like, the generational curse is just like we disrespect our parents. That can go for generations. That's something that we probably not even aware of. Disrespecting our parents, it can go back for centuries. You know what I'm saying? So, and that's just me reading and understanding what Warlock was saying. And as I read, it's like it got so many different curses that we don't even probably look at. Dishonoring our parents, sexual relationship, injustice to the disability, trusting in the flesh, theft, speaking curses, and serving of God. And everybody don't serve God, so that's a curse.
Okay.
Going against God, you know what I mean?
I was just going to clear it up since I started the word with this conversation. The context I was using it in was definitely like bad habits that are just followed upon, That's the context that I was using it. I said the word curse, but because even the examples I gave was on a physical aspect in terms of what you can change on your own. But definitely environmental influence is a real thing. So I'm just saying you got to be a strong individual to just be aware. And once you're aware, it's up to you to make that choice to break out of it. So that's it.
All right. I agree. Look, I'm sorry. Was that Daryl? Because I'm quite sure he's been wanting to speak for a minute.
No, that was Greasy.
Okay. So here's my thing, y'all. And maybe, I don't know, maybe because I look at things differently and I've overcome a whole lot of shit in my life. For me, it always boils down to choice. We're sometimes when we talk about this shit, we switch the what and the why, right? Everything boils down to choice. Why you made that choice can be something totally different, but we just want to get to the why we made this choice and not understanding what we did in reference to making that choice. Why we made the choice because somebody spiked my daggone drink and I went out there and crashed my car because I was high. I didn't know somebody spiked my damn drink, but I still made the choice to go out there and drive while I wasn't feeling quite like I was. So when we start talking about choice, you can't get past anything in life without choice. I keep saying to people, you don't always have a good and a bad. You may have two fucked up choices. And even not picking one of those is making a freaking choice. You're choosing not to be the bad choice.
Don't you make your choices based off the information that you have?
Sometimes. See, I tell people,
you always make choices off circumstance. Yeah, you always make choices.
You can see your brother
be
come out the same damn neighborhood, or maybe even your sibling.
Information pertaining to the situation.
So if you're gonna do that, how do you apply when two brothers came out of the same damn household and they're 180?
Cain and Abel. Real simple. It was already defined that they would be different. Cain and Abel came from the same woman, but two different people.
Okay, so I'll say this. I don't usually get into religious discussions. I usually just base it off of things, but we can go there. But what I'm saying is, it's choices. You can't get past that. And if you do try to get past that, it's just making an excuse for your choices.
No, by all means. It all comes down to a person making a right or a wrong choice. However, people don't understand, like he said, if we take the C word, like he said, and look at bad behavior, yes, that is correct. But if you look at it from the other perspective, it's saying that things visit people that they're more susceptible to fall to because it falls in a history. And the only way you can defeat that is if you know the history.
Yeah.
No pun intended, like alcoholism. Like you got a bloodline of alcoholism. Now, granted, no, it's not a flex that there's one in AA. But did he not save a whole town because he found one that was righteous?
Yeah.
So it is a flex.
Interesting.
And you know what I'm saying? So you got to look at it at always a positive light and understand that there are things that you're more susceptible to than the other because you may not be able to identify, but it goes from doing that work of spirit. The battle is not in flesh and blood. He knows we're going to fail in flesh and blood. It's the spiritual side. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, that is true.
But again, the spiritual side requires spiritual actions. We cannot take a spiritual situation and then say, in the natural, I'm going to do this. In the natural, I'm going to do that. That's not how that works. You have to be, again, you have to be in your spiritual state in order to battle those things. And it's only through what is it said? Prayer and fasting sometimes that even some of these things will even depart from you. But how often do we do that? How often do we even sacrifice, which is what the fasting is? How much do we even sacrifice so that those things don't even come our way? Y'all, everybody, they take the word fast. Oh, that means I don't have to eat. No. Fasting is literally a sacrifice. That means in order for you to come out of, or for you not to have this certain type of whatever situation or whatever type of demon or whatever type of, whatever, that means you got to give up something. You got to sacrifice something. Somebody somewhere has not taken the time or have not taken the stamina to actually fight those things in the spirit.
True.
But again, that still comes with you doing something. So to have that, it's a curse, or it still requires you to do something. It still requires you to give up something. It still requires, however you want to tackle it. You want to tackle it in the flesh? Go at it in the flesh. If you want to tackle it in the spirit, tackle it in the spirit. Whatever domain of spirituality you function in, then you go that route. But that still requires you to do something. But you don't have to know. I still am a firm believer that I don't got to know what happened eons and eons ago.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to mention that part too about the history, right? You don't have to. You can learn things off your own history. You don't have to go in somebody else's history to learn things. Just like which is part of this topic we're about to get to on that more on it though, because it's like sometimes we be acting like we have to. Oh, let me see what my grandma did and all that stuff. Sometimes you can learn from which would be the hard way. Sometimes, well, a lot of us have to learn the hard way. We got to learn from our own past, and we don't even do that. All we do is just make excuses about our past, or we cry. Oh dang, I don't want to say too much because I know we get into that part of the prompt. But yeah, we just that's how we use our history nowadays. That's why I want to get to this second prompt though, because it's like we always want to look up history. Did you know that? And did you find out about that? And like, okay, we got there now. Now, with the second prompt, what we about to do with it? What are you doing with your history? You know what I'm saying? Because for the most part, people looking at it, oh my, yeah, I already know for sure. And I'm waiting for that's the main thing for sure. That boast, that's all it is. Oh, my daddy's daddy used to be a king. Okay, cool. You not one. You work at McDonald's, so what that mean? I don't get it. Hey, what they're doing for you now? But yeah. Fact. But that's what we. But yeah, go ahead, y'all. My bad.
I just think that we overcomplicate things a lot. I think that we don't want to take, I hate that A word, but we don't want to be responsible for our own fucking actions. So we look to the past to condone the present.
Yeah.
That's just the way that I.
Right. Yeah, that was a good one. Right. That's exactly what it is. That was a good one too, right? Not boasting, using it to condone. That's a good one. What else? What else we got?
I told you I'm pretty good when I have molasses brain.
Man.
My thought processes slow down a little bit.
I agree with Altered on the boasting. We especially now we was kings and queens, okay, but the behavior got to reflect it. If you want to be a king, you want to be a queen. If you want to take on the roles, or you want to take on the status of your ancestors, for that matter, but you got to put in the work to do it. Again, it still comes with you doing something. If you're not doing nothing, you just running your mouth. You just a whole lot of hot air.
Yeah.
Fix your crown and do this and do that. Okay, fix my crown, but dang, but I want to be in the streets. I want to be slapping people. I don't want my crown to sit up. Okay, well, a lot of people didn't come off their thrones to slap nobody. You had somebody to slap them for you.
You had your minions to do it for you.
Right.
Get them. I get it. So we're gonna answer the next one then, since we done went into the
right. Since we already went into it, basically already. I was trying my best to hold up, but we was getting into it.
Greasy, we on prompt 3. What you got?
Prompt 2. We on 2.
We're on 2.
Yeah, we on 2.
What are you doing with your history? So, I have 2 different families, you feel me? In my history, I'm Black and Mexican. So I have 2 different environments of what to look forward to. What I did with my history, just become a completely, black sheep of the family, but in a positive way. So on my Mexican side, I saw that everybody, the high school diploma was the farthest they went on that side. And there's normal, regular jobs like McDonald's over there. On my black side, military was the trend. But I didn't go the military route. What I did was I got my criminal justice degree. I'm a up and coming content creator, and I am more athletically inclined in terms of like the fitness world than the rest of my family. So a lot of what I'm doing right now is just completely different. I can't really go to my family for anything as far as like the path that I'm on, because I'm the first to do it. So I just got to keep on going with my journey and just prove to both sides that it can be done on what I'm trying to accomplish.
Okay. Let me get Twin in. I ain't heard from him in a while.
Yes.
Yeah. What are you doing with your history?
Keeping it where it's at. And I was like,
hey, that was about to be mine. It's a little bit though. I was trying my best to try to see if I can.
because this is the thing, right? Okay. Either I was thinking about people like Malcolm X, like in MLK, right? What they did with their history is, continue to fight the fight that their family fought, right? So it's like, if I go back in my history, is there something like desperate that I gotta into? Hold on, one second.
I'm not even gonna ask what that sound was.
Me either. Well, I wasn't gonna ask that question either. I wouldn't either.
I try to be funny. Like, dang, I forgot to mute.
Yeah, you forgot to mute.
What they say was understood need not be spoken, right?
That is true. Wow.
Okay, my bad. Hold on, what y'all hear?
Nothing. Don't worry about it. No, we're not detracting.
Okay, as long as I ain't flapping cakes. Anyway.
Oh Lord.
Okay. Keep that on mute, y'all. Keep that on mute. But woo! But yeah, it's to me. So when I was thinking about those people, I was like, okay, they're continuing on the legacy of the people that came before them, and I think in some ways that's cool, because maybe you have, maybe they expected it from you, or needed you to carry it on or fight for justice and all that kind of stuff. But I think, and all that stuff is cool. But I think everyone has their individual purpose outside of their past, right? Outside of the things that they endured before, or their family endured before. Again, if it's something that you're supposed to continue the legacy of, do so how you do it. But I think we still have our own individual things that we're supposed to push for. And some of us just keeping your salvation together is already hard enough. Look. So I think for me, my history is nothing like I gotta continue this on. Whether it's just, for me, it's just more so just the type of my kids keep coming talking to me, y'all. But sorry. Okay. But I think I would can you stop? The rude. This is so rude. No, I can't focus on two things at once. But I would say that's the biggest thing, is just keeping the type of legacy that my grandparents had when it comes to how they, went about life, how they got through things. Those kind of things like that is how I, what I do with my history, as far as like what my family created. What they pushed for us, what they fought for their own families. Like as far as today in 2024, everybody has their "it's all about me" kind of idea. I wasn't raised with that type of that. My history is not that, where it's just all about me, where it's selfishness. I wasn't raised like that. I don't have family like that. So that helped me to continue to show the importance of family and the importance of togetherness, the importance of working, all the kinds of, the importance of not holding grudges and having hate, like all that kind of. That's why I can talk about things in the conversations as Black people and all that kind of stuff, but it's not something that I harp on and let it be my life's mission, because I know that there's so much more deeper things that we need to focus on. And hey, if it's for you though, like I said, when it comes with legacy, you push for what is necessary, because it's going to change certain things. I'm with that. But for me personally, it's just trying to keep the morals and the character, all the kind of things that my grandparents had, and like be able to pull from this, the things that they endured, and be able to say, okay, like, I appreciate coming from something like that. And now I got to create my own thing. Now I got to run my own race though. But having a foundation like that is helpful to keep going with that idea that family is very important. So that's how I do with that, and I teach my kids the importance of it as well.
Amen. Walking fish. Oh, is it walking my fish? Yeah. Walking my fish? Yeah.
Come on, walking fish.
What's his name? Walking my fish.
What are you doing with your history? Me, as a history, it gives me inspiration on what's called.
You said you as a history.
Yeah, what are you doing with it? It gives me inspiration on how to move forward and what to do to move forward. So that's what I do with history. And it gives me a sense of purpose on why things should be changed.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Black, what you got for me, my brother BK? BK? You there? Oh, you got an echo. Oh, you got to drop and come back up? Oh. Nope, I don't hear no. I ain't hear it. Go twice. Drop you. All right, gotcha.
I think that sound you made had more of an effect on some people than others.
What was that? That fart noise I made.
Yeah, drop me. Yeah. So what I'm doing with my history, I'm leaving it right where it's set, but I want my sons and my daughters to be aware of the medical history of my grandparents and their grandparents. I want them to understand that, and the rest, I think is irrelevant after their grandmother. You know what I'm saying? I think everything outside of their great grandmother, but anything outside of that is irrelevant. Just like what Antoinette said earlier. I mean, we don't have to go back that far to know your history
Right.
as far as your medical history. You know what I'm saying? Because I think Warlock, you said it is what, 3 generations or 4 generations or something like that. So I just want them to know about, grandparents. Okay, where my grandmother come from and all that other stuff is pretty much irrelevant. But I just want them to know the medical history. So that's what I'm doing with my history.
Okay. All right. Antoinette.
I'm not doing nothing with mine. I'm gonna keep it a buck. And I don't care about the medical history because I love my pork chops and I'm eating my pork chops.
I'm with you on that one.
And if it come over me, it come over. No, real talk though. No, I'm really not doing nothing with mine. Like I said, I know the life that I want for myself. I know the life that I want for my children. You know, even on a spiritual note, like I've over the years learned and formed my own spiritual relationship. So for me and mine, like I said, as for me and my house, it's gonna be me and me. And the church's chicken. Listen, I just got on churches. At first, I used to think church's chicken was nasty, and I don't know why. But now you can't beat me in line at church's chicken. So Greasy, I think being out here in Texas, that Greasy church's chicken got me in a chokehold for sure.
Greasy talking about greasy turkey chicken. That's funny. Ain't that ironic?
But yeah, that's what I'm doing with mine. I'm creating, the path that I want for me and my own children, even on a spiritual level. Because even with my grandmother, going to church, it was things that that she perceived in the Bible and the way that she learned and the way that she taught that I didn't even agree with it, even on that aspect. So I'm just creating my own lane here.
All right. After y'all go, I'm gonna tell you after everybody go. I'm gonna tell y'all the reason why I came up with that one, the angle I'm coming from with it too on this. Cause y'all gonna know what I'm talking about. The greasy. Did everybody go on this side on the left side? I know Warlock haven't went in there, so let's start with Warlock and then we're gonna end with greasy. I don't remember if he went.
No,
All right,
Greasy didn't go.
What am I doing with my parents? I look back and see what can be improved upon. I do believe, as far as history is concerned, there are certain things that has happened that can and should apply, no matter how far you go back and how far you go forward. There are certain guidelines that life should be, that should guide you through your life, i.e., respect for other people. Do your best to be kind. Those things, I don't think that should change, and that should be a part of your history. As they always said, 2 wrongs don't make a right. Well, just because somebody does something to you doesn't necessarily cause for retaliation. I always say not everything requires a response. And I think nowadays, people think that they have to respond to every little fucking thing because everybody wants to be right. As far as how my history affects me now, it does. The history of my dad and my uncle and my grandfather was that they worked until the day that they passed away. Well, not the day that they passed away, but until they could no longer enjoy their retirement. That was my family's history as far as men was concerned. I changed that by choosing, with the knowledge that my dad and my uncle gave me, to retire when I was 43, by being basically broke and living within my means. That history has changed, which I'm teaching my daughter. So my history as far as my family is concerned, has always been of workers. Someone that didn't enjoy themselves after the fact, or they didn't live long after the fact. I changed that history. What else am I doing with my history? I know Antoinette says she enjoys her pork chops, but as far as my genetically or physically, both my parents had high blood pressure. Both my parents had ulcers. My dad had a heart murmur. My dad had diabetes. Well, both my parents had diabetes. One was just type 1, the other one was type 2. Just from that history itself tells me, whether it be true or not, that I'm susceptible to that shit. So I changed my eating habits once I started getting a little older, because when we were young, we don't really give two shits, and when we get too old, we don't give two shits. But I want to live to be too damn old to not give a shit. So history in those cases, I do think does matter. And that's what I'm doing with the history that I do know. Because we all know, in most black families, that shit is a hush-hush. So it's kind of hard to even go back 3 generations to find out a lot about your medical history, unless you have a historian in your family. So that's my spiel.
Okay, and then Daryl, and then I'm gonna open up some stuff what I'm getting to about this topic. Well, at least that prompt I mean.
Well, I'm pretty much like altar down now. I got the history for what it is. Being that ain't nobody on one side of my family left but being my mother, and I'm the baby, so I am the history writer. I'm the standard maker. So for me, I am the history. I'm the best they gonna get. I'm the example that they have to do, so I'm writing it as I go. So what has happened, what I've done with their history is made sure to pay attention and observe, to not fall in the same pitfalls, not make the only dumb choices. It has had its own reward. No pun intended, but I'm the youngest out of all the grandkids, and I'm the only one that owns a home. And my grandfather had 6 kids. But so I've taken what they have taught me. I was also raised by grandparents and great grandma as well. So the old school ass whoopings I got. So I applied that to the life that I have, and I'm good with it. No, I do not beat my children. I use military tactics. But it was those things that allowed me to be as strong as I am. So I always try to teach and preach the history just so they understand, hey, just because this happens to you, or just because you see it, it happens to you, or just because you see it, it does not mean that you have to do the same. And not only do I say that to you, I am the example of that. So that's what I'm doing with my stuff.
Nice. That's, I like that. Oh, nice. All right.
But I whoop my children.
Huh?
Oh, I just said I whoop my children. My cat
They getting that ass toe up. I feel it. I guess whatever works, you know what I'm saying? Whatever help build and make you, ain't nobody abuse. I know that everybody jumped. It's abuse. Nah, some people, some situations, you got to do what you got to do, man.
Now, I didn't say I didn't whoop ass at all. I'm just saying.
I know.
Hey, majority days, come on now. You done been to work all day, you tired. Hey, some push-ups, some wall squats, some holding some dictionaries, do a better ass whooping than you could while you could drink a cold beer and relax.
Even punishments be worse than that. Some kids be looking for a whooping like, oh, that's quicker anyway. So
that part.
Right, but take that PS5 or that cell phone.
Oof, boy,
it's over with.
They crying with they.
You take
all right,
so let me better give them a straight jacket.
I'm gonna get to the what I'll get to, and it's kind of like even what like Twin got to the main part of what this really is. Like, I think a lot of people use it for boasting. The reason why I asked that, why people what are people doing with their history,
Because like even if you get in some of these debates or somebody just, whatever the situation is, they quick to be like, hey, but you don't know about that. You better do your research. You better do your history. I'm like, okay, so we doing all that. So like, what is that doing to help you? Because it seemed like you still just as miserable as the ones that you claim that was that way and stuff. So what part of history? How are you applying it to your life, or how is that helping you? So overall, it's like I'll be like, what? Like people be want to dig back, and I understand some people say they want to look for clarity for it. So once you get that clarity, what is that going to do for you today? And that's my whole main thing. Okay, now that I found out that my great great grandma used to be she used to, instead of tying her shoe with her left foot, she tied it with the right. I mean, instead of that, okay, now that I found that out, what can that do to help me with my current life that I'm doing now? So a lot of times we just be looking up things for what, you know what I'm saying? It's not doing nothing for my current now. And I think that's one of our biggest issues. That's why we keep on, well, we don't do that, or back then, and this wasn't part of, I don't even believe in that little culture thing too. Cause like, oh, that's not part of my culture. Who said culture is right? I don't understand that act like everybody's culture is perfect. It's been flaws in every last thing that's been done, no matter what it is. So I don't know why people tie culture and perfection together. No, it's some people been doing things wrong all this whole entire time, and sometimes you got to do something different from what has been done. So I think a lot of times, and also the other part where some people used it to condone different things. That's why they, that's why they use their history. So it's those are the two main things I see people using, no matter how, I mean, it's rare that, the ones that's in this panel now, of course it should be used in that way, but a lot of people, that's why I was going to ask you, do we believe a lot of people is using it that way? Because I believe they doing it the way that Arthur said, and the way that who said the boosting thing? I mean, who said the condone? Oh, no, Warlock. Them the two main ways I see people use their history is to either boost about it and talking about I am the great ones and we are the chosen. No, they do all this stuff for, but still got attitude issues, can't keep a relationship, can't keep a family, can't get along with people and all this stuff. Like, what the heck part of the history are you even getting? You still not even healthy. You know what I'm saying? Not even nobody looking at you about chunky in the mud. Like, what part of history is you looking at for what? So that's the reason why I'm asking people, like, what are you doing with your history? Because that's my main thing I challenge a lot of people on. Because I keep hearing them running their mouth about so many different things about you just don't know. You're ignorant to what this. You're ignorant. Okay, cool, right. I'd rather be ignorant than being like your miserable self, because you ain't getting nowhere. What the heck? I'm not supposed to act like you. You don't want to got hatred towards people. You must be digging in the wrong part of history, or are you acting a certain way? So it's like, I don't be understanding. That's what I'm saying. Like, what are you doing so special with your history to make you be better? Because you don't want to need therapy now. You need to work on your current now. You need to be worried about your present instead of your history. So it's like, it's so much stuff. That's why I feel like this second prompt was like, that's one of my biggest things. It be annoying me because some people would just be so freaking focused on history and they're not doing nothing now. But nothing, boasting and condoning. And I think those are the two main things that has been said today that I feel like it fits today's, I guess, generation or society. That's what they do today. Okay, I'm done. Go ahead, y'all.
I feel as though like this, like when you're saying like knowing the history of what Black people have been through and slavery and all this stuff, I also sometimes wonder like why isn't if we have come far, but why aren't we further along if we know we've always been divided? Why aren't we further if we always know communities got tore down and got gentrified? Why don't we try to, knowing what we know, why don't we try to buy the neighborhood and make sure the land is ours or keep things in our culture? And so sometimes I agree with you on that too, Kev.
Yeah, and what you just said with that, Walker, is the fact that a lot of times they don't want a solution to the problem. They want to continue on with the problem and not try to find a solution.
Condone that word.
Right. They want to say, oh, my family did this, but they don't want to do anything to better it. You know what I'm saying? So they just want to use it as the word, as the famous word is. They want to boast about it. They want to brag about it. They want to rub it in people's faces and be like, ha ha, my family was this and your family was that. So they want to put their family on a pedestal and look at it today. You're still in the same hole that you was in 300,000 years ago. You know, so I think it's just like you said, it's just a boasting thing.
Yeah.
I was gonna say it's definitely like the because many times we heard on panels, I don't know if y'all heard, but like they'll say like we can be having an argument or a discussion about again the importance of family and things like that. Well, why everybody don't want to be married? Everybody ain't trying to be together. And then you try to say why you feel that way. So you probably okay. So why you feel that way? Like okay, we trying to say like I have a because my family, my parents been together for 62 years. So what? It's like they use that like they use their history to like. So like they can make the point they're making because they know what it looks like. But the thing is, if you can't repeat your history in that sense, it don't matter because that ain't look worse. Now I feel like what kind of parenting was you getting schooled on? Because you hate marriages, so that don't mean nothing. Like, they use that history to be able to say, well, that's why I can speak on it. So now what? Okay, but you're not doing anything like it. So why does it matter to talk about it? So
That's made me yell. My bad.
But no, you're good. I'm just saying, like, that part irks me when people say that, like, I had this, I was doing that, my family doing it, but you 100% against it, so it don't matter that your family did anything, it didn't make a difference for you.
Exactly. I heard that the other night.
Crazy, right?
I heard that the other night in a live. You know, the guy said, well, yeah, my great-grandparents, they've been married for 60 plus years. Okay, bro, how long you been married? Oh, I ain't never been married.
Yeah, exactly.
Right,
bro.
But Kev is like that one girl. I mean, they came to live and she ain't never been married. Can't find nobody, but she's like always about her parents. My parents. Why they can't find you a husband? Why?
Oh yeah, I remember that. Right.
That part.
I swear, y'all hit. No, that's exactly like that dude. That's a deep one right there too, dog. And they use that to be like, hold up, why you not using that for motivation and say that you can? Right. You using it saying that. Oh, they doing it, but I'm good. You know, I'm not. What? What's the point of you saying this? Shut up, then. You know what I'm saying? I just don't. People do use it. I guess that's the third one. They use it to validate their point, which don't make sense. It's like they don't understand. Well, no, they just use it to think they win in the argument. So yeah, that's funny too, though.
Yeah, they do. I mean, you can hear it in people when they be talking about, you know, saying that the history of their family. Okay, your family got a business. Your family got this. Your family got this. But what do you have? What are you working out of? What are you flexing on? You know what I mean? Are you standing on the backbones of what your family and your grandparents did? But okay, so what are you standing on now? Your grandparents are gone. So what do you stand on now? You know what I mean? Yeah. Are you standing on their backs because they did it? But what are you doing? Are you really going out there looking for a job? Are you really going out there getting your own home? What are you doing? Besides sitting home playing a video game.
Anyway, hey, you pushing it now. I was with you until you got to that part. I was with you till you said that part, man. That was enemies now. That's crazy. You just couldn't leave the video games alone, huh?
Cam said you just hit a nerve.
I'm about to turn my Xbox on right now, too.
Like
you get that family cursing.
What a video game struck a nerve.
I'm hurt. Hey,
that video game set you back out there.
Hurt me now. Now I'm about to be like them people now. I got family that play video games.
I mean, listen, I don't have nothing against people that play video games. My brother plays and my son plays it. You know what I'm saying? No, my son, I don't have nothing against it. But you know what I'm saying? But you got to think about it. There are some people out there that don't want to work. All they want to do is play video games.
I get what you're saying. Yeah, that makes sense.
You know what I mean? Yeah. So, yeah.
I'm still a little bit hurt, but I get you though.
Don't be hurt. Don't be hurt. Don't be hurt by it.
Play video games.
Don't be hurt by it.
Oh yeah, facts. But I get you though.
Yeah. Yeah,
like no, they priorities all messed up and stuff and all that. Like, no, what the heck? You got time to do that though? You ain't even but you sit there whole time complaining about life though. But you sitting there playing the game all day. Like, what the heck? What are you doing about the life you complaining about?
That part. That part. Read a book.
Right. Do something right. Try something. Get a new hobby or something.
Plenty of books. Hey, Jane.
Hello. I know how to speak when
James. That's what it should have been. At the end.
I know what to say when Kev gets mad at me. Now I'm going to say hello, Kev.
Quit it. Quit it.
And she still got me mad. I don't care.
So sorry. Kev likes those British women. He liked the UK.
Them British be getting me. I ain't gonna lie, them British.
Just a little bit.
A little bit.
Jane, what the lady like
Until
from
they open their
Germany or
mouth and start
something?
sounding stupid again. Well, no personal things for them, but I ain't trying to put them like that though. But hey,
Just a whole lot. Just a whole lot.
Jane, was the lady from London or was she from Germany?
Hey, mind your business.
She was from Germany, but it was
It's
a
both.
pretty lady last night. It was a pretty lady in here, and me, Kev, and Alter was all from the UK last night, and Kev was just letting her go in. He was letting her do things nobody else could do.
I know.
Right. Something like
I
this.
turned to a
It was so
panderer.
crazy.
Right.
I'm a slutty slut now. She called me her slut.
Oh,
So I'm
panderer.
her friend.
No, I was still roasting her. It don't matter. I mean, I was letting some stuff slide because I like hearing her voice, but I still was roasting her. But she just thought she was owning some stuff. I'm like, bro, if you don't let nobody talk.
When
Even though
she
you
told
sound
you your
good.
song wasn't it?
You said, what happened?
When she told you your song wasn't it, she had struck a nerve.
Oh, was that her? That got on.
Yes.
That was her that did that. I thought about that. She wasn't it. She talking junk.
See,
Okay.
Kev and a couple other guys I know exactly how to be respectfully disrespectful.
Right. That part right there.
Right.
Well, like you said a mouthful right there.
I'm always respectful.
You know how to do it. Yeah, disrespectful. Respectful, but disrespectful.
I am an angel.
That
Always.
was so funny.
There's somebody here on
immediately
TikTok, I
he
gave them the
immediately clapped
nickname.
back and was like, "You're not it. What do you mean?"
There's somebody here on TikTok the nickname the terrorspectful one, which he terrorizes and disrespects motherfuckers, and they don't even realize it.
No.
At the same time, exactly.
Yep. I call him the terrorspectful one. That's no, I'm just an ass.
That's his name?
Yeah.
Okay.
Call me what you want. I don't really give two shits. Just don't call me a misogynist. That'll make me hit my damn leg.
Yeah, I got called that to me a couple times. I'm good on that.
No, Kev, yeah.
Would depend on the live.
That one night, I don't know what the hell my problem was, dog. I was laying down, and she said something about you're a disrespectful misogynist. And this was the first, and hopefully, Lord willing, the only time I call a woman a bitch here on TikTok.
Oh, Lord.
I swear, I guess it was them daggone dick. No, man, I'm not going to do that. I guess, I don't know, man, but it was just something about that word that hit me just the right way.
It caught you off guard, yeah.
That damn nerve. And I just went the hell off. But this was almost a
it be
year ago.
nice like that. I understand though, cause like sometimes it's like you be knowing better, but sometimes somebody can hit you at an angle that you don't expect, and it just make you snap. Sometimes you like, dog, what the you talking about?
Hey, if I was ever to go off on somebody, when we was talking about relationships, and the lady asked me, was I married? She said, are you married now? And I said, no. And she said, so how can you talk about? I said, well, my wife passed away in 2014. And her response to me should have been the one time that I would have went the fuck off, because she said, oh, I see why she died.
Ooh.
And I had to let that sink in for a moment. And whoever it was, when I came back to say something, I realized I was muted. And I was like, you know what? You know what she was doing, big guy, don't you?
Hey, look at God. Look at God. Right. They muted. They knew what time it was like that. You're right. And it just show you. But look. That's why I said from that angle, you probably would have whatever. But if you knew the type of character she was off rip, you know, some people just on here to say anything so they can get you to do that. And then when they want you to do that, that's a whole nother thing. That's why I don't give them what they want for the most part. I'm not going to give them what they want because that's what they want to do. They're going to try to go below the belt. They're going to try to get you to, because they want you to feel how they is. And that's why and that make them win. That's why I don't like snapping on here.
I don't like going on because that's what people just sit there and look for you to do. You know what I'm
Damn, you
saying?
be looking for that shit the places you be going though.
Oh yeah, but I don't snap though. I don't be sitting there snapping because I know stuff they won't, and I be expecting it there. Boy, when I look at some of these comments that, especially depending on the room I am, they be saying anything. They be saying all
I'm
type
tell
of
it to
stuff.
you like this, kid. I know that you be going to these places, but I was only in one place that you've been, and I think I was texting you while you was talking to her when you went to PO's live.
Yeah.
I was like, hey, why are you even still there, dude? I'm enjoying this. I was over here, boy. I felt them damn veins in my brain starting to twist up. I was like, I gotta go. I was saying to myself, I gotta go, man. I'm about to have an aneurysm over this month.
Yeah, I be feeling bad for my people be following because I do be in some stuff and they just be like, what the f- you doing over here? I be doing my own little thing. Like, no, all right, today I'm feeling like this one of them days, man, just to see.
I'm like, if I don't get an invite for him, I don't give a
Right,
shit.
you
what I
can't.
see him. If I don't get an invite from you, I'm not
I
coming.
almost got handled in the. Yeah, I almost got handled in the comments. I'm trying to put hip Kev. I'm about to get hammered in the daggone comments.
Guilt by association,
come
my
on,
guy.
you defending him? Yeah. He was
But
like,
I feel bad. I feel bad because I don't be looking at the comments. So it's like some of my mutuals get towed up and stuff, and I don't even be looking. I just be still running.
That's why I used to tell
You're
people,
misogyny
don't
just
follow
like
me
him.
where I go. If I don't send you the invite and you see me somewhere, don't you come there.
Don't do it. Test the water. Read the room.
Look, I be scrolling and look, and I be seeing Kev. I'm like, okay, Kev about to, he gonna do something good, and I go in there and try to defend him. The girl's like, oh, you're a misogynist. Then as soon as he said that, oh, you right there with him. I was like, okay.
Yeah.
Kev, I holler. I had to back up.
Because it's not that time. Because otherwise they gonna try to block you either way. So like, as soon as they
I
you
got
want to
blocked.
block.
Does
Yep,
it make
I
you
got
feel like
blocked.
Homer when he backing up in the bushes, don't it? Like,
I ain't gonna lie. Look, this remind me. I'm gonna put my one friend though. I know y'all know Classy, man. He got mad. He ain't gonna say he got mad at me one day, but he was like, "Bro, what are you?" He was tearing me up in my inbox like, "Dog, you got patience, bro. I would have went crazy." He's going. He's like, "Dog, I need you to." He said, "Dog, man, tell that girl." He was going crazy. It was so funny.
and it
dog.
takes a lot for him to flip the hell off, though.
Yeah, he was getting irritated because how they was coming at me and stuff like, "Oh, what is going on, dog?"
Man, have you ever seen him go off before?
A couple times maybe. I see him. You know, he try to set some stuff straight.
No, I'm talking about in his own live. Oh, I'd seen him go off that one time, dog, and all I could do is hold my head. I was like, because me and him the same, right? And he will not unleash me to save his soul. He will not let me go. He's like, all right, well, hold on, let me address this. I was like, God damn it! One day you're not gonna be able to grab that damn chain before I get out the yard. But yeah, so he'll be back soon. Hopefully tomorrow. He's been on a little live hiatus where he wasn't doing his, but he'll be back. All right, so we was on number 2. We finished with number 2.
Is everybody
I'm
good with
determined to get through these prompts tonight.
I got
'cause
more.
usually we
We
spend
ain't
hours
done.
and
I got
hours
more.
on one thing.
I got another whole couple prompts I
Oh,
got.
fuck that. I ain't gonna be here for that shit.
I know. That's what I said. I came prepared this whole weekend.
All right, what's number 3? Are you more focused on making history or making memories? Okay. Oh shit.
Yeah, nobody never asked that question before, have they?
I'm more about making memories, dude. History. I tell people all the time. Time will tell its own tale. I'm here to make memories. I'm here to make an impact on people. Whether it goes down in history or is remembered by many or just a few, it really doesn't matter to me as long as I can make a positive impact on people. So, I mean, that's just me. I'm not a boastful person. I'd rather be behind the daggone curtains with the ropes opening and closing the curtains instead of being out front in the spotlight. But more so memories. What the fuck happened? Everybody wanted to talk on the other ones. No, everybody on freaking mute right now.
I'm actually the opposite. But I'm gonna get to it with that though. But I'm opposite though. But who? Go ahead, Daryl.
I look at it like the memories that I create are what becomes history. So I focus on the memories because that's the history that gets passed on, what they remember.
Interesting. Okay. Go ahead, Jay.
Hey, y'all. Can I answer the other ones?
Yeah, if you can, real quick, if you want to. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I was finding out about your ancestors important so you can know who the hell you are. What are you doing with your history? What am I doing with it?
Hold on. Whoa. We can't let you just slide by that one.
He said, hurry up and do it. Kevin always.
Hurry up and bite.
Kevin is always
I'm
rushing.
not worried about what Kevin said.
I'm not never rushed. Quit that.
You said, why finding out about your ancestors important so you know who you are? Don't you know who you are?
Well, I'm talking about like your ancestors' history.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna let that go. I'm gonna let you, because I have a whole line of questions for that one. But go ahead.
No, you can.
Nope, Kev said, hurry the hell up. So, because that's gonna take us all the way back to number one again. I'm not doing that.
We can do. Matter of fact, we can let her rock them out, and then we can go back to the questions later then on the open panel, just so we can get through this part there.
Okay.
Yeah, because I got questions about that too.
Okay. So to partially answer the question that I think is going on in Warlock's mind, because I'm a woman, so I overthink. It's a lot of things that get passed down. It's not just the things that we know within science. I mean, even like mental health issues, if those are passed down, then there are mental health issues that have been passed down from generation to generation that we may not consider as mental health issues. So it's best to know your history so then you can teach it to your children. What are you doing with your history? I don't know how to answer that. It's not really much besides teaching my children about it. Are you more focused on making history? I'm more focused on both.
So let me ask you this: if you're focused on making memories and making history, do you think that if you're focused on making history?
No, you cheating? No, I'm supposed to ask that. No,
okay, never mind. All right,
gotta let them go. He about to mess it up. Because I actually got a question for you though. I can't wait because I'm trying to see all the people that's gonna pick up. But hold up, before I say anything, I gotta make sure everybody. All right, CG, what you got for me, man?
All right, I would say agree with what Daryl said. The memories and the history pretty much go hand in hand. Like create the memories, and the memories get told down for the history. So that's how I'm doing it.
So you said so. What is memory? Okay, memory. So yeah, that's basically okay. I got you. Equinet, what you got?
I'm doing the same memories as well. I think history.
Ooh, I can't wait to get y'all memory heads.
I think making history comes on a much larger scale, and it comes with a bigger sacrifice. And I don't think right now in my mental space, I think I'm going to limit my responsibility to just my kids and not so much as the general population. So
Okay. Sean, what you got?
Selfish ass. I'm sorry, my bad. Oh damn, I thought I was on mute.
Sorry, Warlock. Just gotta be me and mine.
Mr. Troublemaker is here. For me personally, I'm not focused on history. Really don't give a damn about history because history is for the public. I'm focused on memories because once I leave, there's something that my family can hold on to. So I could care less about history.
Okay. Twin.
I don't know where the heck she is. She probably making my pie right now.
Where you at, twin? Yeah, run to that phone. Hope she ain't fall asleep. It's too early. All right. I ain't want to see what her special answer is because I just so I can get a tally up. Archer! Wake up!
Damn, I'm glad I ain't got no headphones in. He's done.
All right. So I think I'm the only one that say want to make history, I guess. I just want to see if she was going to be one of the ones.
You know, I was waiting for somebody to say history, but go
yeah,
ahead.
I was gonna say that, yeah, because I look at memory as just the reason why I'm not focused. I'm gonna say the reason why I'm not focused on it, and then everybody can whatever. Well, the reason why I'm not focused on memories is because what's that gonna do for me when I hit that grave? I think it's bigger because I feel like memory is just for a selfish reason. It's actually opposite. I think that's more of a selfish reason. I think history is like the reason why I'm focused on making history because I want a certain image before I leave. I want just things to get passed around. You know what I'm saying? My memories ain't gonna do anything for my kids. It's not gonna do nothing for the society itself. It's not gonna do nothing. So if I can leave something in history or a certain image, right, rather than just my memories, is she back now? Well, dang, I feel like she. But if I focus more on making some type of history or my own history, not just looking for history, but I'm just saying making my own history, because that's why I always tell people, like, I'm not focused on history. I'm focused on making my own history. I don't know if people get that if the way I said that, but if I'm focused on, I tricked, yep, I did. And the reason why I just want to see what everybody's thinking about it first, because I already had my mind stuff made. I just want to see what people. Yeah, that's cool. But like I said, at the end of the day, because I do believe people are focused more on memories, because they like, I just want to remember the time, and when I get old, I can remember this and all that stuff. But that's just more. I look at it. This is more of a selfish type thing. It's cool to have all that, but it's just literally not going to mean anything in the grave. But if you focus on history, you're gonna think about how things may how it affect your life, how it affect the next person's life after you. How when you how people gonna look at you, in the future, because you are gonna be history one day. It's not gonna be like a memory. Memory, like more of a like I said, it's more of a how this person interacted with you and how they I remember the times we went through this, and I remember, that's cool. But I look at history just as such a bigger picture, because it can't help the next person, just like we look at other people's histories to help us. So I think I'm more focused on making history than memories.
Okay, here's why I pick memories.
The only reason I would say about that is because like you making.
We all remember the game Telephone, right?
Yeah.
The further things go around, the more shit change. That's how history is, unfortunately. So the longer shit goes on, your story is liable to change, and it may wind up being something that it wasn't even supposed to be. When you're making memories, that basically, it'll live for a short time because it's only basically with the people that was actually there. Yes, they can change the shit if they want, but they have the actual memories. The history of what you did is going to change over time. I haven't found out one thing that has not changed when it comes to history that hasn't changed from what it was originally. So that's why I said memories. Memories are more so truthful than history is. So if I want somebody to carry on things, I would rather for the people that was actually there to carry it on than the people that actually want to assume what was. That's why I said memories. You didn't trick me, Kev. I knew what the fuck you was doing.
But isn't making history, it changes the world, but making memories enhances and enriches your personal world. So that's why I said both, because you can change the world, but at the end of the day, sometimes when it comes down to memories, I mean, there is a such thing called dementia too. And
right,
us could face that and lose all memory. I'd rather embark in changing the world as well while I'm doing. You can make memories and make history at the same time.
Yeah, you can, and that's why the key word is focusing. Focus on. You can do both of them, But go. I do want Alter to go because she back now. I wanted to see which one she was gonna pick. I hope she didn't hear too
Oh,
much.
she lost her time.
That's why I wanted her to go before.
You gotta interject on open panel. She lost her time.
Can I go? I don't. Let's alter.
Oh shit! You stalking
Yeah,
me
Alter, which
again.
one you will pick? Memories or history?
No,
Then say
Sean
why.
can't go. Sean was one of the reasons my ass was up till early this fucking morning. Having our ass keep his ass company while his ass was at work.
Yeah, I'm
I actually
off
fell
now.
asleep a couple times too. I was falling asleep. Alter, where you at?
Some of you want to come to Africa.
What the heck that come from?
Fuck.
Do you want to come to? Okay, the question is, why is finding out your ancestors important? Do you guys want to come to Africa to visit Africa?
Black
Find out your
Panther has
ancestors.
entered the chat.
Everybody ancestors ain't from
Yes,
Africa.
sir.
Yeah, because some of you think I think some of you Black Americans, some of them think they are Indians, like by
Man, what the?
Who got the purple herb?
American.
What the heck? He just came up here with his own comment. Nah, man.
I saw his shit today. He was alright yesterday.
Dang. Yeah, he cool, but dang, you just came in today. They just made up your own thing.
Didn't say,
Nobody talking about
didn't say
that.
hello or nothing. Goddamn.
Nothing.
Wants to
Talking
go to
about can somebody visit Africa? Nobody asked that. Ain't talking about that. Make that a memory.
I want to do you
He
guys want
probably
to go to
was
Africa?
trying
You want
to
to get rid
get
of
to his
history?
point.
He literally just called us niggas. He said, "You niggas."
You niggas don't know nothing. You niggas don't know history. You come to Africa, I can teach you.
I'll teach you. You sound like the stuff you talk about is nonsense. I give you something to remember.
Hey, I want to say you tricked the. Hold on, Kev. That question. That's I'm gonna start asking you what you meant when you wrote.
Nope.
Because hold on, because you tricked us, man. Because when I think of memories, I'm not talking about my memories, like my personal memories. I'm saying when I create memories with my kids, my wife, those memories will live on. Like those not just my memories. Those are memories I created with other people that they could remember outside of just like a history. History is for just like you got Nipsey Hussle, and then you got his real name is I think it's Miriam's, right? Whatever his name is. The world know him as Nipsey Hussle. That's his history, right? But his kids know him as Eramis. Like those are memories they have with Eramis. They don't have memories of Nipsey Hussle. So that's how I look at it.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I went
even
there
though like some of us didn't even know him or got no type of memory with him, but he still made some form of history. You know what I'm saying? That's how I look at that. Like just like we didn't spend time with Martin Luther King or nothing like that. We don't have no memory with him, but he still got some form of history, or he made an impact, and that's how I look at history. Even if it got like the telephone thing that Warlock saying, you're still in some form of history that somebody can either learn off of, or somebody can or impact in some type of way. And I think with me myself, I just feel like history is way more important than just memories. And that's just me. That just might just be me though.
Have you ever seen it was a documentary, right? Similar to what you're saying, with Martin Luther King kids and how they felt about the things that their dad did as far as like his legacy and history. And they could care less about like what he did as far as history. They have memories as far as like they father, like, and they said they regret that they father pretty much put his life on the line for people who really didn't appreciate it. So memories with their dad is totally different than the history how we remember him as. So it's two different things.
Facts. That's my point. Yep, exactly. And especially imagine if we just had the memories, we wouldn't see the impact of what he did, or for what we view. Because some people believe he did some people didn't. But I'm just saying it wouldn't be the impact if it based off that history. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't know. But I don't know. I feel like I'm saying too much at one time though. But yeah. I'm just looking at that. He gonna always. It's like how people look at Tupac. Stuff like that. People might not have memories of him. Some people do, right? But it's more of the impact he did and how he made history of like how he was known as, and he's always gonna be in the history. So I think I'll be more focused on me myself. I'll be more focused on that because like I believe just a memory is just Some people are like, I just want to remember that I've been on a cruise ship and I remember want to do that. That's how I look at that. That's just, that's selfish things. That's going to be cool for when you get old and you get to talk about it. But they don't mean nothing when you hit that grave. You're not going to be like, well, I remember when I was on a cruise ship and all that stuff. That's nothing, but history, I feel like it's so much bigger. It's just so much bigger and it's more useful for other people besides just yourself. That's all I'm getting to about that.
Kev, I have a question.
Yeah.
With your take on history versus memories, and you brought up the whole Tupac situation, do you think that you are capable of making such a sacrifice to have that big of effect on multiple or a larger audience other than yourself and your immediate people?
Yeah, me, myself, I do. That's the reason why I'm doing what I'm doing today. I mean, if I didn't feel like I can do that, I wouldn't be even talking on this app right now. Because I do believe, and as time go, I believe I have that's why TikTok gonna wish I don't never get viral right now. But I believe that I have a powerful voice to outreach people throughout time. And I'm trying to get better and better at that. So I believe I got it in me. So I would say that, yeah.
Well, I think, and I'm not going to say that you can't be great because I think you're awesome. But I think it comes with a bigger sacrifice. And that's why I say for me, like my memories with me and my children or for my, with my kids and to, Warlock's point is, I think that if you leave a lasting impression with the people that's close to you or the people that matter to you, then I think that that's kind of a bigger impact than having the world or having like a larger mass of people have their hand in your legacy. Like, the MLK situation, even with that coming up with him now, his name and his legacy, trying to be tarnished, saying that he was dipping in the white tea people as opposed to, or he was cheating on his wife, when we saw him or we know him or we learned of him being upstanding and committed to just the one woman. So, but now it's because his legacy or his historical legacy has now been able to be tarnished because it's up to, I don't know, I guess Tom, John, and Harry to have a say-so on
You
what.
know you want to say dick.
Well, I don't want to be in TikTok trouble, but I just don't think it's worth it.
Yeah, that's why I said something, and I feel you. Everybody's built differently, and I can feel it. It just depends on the type of person you are. Me myself, I want to be more of an impact than just to my family. I want to, the way I'm feeling, I want to be an impact to the world. No different. I think some people got that in them, or they just are afraid to do it, right? And I am willing to make that sacrifice. Depending on the route I'm going and stuff. If I got to do what I got to do to help many people, yeah, it don't have to be just my family only. And that's how I kind of look at it there. And that's why I said I do realize that even with the memory thing, it's like a more of a closed thing, and what's close to your vicinity or the ones you just really, that you choose to only care about. But I look at it, like I said, my eyes is more of a worldwide thing. So that's why I'm focused on. That's why I really don't care how everybody in the world may think of it. But it's like, as long as I got to get out there for people to have something to get some type of impact behind it, even if it's like somebody may take it a negative way, but as long as I had the effort of trying to help more than just my little circle, I know that's how I just kind of view that though. So,
well, I mean, truth be told, Kev, that's where I am in reference to, because I coach, right? So I got kids that are in college right now.
Yeah.
That have. It's not even about history. Well, we do have a history, but the memories are the things that when I was interacting with them are the things that they're recalling and things that are guiding them now. So you're right. Memories can be turned into history, but I'm just focused on making memories and teaching the group that I am around right now, not necessarily my blood family, And hopefully, as those people get older and things grow, it will grow. I'm not just trying to jump out there and try to do the whole fucking world, because I understand a lot of things that started small had the greatest impact. And that's where I'm at with that. That's why I deal with the kids, because they're going to be around. I'm not. So hopefully the memories and the teachings that I give them, they can expound on as they get older and teach other people, which I teach them, the older kids. Look, it's your job to mentor these young boys now. Just like when I was coaching the other boys that are gone, they mentored y'all. That's your job, whether you like it or not. This is your job now, to set the standard for them. And that's how minds expand.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, if you don't mind me asking, how old are you, Warlock, if you don't mind me asking?
56.
56?
Yes.
Yeah, I feel like we always need to have some older people around, because you have a good way of breaking stuff down.
Thanks.
Yep. Anybody else?
That was a shot at you young whippersnappers who don't like hard headed. Just I don't know what's wrong with y'all.
This boy over here, boy.
I'll be back in a sec. My daughter hitting me up.
For
I'll be
sure.
back in a little bit.
For sure.
Hard-headed Sean.
Hey, man. I know somebody on this panel that's
What y'all doing tonight, though?
I ain't been waiting for that.
What y'all doing today?
Don't that bring back memories, huh?
Black American.
Speaking of memories, remember having in my room?
Yeah. hey, Kev, I noticed something, man. Kev, the one who always make me be like, okay, damn, she did do me wrong.
Exactly. Thank you. You always trying to keep us villains.
I'm innocent. I'm just bringing the memories back. That's all. We just talking about memories, you know.
Get them memories.
That's all it is, you know.
Still making history.
Man, I'm making history about their memories.
Hello, everyone.
Man. All right, Crocodile, what you got for me, man? I know
Hello,
you
everyone.
Hello,
everyone.
Sorry, he finally did it right this time, huh? Okay, there you go.
Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. Sorry about my previous entry. I was probably a bit too fast. Host, thank you once again for bringing me up. I like coming to your program. I like coming to your live. It's always something that I learn from. I learn a lot from coming to your, and I like the discussion. So what I was trying to ask was the basis of the first question, which was why is finding out your ancestors important? Mm-hmm. So, what I just want to say is, you see, okay, like for example, like I'm from Africa, I'm from Nigeria actually. So I've been to the States like several times. Yeah, so I'll be in the States in a couple months, from now. So, but as a Nigerian, I think, you know, finding out your ancestors is very important, because it gives you a sense of belonging, a sense of self-worth, and it earns you some respect. So it's important that you find out the concept of ancestors are to, you know, you, my brothers in America. So it might be probably, I don't know, maybe you're talking from like African ancestors, or let's say African American ancestors. So, but you know, me coming from the African continent, I would just say my African ancestors. But because we are cousins, I also know one or two things about the African American ancestors, most of which were revolutionaries who actually fought to give us, like, you know, we from Africa also, you know, a foothold in the United States. So they did not only fight for you, they also fought for us to, you know, to have some respect globally, just as we also have African ancestors that fought for us too. So I think they fought for the same cause. So I think having, you know, knowledge about finding out your ancestors is very important. Finding out about how they struggled. It gives you a sense of self-worth. It gives you a sense of history. You really know what they passed through, what they experienced, and how they were able to triumph over their adversaries to give us the life that we have now.
Yeah,
So
I think out of what we learn out of that though, it should teach us appreciation, and I could 100% agree with that part. But for the most part, we don't do it in that way. We appreciate it, then we also act entitled at the same exact time right afterwards, and then we don't do nothing different. And it goes back to earlier. Also use it for boasting and what's the condoling with our current situations. So I can see, you use your history or knowing about your ancestors to appreciate and learn, to give them their flowers, I guess, that, oh
yeah,
yeah, if it wasn't for you, and I feel it too, because I'm not trying to say it in no certain way, but I'm saying like, you should, you should realize, and it should teach you, basically, it should teach you appreciation overall and gratitude that you would not be here if it wasn't for them. And then from
yes,
that point, you should have a whole nother type of attitude. But I think people, they use that, but then use it to fight one another with it and, call each other not smart and all this other stuff. And it's like, hold up, like, what are you using it for? Which is the second part. What are you using your history for? Because they're not using it to show the gratitude. And it's sad because even now on my live, that's what I do. Myself, I try to get people to get out this mentality. That's why people be laughing when I be talking about when I be saying like I don't like the word deserve, right? Because I realize how that word deserve is tearing a lot of us up because we feel like we deserve all these things. None of us don't deserve anything for the most part. Because like I said, tomorrow is not promised. You don't have. It's so many different things, and us keep making plans of the plans and not being. And I'm not even. I'm put it this way. We be having all this stuff and talking about deserving that, but then also we're not appreciating what we already have, and that's what I'm trying to get to. So I'm more on trying to get people to learn what gratitude is and appreciation, and maybe people will be a little bit better in life, But they're just not using that. They're not using it for that, and it's just like I said, it's for boasting and all the other stuff for the most part,
yeah,
though. But
yeah. That's a good point because if you look at the history of our ancestors and what they went through, is like it's a continuity. It's not as if we've arrived at the promised land yet. If you look at white people honor their ancestors and they feel that they are the next in line to
no, they
continue the
don't.
legacies of their ancestors. So they see it from the perspective of continuity. They try to continue what the ancestors already, have started. They don't want to stop it. They want to continue it. Even the system of white supremacy, they want to continue. They don't want to stop it. They want to keep it going. And also the system of black resistance and revolutionary is something that we should also try to continue to. We shouldn't say because everybody's enjoying technology, we are all working anywhere we want and this and that, and then we are already at the promised land. And no, we have to continue the struggle, and this means that we have to have a clear sight of the situation that we are in to be able to know how we can summon or tap into the spirit of our ancestors to be able to confront our present challenges that we have as a people. Because black ancestry is older than white ancestry. We have been here on this planet for millions of years. We have been here for a very long time. And we don't deserve all these, things that we're going through. If truly we really tap into our ancestral legacy and we really, truly, truly, truly know who we really are. But
I have a question.
We about to get somewhere tonight.
I have a question right
yeah,
quick. I know you're going to go in, Sean. Why? Okay, so this is why I said why it's important, because people say ancestors and they think of your great, great, great. No, your direct ancestors are your parents, anybody that's descended. So imagine a world where you don't know either one of your parents because they have descended or no, they're no longer here, they're deceased. And now it's time to fill out a health chart and you have absolutely no clue as to anything concerning their health. Those are your ancestors, your grandparents, your parents, anybody that's no longer here. It has nothing primarily to do with great, great, great. Yeah, those are your ancestors. But at the very moment, if your parents pass, those are your ancestors too. They are just your direct ancestors.
yeah, I agree with you. Direct ancestors, and they're also ancestors that go far back. And one of the things that we have to understand about ancestry is that when it comes, I'm from Nigeria, okay, and I'm a Yoruba person, so we believe that our ancestors are always coming back. There's no such thing as the ancestor going forever and not coming. The ancestors are always returning. We have names.
How you know that?
We have names that depict a return of an ancestor. There's this name called Babatunde. Babatunde means that the ancestor that passed away, 2-3 generations ago has come back. That is for if it comes as a male. If it comes as a female, we have a name for it. and many ethnic groups across Africa too. We have names that depict the return of the ancestors. The ancestors are always going, they're always coming back. Some of them, we give birth to them as children, but they're actually our ancestors. They say
So
child is the father of man. So
I want
yeah,
to ask about this ancestor stuff right quick, right? Because when you say that we should know our history, I do believe that it's true. But sometimes knowing your history, it could point out a bunch of different things that people try to throw in your face and manipulate. And I want to ask you a couple questions. I hope we could be brief. When we say ancestors, we talking about what the YT people have done to black people. Shut up, Walter. Okay. Now I seen that comment. Okay, let me just say this. So hopefully you can respond quick so I can keep going. In Africa, is there a derogatory name for Black Americans that you guys call us?
we have a name that we call Black Americans, but it's not derogatory. It's because most of the Africans of Nigerians that traveled to the United States traveled during the time when there was this Black Panther Party.
Okay, hold on. You went over that real quick. Hold on. Now I'm gonna ask again. Is there a name that you guys call Black Americans, and it's a bad name? It's not Black Americans. That's not the name that in Africa they call us. It is a derogatory name. And if you're saying that you haven't heard of it, I'm kind of shocked that you would say that.
No, like I said, we have a name, but it's not derogatory. It's not because we have Nigerians.
What is the name?
What is it?
Okay, the name is Akata, and Akata simply means panther. Akata is a Yoruba name that signifies a panther.
That's not a good thing, right?
No, because we have Nigerians in the Black Panther Party too. We have Fela, one of the Nigerian musicians, a popular Nigerian musician, is also in the Black Panther Party too. We have some Nigerians too that are also.
You said a what? Can you slow that down? You said what? What was the?
Akata simply means panther. So, because at that point in time, when Nigerians were migrating were traveling to the United States for studies, most of the Nigerians, had relationship to do with Black Americans, most of whom were involved in the Black Panther Party. You understand? And we have Nigerians. We have Nigerians also in the Black Panther Party also.
Hold on, man. Hold on. Let's see.
That mean lost child. Y'all just think we just lost and don't mean nothing.
Hold on. Let me go. Because there's a name that is looked down upon us in Africa. So I don't know.
Okay, maybe like Black Americans, right?
No. Hey, listen. Okay. I think for me personally, I think it's disingenuous that when we talk about our ancestry, right? I think that people in Africa telling us that we need to learn our ancestry when no matter what we do, we cannot find out where we are from because of what people in Africa have done to us. We have, even when we go look at that all these DNA tests they give us, the same people that enslaved us is the same people we are relying on to give us our information. So people in Africa have also, there's people that would never be able to see their families again and don't even know that they are families for people that are in Africa. So when we have people saying we should know our history in this so-called African people, I feel like it's disingenuous, and it's no shot or no hatred or nothing. But I think
I agree with you.
It does. Hold on. So even when you say brothers and ancestry, I do know for a fact that people in Nigeria don't get along with people in Kenya. So everyone is not brothers. So in America, we can't see that people in Africa is our brothers and sisters when you guys are in the same place, don't think that you all are brothers and sisters.
Okay, so let me come in here.
That's good.
We in Nigeria that I know so far, we in Nigeria, and so far that I've known since I've been born, Nigerians get along with any ethnic groups in Africa. We get along with the Ghanaians. Of course, there is this, bragging on some kind of things like that, but generally, we get along with our African brothers across the continent. There is no,
Wait, hold on. Are albinos your brothers?
Albinos. I mean, we have albinos within our, we give birth to albinos within Nigeria, within our cultural systems.
And what did they do to albinos in Africa for the longest?
In Nigeria, they don't do anything wrong to them. In some places in Africa, they probably, maybe in some places that I know in Africa, some countries, they probably use them for, let's say, sacrifices. And this is not something that is, it's not mainstream, or it's not something that they do every day. It's like a primitive practice that they do. They just kind of, they use them for like some, some bad things like that. But it's not in Nigeria. And I think that's some part in Kenya that they're trying to like stop and put an end to it. So albinos, we have albinos as brothers. We have them as, they are us. We are them. It's just like some gene or some chromosomal, something. It's not a defect. We don't see it as a defect. In fact, we have in the Yoruba culture, in Nigeria, we have idols dedicated to albinos because we believe that they are like gods. Like there's this.
Hold on, wait,
also
hold on,
twins.
hold on,
When you have twins.
Hold on, question, Sean. You're taking up all the questions.
Hold on.
No,
Because I
I'm
feel
not taking out the question. I'm just letting. No, I'm just no.
No, I feel like
Okay. For example,
wait, hold on.
for example,
I feel like it's very
there's some things.
deceitful.
I mean, we are educating ourselves. So this is. I'm just using the opportunity to also educate you.
Hold on. I think you're trying to talk too fast and try to hit and talk.
All right.
I feel like, to me, I know my history, right? And I know the history of Africa also. So when you say that they have like things set up for albinos because they believe they are gods, right? The negative side of that is you try to you try to make it seem like it's a good thing, but when y'all do look at them as gods, hunt them down, they chop off their lenses.
Okay, for example,
for voodoo, and they think that's going to bring them riches.
All right, it's like this. Hold on. It's like this. When an African woman gives birth to twins, you see, before the European Christianity came, when we see something that is different, that is special, that is not conventional, we believe that there is a belief that a particular force, natural force, is responsible for the bringing about of that phenomena. For example, if a woman gives birth to twins, there's an idol dedicated to it. Some women worship the idol to have twins. Okay, some women worship an idol to have three children, and it happens till today. They do it. It's nothing special. It's a normal thing. Now, if we have a child that is albino, in fact, the albino is the word albino is even derogatory. In the Yoruba language, we call them. It is a normal name that we give to them. They are our brothers, our sisters, but because they are different in their skin and some chromosomal differences, we feel there's a belief that they are kind of special children. Let's say maybe they are gifted or something like that. So it's not derogatory in the cultural sense. It's not derogatory, but I think some parts of who do not understand the significance of it, they might, desires to maybe like mistreat them, something like that. But they don't like. I don't know about them, but it's not in Nigeria or within my culture that I know. It's not. So we don't, and at the same time, the thing is, some Africans do not really know the struggles of Black Americans, what they've passed, our ancestors has gone through. So they feel and at the same time, some Black Americans, they don't really know what we've also passed through under colonialism. So it's the same treatment that we got on both sides. So it is until we understand this that we can really know the struggles and the psychology of the Black Americans and the Africans and how we can really piece together some of those lost pieces.
One last question. Before YT people, because I see you keep saying, and this is no hatred or nothing like that, brother, I'm just talking to you back and forth. I keep hearing, when I speak to a lot of Africans, they try to tell us about our history and try to tell us how the YT people done us, right? But I think you guys forget that we know history also, that before YT people ever came in Africa, it was already enslaving other Africans, right? And you guys are still doing the same thing to this day with albinos, so you still haven't learned your lesson. So to come over and tell us about how we need to know our ancestors.
I'm not telling you anything. I'm not about to tell you anything.
You said.
I don't intend to.
Wait, brother.
I don't intend to pass across any or to give any impression.
Americans don't know your history. You Black Americans don't know your history. And
no. I did not say I never mentioned that you did not know your history. I never said that. I respect our mutual, understanding of how we are. And I know that there are some misconceptions that needs to be cleared. If there are some misconceptions, I will ask you so that I will come to a better understanding of what it is. I won't say what I don't know. Now, the point is this. The issue of the albino is not across Africa. It is a specific country, which is Kenya. And the government is doing a good job in clamping down on such acts. And they are making, I have Kenyan friends here, and they talk about it and they don't support it. It's because it's a crime to do it, even within their own culture. It's a crime, and it doesn't happen in Nigeria. It doesn't happen in Ghana. It doesn't happen in Mozambique, in South Africa at all. So that albino thing is just a single country and a few localities that engage in that act of crime, and the government is tackling it. And their people are also making attempts to stop. It's a crime. It's a cultural crime. Talk less of. It's also a national crime. So it's not something that happens across Africa. Now, as regards the history, I'm not here to pontificate, or I'm not here to do it. I want to tell you, if you want anything to know about Africa, I'll tell you. If I want to know anything about Black Americans, few of what I've already, because I've been in the US and I've also read some on US on Black American history. It doesn't make me an authority. I will ask you. I want to know more about ourselves, about you. So if you want to know more about Africa, I can let you know. I can tell you what I know about Africa. Now, as regards the slavery aspect, there is no doubt that in African history, slavery is as old as man. And because there are wars that have been fought between kingdoms. When a kingdom fights against the other kingdom, then they demand tribute. If the other kingdom cannot deliver the tribute, they request that they get slaves. They labor in forms of labor, so they can come to the other kingdom to labor, to give free labor. Under the African system of slavery, it was not brutal. Slavery was not passed through. It's not hereditary, and it is humane. It is humane. It is funny, but it is humane, because after a particular period of time, when the slave serves his time, the slave is treated like a human being. Is given his freedom. Sometimes most of the slaves they buy their freedom. At the end of the day, there are many African communities in which the slave later became the king, later became the ruler, and there are many African communities today, societies, villages, and communities that are founded by ex-slaves. So we don't treat the slaves like a commodity, we treat them like human beings. Some of them, we give them wives to get married. So some of them prefer to settle within their new kingdoms. We don't sacrifice them. We don't cut them up and use them. No, we don't commodify them like it was done in the United States. We didn't see them as a means as a commercial product. And when a slave is pregnant, we treat the slave like a normal human being. She gives birth, and most of the times, the child is not of the slave is not necessarily a slave too. It's just a free man. So there is more humaneness when it comes to. Now, when the white man came, we feel that was how he's going to, we feel it's the same way he's going to treat the slaves, the way we treat Africans treat themselves. We never knew that they are going to be commodified and used so brutally, for some, for some, business, international labor, for free labor, and such a brutal labor in what happened during the transatlantic slavery. So, and when many of the slave merchants then, when they discovered that was what the whites were doing with the slaves, then they stopped trading the slaves with the whites. So that's the point. There was slavery in Africa, but it was humane. It has a human face. There was no, it doesn't pass from a generation to another. It was not hereditary. The slaves were treated like human beings. They are freed after certain years of service, and we see them as human beings generally. And there are many communities where slaves became kings, slaves established kingdoms, slaves became merchants, successful merchants, and stuff like that. So they are humans. They were some of the slaves are taken because a chief or a certain community leader holds certain debts that he could not pay. So he gives out certain members of his family to work, to go to work under stewardship for a number of years, after which, the debts will be paid, and then they'll send them back to their homes. So it has a human face generally in Africa, unlike how it was done across the Sahara, by the Arabs, and across the Atlantic by the Europeans.
Wow. Hey, y'all.
If I have another question, please ask me. I'm from Africa, and
you good, brother. You good. We got enough.
Sean, always asking questions. Thank you, Sean.
Okay, so the third question is: are you more focused on making history or making memories? I'm focused on making history because out of history, it is from history that you get memories. It's from history that you get inspiration, that you get understanding, that you get continuity, that you get motivation. So I think history is just like a reserve. It's like a reserve from which memories can, you can get your memories, can get whatever you want to get. So I think I'm focused on making history than memories. So the next one is focusing on the past helping or hurting more today. I think it depends. So are you talking about relationship or like history in general, host?
Just fucking on
Because
your past, man.
okay, because if it depends on the person, and it depends on how you can't focus on the past. It's not right. It's not nice to focus on the past. One can take a glance at the past to see the mistakes or the success that one has done or one ancestors has done to be able to solve, because history is best proven to reward all research. So if you have a problem that that you're trying to solve, you can look to history for answers, but you can't focus on history, because if you're trying to focus on history, you are pouring all your energies, to the past to try to rectify what cannot be rectified anymore. So I think we should not focus on the past. We should only learn from the past, and we should go forward, because if we focus on the past, we live in the past, it's going to hurt us more. So let's learn from history, but we should not forget that history is also very important. So let's learn from it, and let's apply the lessons to solve our current and future problems. Thank you very much, host.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right, so y'all, I'm gonna do another refresh and come with another topic, because I got a bunch of them. So, give me a second, y'all. We'll be right back.
Drop that beat, Kev.
You said you wanted to hear that beat before we go. I'm about to hear the beat when we come back.
Hey, what that mean? What that mean when you say you're gonna refresh, and like what is that, and what it does?
Man, you don't get it by now, man. Oh, you been on my mind. What the heck? I want to mind you in a minute ago. That's crazy. that mean I'm just about to shut the live down and bring it back up so I can be on a different part of the algorithm. That's all it is.
All right, well, I'll catch y'all later. I'm walking my dogs.
Y'all come right back. I ain't no come back later. Y'all come back in 2 seconds. I'm just gonna turn it off and on.
Okay.
Yeah. All right.